If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 101, Chapter XLII, Aftermath. Revine's POV. As Meridia tries to bribe Cibil into killing me, I find myself stuck in a bit of a bind. On the one hand, I don't believe for a second she would kill me for a creature that had already betrayed us, and on the other I am barely keeping myself from laughing out loud at how petty Meridia turned out to be. Like a child who didn't get the toy she wanted and decided to throw a tantrum. And the entire time, that supernatural fury still courses through my soul. The very idea of a false deity making demands of me, for some reason, I cannot stand it. As a shaky Cibil turns my way, I simply turn to her with a mocking smile and point at the Daedra, implying that only an idiot would listen to her little tantrum. It seems as if my companion agrees, and she too denounces the treacherous Daedra. And to think that Mephala has been more true to her word than the self-proclaimed Lady of Life. Maybe that was Mephala's goal all along? To make sure I remain in her clutches? As Meridia seethes in anger and curses us, her flames trying to snuff us out, I cannot help but feel satisfied, happy that I dared defy a god, the fury I felt at being looked down upon slowly turning into a victorious ecstasy. As Meridia's wrath reaches its boiling point, the Covenant of Akatosh snaps into action and I return to the safety of the mortal world. Cibil seems dazed, so I take a moment to look over the system prompts I felt in the back of my head. Quest complete. A heavy black tome falls into my right hand, feeling like it was only half present in my arms. The Tome of Shadows Volume I, an ancient tome written by a renowned Aldmiri archmage, contains an entirely new sub-shoal of conjuration that deals with traversing the shadows and binding them to your service. This tome is but the first step. This could be very powerful, but what really catches my attention is the other prompt. Trait awakened, the Wrath of Dagoth, the second part of your blasphemous divine inheritance. Whenever a deity, creature of a higher power, or something of a similar nature that you consider to be false attempts to command you against your wishes, or is merely present in a known enemy, you will be assailed by supernatural wrath. On the flip side, you now have an easier time resisting their influences and seeing through their manipulations. Instead of revulsion at the idea that I might not be in full control at all times, I feel surprisingly satisfied with the notion of being able to defy those who would consider me their playthings. In fact, the notion is so pleasant to my mind that I slowly break out into a deranged cackle, the mix of pain and satisfaction I was feeling overwhelming my self-control for a moment. And it is exactly at this point that Cibil collects herself and pointedly glares at me. I calm down and wipe the blood from my face. What? She taps her foot on the ground and glares at me. You just cost me a lot, young man. She tries to look angry, but there is no heat behind her words. I roll my eyes and start walking to the exit. You know damn well that she wasn't going to honor her end of the bargain. The moment you let her power in, she would have remade you in her image as a compliant little puppet. She huffs. I know, I still don't like it. I shrug. We don't need Meridia to help you out. She asks with a mix of amusement and genuine surprise. I turn to her with a mischievous smile. We already came this far, helping you will be my honest pleasure. Besides, I am feeling just a mite bit spiteful and want to show her that we don't even need her for anything. She swats my shoulder and sighs. It sounded so nice and romantic for a moment there, and you just had to ruin it. I puff out my chest proudly. I am true to my vices, and spiting annoying Daedra just became one of them. We step into the previous chamber and find all of those that followed us inside on their asses or on their backs. Ingvar Firebeard's eyes snap to me and he asks, is it done? Has she been killed for good? I nod and smile proudly. Potma Septim will never again walk these lands. A weak cheer spreads among those still conscious, barely half of them if my hearing is right. I look at Ingvar. Are there any wounded that need treatment? He looks at the ground and shakes his head. No, if you got wounded you got dragged down. Those still alive never even got hit. I face the Thanes. You two doing all right? Bryling's face brightens and she nods as excitedly as her exhausted self can. Many have fallen today, but such a worthy death is precisely what a warrior should strive for. Erikur is not as enthusiastic, as he appears to be nursing what looks to be a string bruise on his finger, likely from drawing his crossbow. "Worthy death," he scoffs, "I would much rather live a worthy life." Instead of getting offended, Bryling gives him a cheerful smile. Why not both? He seems ready to get into an argument, but realizes just how tired he is and merely rolls his eyes. "Is everyone ready to leave this damned place?" I ask after we take a breather. Ingvar looks at all the fallen Dragra and guardsmen. "We need to deal with the bodies." Before I can reply, Cibil interjects in an "I am completely done with today" tone. "I have been trudging through caves and guts for the entirety of this accursed day, boy, and if I am not back at the tower taking a calming bath within the next hour, I might just decide to take it out on someone." Ingvar flinches, but much like his father stands defiant in the face of furious women. "And what do we do about our fallen comrades?" Erikur of all people intercedes. "Just send some servants under armed guard tomorrow to deal with everything. I am sure that our comrades would prefer it if we didn't all die of exhaustion while dragging them up." Bryling seems conflicted but is far too tired to disagree with Erikur. Ingvar takes one final look at the fallen and nods grimly. "Very well, I will organize everything once we are back at the palace." He turns to us all and actually bows. "I would like to give my thanks to you all in place of my father and the High King. You have all done Solitude and Skyrim a great service today." Ingvar. Cibil starts impatiently and he looks at her with worry. "Get moving now." The son proves to be less courageous than the father as he nods and quickly scurries back toward the surface, followed by a satisfied and smug Cibil. I find myself sitting on a large armchair in my chambers atop the wizard's tower after a long relaxing bath. My thoughts drift through all that has happened in this short day, and all the consequences that will no doubt follow. Now that I am no longer on a magical high with literal liters of potions bursting through my veins, I feel like I have overreacted a tad, but the truth of the matter is Meridia would never have stopped in her quest to enslave me. Destroying the main path of that plan was the objectively correct choice, still it was a damn good sword. To hell with her. I will make a better undead destroying weapon on my own, with blackjack and hookers. My drifting thoughts are interrupted by a drowsy Cibil entering my room, well, as drowsy as a vampire can really be, I guess, and approaching me. Without a word she plops down sideways on my lap and after staring at me for a while starts tracing her finger across the scar now decorating the left of my face. "I see you chose to keep it," she says quietly. "Not many can say they bear a scar from Queen Potma Septim herself," I say with faux arrogance. "Besides, the ladies will love it." She rolls her eyes and leans her head forward, with a purr she whispers, "Oh, trust me, we do." This sends a shiver across my spine, and she notices if her teasing smile is any indication. I smile wryly. "Sorry if you had any plans, but I am way too tired right now." She huffs in amusement. "I am not some lecherous cougar, maybe I just wish to be held and comforted after a stressful day." I spread my arms. "Then by all means." Without replying she leans onto me fully and while shivering slightly, slowly drifts off into peaceful slumber. I guess that today shook her more than she had shown previously. Just as I am about to drift off as well, I hear someone dragging something up the stairs, and not long after Davos pokes his head into the chamber while dragging the gagged and unconscious Altmer agent he captured. As he enters his eyes land on Cibil and myself and he gives me a half-lidded stare. I simply shoo him away with my hands, and with a dead look in his eyes he starts dragging the poor Altmer down into his own room. It always is a pleasure to annoy one's employees. With those happy thoughts I drift off to dreamless slumber. Or so I hoped. I wake up in a replica of my room, with Cibil nowhere to be found, and the iconic spider webs of my Daedric patron spreading everywhere. I sigh deeply and barely incline my head instead of bowing this time. "Prince Mephala, how utterly wonderful to be blessed by your presence once again," I say in a completely dead tone. "I see that your stint with my bright colleague didn't go as expected." Mephala's voice reaches me from atop my bed, and I turn to see her lounging upon it without a care in the world. I narrow my eyes at her, or it went exactly as expected. She clutches her heart as if struck revine. "I would never do something as uncouth as attempting to betray you." "Ahoy! I drawl out, that sounds oh so credible coming from you, Miss Prince of Lies and Betrayal. She spreads her arms. What can I say, I live to impress. Why are you here? I ask impatiently. Tut tut, young man. Is that any way to talk to a lady? Holding back an eye roll and in a tone more dead than Potma, say please, oh grand spider woman of creepy webbiness. Would you kindly enlighten me as to the reason of your blessed visit? We will have to workshop that one. She says after a moment, and then gives me the brightest smile imaginable. I am here to congratulate you, of course. The little drama with Meridia has been one of the most enjoyable things I have seen this culpa. Ahoy! I nod dumbly. And then realization strikes me, this was her plan all along. Well played, you witch, well played. I swiftly crush the feeling of anger starting to well up within my soul. No matter how I looked at it, I did end up needing the damned sword, and the wench knows it. She practically radiates amusement as she observes my shifting emotions, drinking in my reaction like a fine vintage. She raises a dainty finger after I finally compose myself. I have come to offer you a reward. With a defeated sigh, I wave a tired hand as if to say please do go on. Her smile doesn't leave her face. Your little servant, Davos was it? I will offer to him my blessing with the caveat of him remaining loyal to you. What do you think? I give her a cautious stare. I want that in writing, I say with air quotes. She pouts. Too bad I didn't catch you while you were on your little power high like dear Meridia did. Very well. My eye twitches and I feel her offer in the back of my head. The Daedric Prince Mephala offers to bless your follower Davos, under the caveat that he be loyal to you. This blessing shall persist as long as the blessing granted to Rivine Dagoth does. Reasonable. I nod and mentally affirm my acceptance. Mephala gets up and gives me one last smile. While I would love to invite you along, I see you have your hands full this time. Do enjoy your evening. Equals. My vision swims and I find myself looking into the eyes of a worried Cibil. What was going on just now? She asks slowly. I just know Mephala is trolling me right now. I sigh. I was talking to my other extraplanar friend. Cibil narrows her eyes. And which one is that? Don't worry about it. Rivine. She gives me a firm stare. Sigh. God damn it, Mephala. One long curate explanation later. So you are telling me? Cibil stares at me with a mix of bewilderment and exasperation that this entire time you already had a Daedric patron and that she herself directed you to Meridia. I nod. She sighs. And let us not forget it is Mephala of Aldidra. I shrug. To be fair, Dunmer do look at her differently and she does the same in return. Cibil plops her head down onto my chest. That doesn't make it any better. Well, excuse me for taking all the help I can get. I huff. She raises her head again and stares into my eyes. At least tell me you aren't bound to her. I smile and pat her head, making her swat my hand away, and say don't worry, we have a rather loose deal which I can back out of at any moment. I can back out at any moment, she quotes me dryly. You sound like a naive thieves guildsman. She is right. And like any wise man I chose to change the topic. While this is comfortable, I think we should move to the bed. I don't want to wake up cramped. She lets out a childish whine but then spreads her arms. Carry me. You are like a cat, I swear. I say with a chuckle and pick her up. Chapter 102, Chapter Slyine, Conclusion. I awaken with the feeling of something pressing onto my face. Really, woman? With a grumble I push Cibil off, accidentally toppling her off the bed in the process. After a loud and surprised yelp, she slowly gets up, her hair covering her face, and extends her claws while glaring at me. Give me one good reason not to gut you this instant, Rivine. Why don't you remain still when someone decides to plant their foot on your face while you sleep? I grumble while completely ignoring the razor-sharp claws that were uncomfortably close to my eyes. She retracts her claws and moves her hair behind her ears, then gives me an amused look. Many would kill to have my foot on their face. I actually flinch in disgust at this. I already told you, woman, I am no degenerate. She chuckles. So saith the Mephala worshipper. I am not her, sigh. You know what, I don't feel like explaining the intricacies of my demonic contracts at the moment. Let's just grab breakfast and get ready to welcome the returning heroes. So defensive, Revine. Dear gods, you are such a pain. I grumble while summoning my robes. And when I do so, I notice that my mask has been permanently broken. Dear God, if that staff actually hit me. Happy thoughts. A good pain, I hope. Cibil interrupts my little panic attack. I snort lightly, right? And wave in her room's general direction. You should go get dressed, I have something to talk about with my employee. Very well. She passes by me and gives me a peck on the cheek. See you later, and leaves my room while swaying her hips. With a stupid smile on my face, I down a flavored stamina potion, read, magical energy drink, and head to see Davos. I arrive at the servants' quarters and knock a couple of times. Not long after, a disheveled Davos with dark circles under his eyes opens the door and looks at me with great unease. With a raised eyebrow I ask, I presume your current state is due to a certain spider lady visiting you last night. He grabs my shoulders and tries to shake me, but just ends up shaking himself with how tired he is. Do you have any damned idea how terrified I was? He hisses with a pronounced stutter. I pat his shoulder and he flinches. Come now, Davos, we have already dealt with so many horrors. What is an annoying spider lady going to do to you? He keeps trying to shake me, much to my amusement. Annoying spider lady? Are you fucking insane? His eyes turn a bit bloodshot. Do you not fear the gods, you complete madman? I raise a finger in front of my mouth. Indoors voice, please. He grunts in annoyance. Of course you would not care one bit, why should I be surprised? I gently grab him by the shoulders. I knew she would not do anything to you, after all, she did visit you at my indirect behest. Why, you made her come to me? I think he is starting to foam at the mouth a bit at this point. I tap my foot while staring down the shivering Dunmer. While this drama is amusing, I do need to know what your answer was. His shoulders slump. Of course I accepted, she didn't even want me to bind myself to her. As if I even needed that much. Joining a great house, no matter how defunct, is already enough. Both my eyebrows rise at his comment. Why would you be ready to sacrifice so much just to join a house? He seems to think I am joking, but when he realizes I am not, he palms his face. You really are somehow the most knowledgeable mayor I know, yet the most clueless at the same time. Joining a great house is the only way for a filthy peasant like myself to move up in the world. He smiles wryly. Not all of us can woo the local Nords like you can, M-Lord. I chuckle, already getting started with the M-Lords, eh? There is no need for that, just call me boss like you used to. He sighs in relief. Good, calling you that would have grated on my mind. I snort lightly. Well then, I guess I don't need any ceremony for you. I spread my arms dramatically. Welcome to the 6th house, retainer. He chuckles but still bows. I swear to serve with honor, my lord. Neat. I drawl. Now what exactly did Ole Mephi bless you with? Davos I twitches at my casual disrespect of his new patron deity, but knowing my relationship with her, he keeps his opinions to himself and explains I can now walk on all surfaces and jump farther, all while being a lot quieter. She did say my blessing will grow with your own. Did she give me a personal Spider-Man? Almost makes me forgive her for her manipulations, which is probably also a manipulation of its own, now that I think about it. That will be very useful. I nod, but I do have one question. What is it? He asks with some caution. If you were so eager to join a house, you do realize you could have just asked me to proclaim you my retainer at any point after Rurik's dead, right? He stares at me for a long, heavy moment and with a defeated mutter of "fuck you" Revine falls unconscious out of sheer frustration. He really is fun. I hear Mephala's voice in the back of my head. I snort. I know, right? Just when the cruel midday sun was about to cover the city, I found myself standing atop the Solitude Gatehouse's crenulations, once again partaking of street mystery meat and enjoying every second of it. Cibil was busy doing her best to avoid the sun that was quite bright today for some reason. Maybe Auriel blessed our victory? Or that is what I would say if I was at all religious, it was probably just coincidence. While I was busy with my inane thoughts, time seemed to pass quickly, and soon I saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance. The army was here. General POV. As the tired legionaries trudged their way back to Solitude, their leaders were stuck in a state of constant worry. They were close to the city now, and at any moment they could find it completely overrun with undead. But instead of a burning city and the cries of the dying, they were greeted with the sight of a peaceful solitude, with everyone going about their business as always. Some even voiced their happiness at seeing the sprawl still standing. If the undead ever managed to get their claws on that place before they could relax, Rick got their attention. It could be just another trick, or maybe Potma hasn't yet left the catacombs. We should not relax yet. Any further paranoia of hers was interrupted by a completely healed Savos laughing loudly while looking at something on the gatehouse. Everyone squinted their eyes and immediately deadpanned at the sight of Rivine swinging his legs off the walls like a child and waving at them without a care in the world. Rivine's POV. We descended down to the gates as they were being rapidly opened to let in the beleaguered soldiers. There was an air of excitement that was slowly spreading through the city, and some of the local Nords were already starting to bring out the drinks, even though no announcement was made yet. The first arrivals passed the gates not long after that, and before we could even give our greetings, a very tired and barely conscious Torridge grabbed me by the shoulders and forcefully asked, "Has she been dealt with?" I slowly nodded. If she wasn't, would I be standing here? He lets out a long, tired sigh. Good, that is good. And promptly falls asleep while standing. I turn an amused eyebrow to Balgir, who grabbed him before he could fall, and the tall Nord reacts like he always does, with a bemused chuckle. With a shake of my head I make my way to the wounded legionaries to see if anyone is in need of help. As I close in on the carriage that was carrying them, I notice Savos hunched over a man whose leg was cut off and slowly regrowing it while keeping the man calm with illusion magic at the same time. Without turning around, the Archmage says, "I note a distinct lack of sword on your hip, Rivine." I sigh. It is a bit of a long story. He snorts, and with that centurial understatement, "Do come and help me while you regale me with your exploits." One very long story, and one very weirded out legionary later. We leave the now fully healed soldier behind. As we walk, Savos wipes his hands on his robes, which clean themselves near instantly, and turns to me with a mix of amusement and ridicule. "So, you are telling me you actually spat at one of the Daedric princes?" I do a fake cough to hide my embarrassment. "It was not one of my brightest moments, I know." "Not one of his brightest," he says. Savos shakes his head. "You do realize that she will actually attack you now, right?" I wave him off. "Her influence in the north of Tamriel is minimal. The only place I would be in any real danger would be Somerset, and I am not going to that place without an army at my back." He seems satisfied with this, "as long as you are aware." Then his frown turns upside down as he smiles. "I am very impressed with Cibil, though. When she was younger she would have jumped at the opportunity to betray someone for power." "Oh? Is that how she became a vampire then?" My curiosity gets the better of me as I ask. He gives me an amused look. "That is not my story to tell." And after an unnecessarily long beat of silence he quickly nods. "But yeah, that is totally how she became a vampire." And giggles like a mischievous child. I stare at him blankly. "Thank the gods you don't have any descendants. I don't think this world could deal with more of you." He actually stumbles at this, but quickly pretends like nothing happened. "Right. I just remembered I have some business to take care of." He gives me a quick wave. "Later, kid." And disappears with a pop. Well, that was weird. General POV. The 8 of Evening Star 197. Of the Fourth Era was a day of great celebration for the people of Solitude. After the king woke up from his exhausted nap, he announced to everyone that would hear the great deeds of his subjects, and a great feast and hunt were planned to honor those who died and those who returned victorious. The talented young bard Marco was at the same time excited and disappointed upon hearing the news, disappointed that he was not allowed to partake in the glory, but excited at the inspiration he got for the song he planned on writing about the heroic deeds of his king and those of his teacher. He rushed to the wizard's tower in hopes of presenting the first draft to his teacher, and soon found the young Dunmer sitting in his armchair, drinking something very strong and staring into the distant setting sun. Marco approached him and knocked on the opened doorway to get his attention. Rivine turned and asked in a dead-tired tone, "And what do you want, brat? Are you?" Marco started carefully. "Are you doing all right there, teacher?" Rivine grunted in annoyance. "No. What bothers you, if I may ask?" His teacher once more stared into the distance. "I have come to a startling and terrifying realization." Marco felt a bit of fear in the back of his mind as he dared to ask, "And what did you realize?" Rivine's demeanor shifted from a tired one to one of panic and rage. "Today is my birthday, making me 18 years old. I am an old fart now, Marco, it is all over." Marco stared at him for a long moment, slowly palmed his face, turned around, and left the tower. And so it came to be that the song about the king and his loyal court wizard became the song about the king alone. Chapter 103, Chapter XLIV, War Crown of Kogarun. The life of the newest court mage of Solitude turned to a pleasant hectic rush after the great battle against the undead hordes had been won. The grand celebration and royal hunt were altogether enjoyable experiences, but Rivine only participated for as long as was politely required, seeing as he was the one to shank Potma himself. People were rather interested in bothering him, all the while Cibil looked at him with mock pity. At least he managed to get himself some extra privileges by getting honored by the High King himself, and now could no longer be bothered by just anyone. The first chance he got an excuse to escape the gatherings, he did so. The gains he got from the battles needed to be capitalized on, and spending days listening to Nords declaring their glory to the heavens was not something he felt was a worthwhile endeavor when compared to a new sub-shoal of magic he got his hands on. Speaking of the new magic, the Tome of Shadows made for some very interesting reading. When one managed to get through all the metaphorical and metaphysical jargon of the ancient Aldmer that wrote it, the tome spoke of controlling both actual shadows and shadows in the sense of memories left behind from deeds or persons, by binding them to the caster through the medium of spells and rituals. The tome naturally contained the more basic combat spells one could find in any elemental school, things like throwing spears made of shadows and strangling someone with their own shadow, but Rivine found them to be unnecessary wastes of his time as he could already do similar things far more efficiently with his other spells. What did catch his attention were three specific things: a spell to traverse the shadows in an instant, a spell to shroud oneself in shadows, and a ritual to raise a servant composed of someone's remnant shadows, or more accurately raise the world's memory of someone in the form of a shade. The spells he learned rather quickly, as it did appear he was blessed with some affinity for the element. The Shadow Step was an excellent early short-range teleportation spell, as it didn't require him to feel the space he was traveling to, but merely perceive the target shadow itself. The Umbral Shroud was rather simplistic in its application. One simply had to drag shadows over themselves while in dark places and would become almost invisible both to magical and mundane senses. And then there was the Shadow Binder Ritual, a surprisingly clean act requiring no real sacrifices besides some soul gems and enchanted items. It allowed for eternal, regenerating guardians to be bound to the caster and them alone, never to be taken from their control even in death. The issue with the ritual was that it required a ridiculous upkeep in magicka for any but the weakest shades, and the power of the risen shadow heavily depended on the one being raised. Rivine was forced to postpone gathering his new goon squad when he realized just how expensive they were, his excitement slowly turning into frustration. He was just about to rage in disappointment when he got a brilliant idea. He had just captured the soul of a rather powerful necromancer the other day, one that was said to be able to upkeep entire armies. It seemed that the time had come to create something beautiful. Rivine's POV. A month after my little scuffle with the dead septum, my work was finally close to completion. When I asked Torridge to give me a couple of weeks off to spend on the research, he seemed skeptical at having me absent for so long, but the moment he took one good look into my manic eyes, he wisely chose to reward my services and let me do my thing. I had to make several trips to Winterhold and consult my enchantment teacher on multiple occasions while planning my masterpiece. The patient old Imperial was both amazed and doubtful when I presented him with my idea, but he was certain of one thing: if I managed to complete it he would no longer be the only master enchanter in the college. Naturally, he also wasted no time verbally lashing me into an apologetic mess when he learned just what I was planning to use to power the whole thing. During my stay in the library I also made sure to read up on some more illusion magic. The fear spell was extremely handy, so making that more powerful was a must. So there I was in my chambers atop the wizard's tower of the Blue Palace. Every inch of the room was carved with runes of both draconic and arcane origin, turning the entire thing into a massive enchanting table. I had thrown anything I didn't need out, making a complete mess of the entire tower, earning me some very dissatisfied grumbling from my colleague. Thankfully the promise of an evening outing to the city after I finished my work saved me from an early grave. I placed the item I was about to create in the center of the containment ward and took out the bound skull of Potma. After one last look into what I felt was the still raging soul of the queen, I crushed it without any hesitation, and the immense power it contained exploded all around me. Thankfully, my preparations seemed to work, as the entirety of the soul energy was imprisoned within my room and I got to work. Usually, when I enchant objects I have an easy time guiding the power, as the soul lacks a consciousness. This time, however, I was forced to battle with the will of Potma and shred the remnants of her mind with my own while forcing it down into the artifact. Potion after potion I was forced to down in singular gulps as I battled the tortured will of the ancient queen, but after what felt like days of mental struggle the enchantment finally felt close to completion. It was at this moment that she chose to strike. Suddenly, and without warning, I felt something heavy pressing onto my mind. Words in Davos attempting to command me to obey and almost forcing me down onto my knees. I felt my mind slowly starting to lose its coherence in front of the powerful soul that was trying to possess me, but at that moment I felt something familiar. The burning rage I felt when I first spoke to Potma, the disdain for anyone that might try and enforce their will on me. With a smirk and a mental roar of will, I pushed the attempts of the dead queen back, and with one final scream of anguish from her royal bitchness, I felt the enchantment click and a new tether attach itself to my soul. My eyes were unfocused, but my spite kept me up just long enough to mutter, "Know your fucking place, trash," before I lost consciousness. Cibil's POV. The moment the roaring energies died down, I rushed into Revine's room to find him face down on the ground, but still breathing, the item he was keeping me from even glimpsing nowhere in sight. With an annoyed grumble, I pick him up and head to my room, passing next to a rather worried-looking Davos who, after seeing me, merely sighs and takes a swig of whatever swill he had with him at the moment. As I lay him down on my bed I stare at my lover. I am not sure now that I think about it. I will leave those thoughts for later me to deal with like a reasonable adult. Shoving my childish thoughts to the back of my head, I take a long look at Rivine. He seems to be all right, if highly exhausted. I should leave him to rest, but I am too curious as to what he made, so a stamina potion it is. I quickly feed him one and he jerks up, and with a twitch of his finger teleports to a corner of my room. His gaze shifts all over the place at a frantic pace, making me actually worried that he did end up getting possessed. Maybe I should call Savos after all. Revine's twitchiness finally dies down and he sighs deeply. That was terrifying. I scoff. Well, you are the one that wanted to fiddle with the soul of that power, you deserve all the fear and more. He rolls his eyes. Well, excuse me, mother, I was a tad excited at the prospect of a new toy and forgot such unimportant things like caution and self-preservation. Oh, you will call me that and more when I am done with you. Wait, where in oblivion did that come from? Hiding my slight blush, that he thankfully didn't notice, with a fake cough I ask, were you at least successful? He nods excitedly and rushes to my mirror. Spreading his arms dramatically, he sends a tiny wave of magicka inwardly and is immediately clad in his imposing combat robes, now with the addition of an ebony crown/mask hybrid that sends a wave of terror everywhere the moment it appears. For some reason, upon seeing the spiked crown hiding his face, the words Witch King were the first that came to mind. Revine's POV. The feeling of sheer power and control that my new artifact exudes feels almost as addictive as holding Dawnbreaker, but this time instead of it belonging to a literal light demon, it belongs solely to myself, so instead of fearing the power or attempting to shield myself from it I choose to revel in it. My little power trip is interrupted by Cibil loudly clearing her throat. I take a deep breath and look at her, noticing just the tiniest flinch when our eyes meet. So what do you think? My voice comes out far deeper and more ominous than usual. She takes a long look at me and sighs tiredly. Have I ever told you you are a complete monster? I raise a finger and say with false arrogance, I believe the word you are looking for is master. She blinks. There is no way you became that good that quickly. I merely continue staring without elaboration. She sighs while palming her forehead. Of course there is. A light cackle leaves my throat. You should be happy, you know, I might even give you a discount. Cibil gives me a blank stare. Say that without your new toy making you sound like a Daedra about to eat me alive and I might just believe you. Her demeanor then shifts into a far more pleasant one. Now go and get ready, I don't care how tired you are. I was promised drinks. I mock bow. Of course madam. And turn to leave. I rush past my empty room and quickly heat up a bath with my pyromancy. While I am relaxing I finally get to check my progress for the past month. Mind, 25 equals 30. Battling Potma's soul was definitely beneficial. Still, I rate 0/10 would not do that again. Mag, 350 equals 360. Conjuration Adept, plus Umbromancy, Walk, Shroud, Bind. Illusion Apprentice equals Adept, plus Fear Aura, Amplified Voice, Calm equals Mass Calm. Enchantment Expert equals Master, all skills combined into Enchanting Mastery, increasing both the speed and strength of your enchanting. Rushing through this information with a satisfied nod I finally get to the real reason I was even looking at the system. War Crown of Kogarun, a crown fit for a lord among sorcerers, infused with the soul of an ancient necromancer queen of divine blood. This crown is one that even Daedra would covet. Royal Guard, satisfies the magica needs of up to 5 powerful bound creatures on its own. Draconic Aspect, the tiny strand of Akatosha's power empowers the wearer's voice while at the same time allowing for greater Thursday to be used without risk. Draconic Defenses, resist all damage, 10%. Dread Aura, all. Shall. Vow. I try, I really do, but not even 2 seconds after reading the description I break out into a maddened cackle. Chapter 104, Chapter XLV, Riots. So, Revine. I find myself sitting across a curious Cibil in the most high-end inn/restaurant in the province. We arrived here some hours ago and spent most of our time gossiping about the rest of the court while eating, with a tiny bit of flirting in between of course. What do you actually do besides being an unnaturally talented mage and earning ridiculous amounts of money? An eyebrow raises. You mean for fun? I ask as I sip on some incredibly overpriced Alto wine. She nods expectantly. I stare into the night sky and shrug wistfully. Honestly, I haven't really done anything for the sake of fun alone in quite a while. I guess that learning and fighting counts as fun enough for me. For example, my recent project was an absolute treat to make. Then I turn to her with a wink. Though I will admit you are not so boring either. She huffs playfully. Oh my poor maidenly heart. And looks at me with a bit of confusion. Is that why you chase power with such doggedness then? Because it is fun to you. I hum in thought for a moment before shaking my head. While it would be as good a reason as any, that is not it. What is it then? Her red eyes sparkle with curiosity. I smirk and point back at her. You first, why do you do all that you do? Her eye twitches but she decides to humor me. After some thought she shrugs. I guess I prefer being high above the rest and my current work keeps me securely in that position. Really? I raise an eyebrow. No overarching goal, you just like being above the plebs. She nods enthusiastically but then frowns. You almost sound disappointed. I scratch my chin thoughtfully. Not necessarily disappointed, it's just that you have the gift of agelessness already and are simply contented to do the same thing for a very long time. Honestly, it sounds boring. She huffs. Oh please, no matter the power I gained from my condition, you should already know that even if ageless, those of my kind always end up dead one way or another. I give her a and your point, Look, so do the usual mortals, yet there are still dreamers and explorers among them. Cibil's eye twitches in annoyance for a moment, but she catches herself and gives me a forced smile, and I understand that. Unfortunately, my situation doesn't allow for dreaming and exploring. Realization strikes me and I smile apologetically. Right, please forget I said any of that. She raises her nose. You will be excused, young man, but only if you regale me with your own goals. I chuckle as the lady wishes. And then, while gazing at the stars, I say with barely contained wonder in my voice, I wish to become so powerful that I may see everything and explore everything, and when I am finally done with Mundus, I wish to travel beyond. She looks at me, dumbfounded. You want to explore Oblivion? Are you insane? I am confused for a moment, but then break out in laughter. Seeing Cibil just about ready to throw her glass at my head, I raise my hands placatingly. Sorry, it's just that. My gaze becomes one of mockery and bravado. Did you really think I would limit myself to merely Oblivion? The gears in her head start turning at inhumane speeds, yet she still decides to err on the side of caution. And what exactly do you mean by that? I smirk. Wouldn't you like to know? I can practically taste her annoyance in the air as she barely contains a scream of frustration. Gods damn you, Revine, you cannot just say something like that and decide not to elaborate. She hisses out in an attempt not to draw attention from the other patrons. My smirk widens. No. She lets out a frustrated sigh and gives me a dry look. What do you want? At this point my mouth is threatening to split my face. I am not sure what you mean, Cibil. If we weren't in a public setting, she would no doubt be kicking my ass right now, but she is instead forced to patiently force the words out. What do you want me to give you to elaborate on what you were about to say? I pretend to think really hard about it, raising the tension way out of proportion, before dramatically raising my index finger and saying, you must pay for our next dinner. I think she might have preferred I ask for her kidney if her look is anything to go by. If she were capable of ocular pyromancy, I would have long been ash. Cibil slowly palms her face and groans. Dear gods, you are such a child. A child you wasted no time in seducing, madam. I smirk. Cibil takes a deep, long breath, slowly breathes out, and smirks back with a victorious gleam in her eyes. You do realize you could have just asked me, right? I let out a derisive chuckle. Oh, you poor sweet summer child, that would not have been as fun now, would it? Aeon, she is back to barely holding herself from decapitating me. I really should stop doing this to people. I am starting to resemble Savos. In an attempt to save my skin from being detached from my body, I once again raise my hands placatingly. You still want to hear what I was going to say, don't you? She takes another deep breath. Speak. With a chuckle, I ask, you didn't think that Mundus was the only world in existence, did you? Her annoyance is replaced with a mix of surprise and doubt as stares at me for a long while before speaking. There have been many theories about other worlds written by scholars far greater than any that live today. How can you be so sure that there really is something beyond Aetherius? I simply smirk that I cannot tell you yet, or possibly ever, but just know that there is far more to existence than this singular rock we find ourselves on. She narrows her eyes. Say, I believe you. Why would you even tell me about this? Such secrets are rather dangerous. I shrug and with an innocent smile say, well, that is because you asked. And if I asked with bad intentions? She drawls. I roll my eyes. You defied Adadra to help me, I trust you. For a moment she looks ready to make another chiding comment, but then my words sink in and she quickly hides the tiniest blush with her wine glass. Het. The pleasantly awkward atmosphere is broken when we hear a commotion coming from the ground floor of the establishment, as a person I recognize as one of the palace guardsmen who accompanied us in the catacombs starts questioning the owner where we are. The owner first subtly sends a look my way and I nod. The man just earned himself a fat bonus for his discretion. Soon the guardsman is standing in front of our table and seems ready to say something in a panic, but my raised hand stops him. Deep breaths. ULF. No need to alert the whole city. He nods quickly and takes the cup of water I offer him before giving the both of us a serious look and speaking in a quiet yet urgent tone. Riots have broken out in the sprawl. The guard has managed to contain them, but the king worries that this is merely the prelude. A meeting of his inner council has been called and the two of you are required. Sharing an annoyed grumble Cibil and I get up. She seems far more annoyed than myself, so in an attempt to comfort her I pat her shoulder and whisper we will continue where we left off another day. Instead of calming down she sends me a glare and whispers back in a dangerous purr that sends a shiver of excitement down my spine. Oh no, we are continuing this later. I am in danger. As we enter the balcony overlooking the city I note that even from here one could see a part of the slums having caught fire. Thankfully it didn't seem to be spreading, but if this was the sign of things to come it wasn't looking pretty. The second thing I note is that only the two stewards and the king are present. Fox seems to notice and explains before I even ask. The Thanes were tasked with leading the guardsmen in dealing with the situation. I nod slowly. It is a shame that such bright minds won't be able to present their agenda. Wisdom in this unfortunate situation. Both the king and steward snort while Cibil laughs openly. I keep telling you, Torage, those two are completely useless for running a city, much less a state. The king nods tiredly. I am afraid I agree with you on this, but we are not here to discuss the Thanes of this fair city. I hold back an amused smirk. Quite, we are here to discuss what is to be done with the literal cancer growing out of this fair city. What in oblivion is a cancer? I hear Ingvar mutter. Not the point. Torage gives me a pointed look. Ever the straight man, Fox speaks up plainly. The situation we find ourselves in is a dire one. If the rioting spreads too far we will be forced to establish order with military law. He frowns deeply and we all know where that will leave us. Bowing before Stormcloak I say needlessly, much to everyone's dissatisfaction. Torage growls. I am not killing thousands of my own people. Fox sits back down and sighs. I am afraid that I don't see another way. He turns his hopeful eyes to us. Do you two have any suggestions? I raise an eyebrow at Cibil and she hums in thought. We could theoretically set up a mass comm ward around the entire sprawl, that would allow us to get in and secure the place without any bloodshed, wouldn't it? I shake my head. Theoretically yes, but at that point it would be cheaper to just toss bread at them via catapults, not to mention making the guards immune enough to the ward so that they can actually do their jobs. She shrugs without a care, clearly indicating how invested she is in the situation. You are the master enchanter, Revine. I wave her off. No, using any kind of blunt force, magical or otherwise, in this situation is pure foolishness. We must be subtle if we want to deal with this efficiently. Torage gives me a puzzled look and urges me to continue. I nod. I recommend that we infiltrate the more pliant gangs and organizations, and offer their leaders the chance to keep their positions with the Crown's blessing if they assist us with pacifying the slum. The High King frowns. You suggest we pardon, nay, reward slavers and skooma dealers? I shake my head. Of course not. I suggest we take the opportunity to put them all to the sword while rewarding those that helped organize their people enough to survive the unfortunate situation they found themselves in. Fox stares at the ground and lets out a long breath. I agree that this is the best solution, no matter how distasteful. His son merely nods along, clearly realizing he is way out of his depth here. Torage's frown deepens. I would first hear who you had in mind, but if it means peace for my people I am fully prepared to offer the thanehood of the sprawl to one of them. I raise a hand indicating for him to slow down. We first need to actually gather information. Do you have skilled agents for the job? He shakes his head. No, most of our information we get from the bards and their own information is likely outdated. I sigh. I also got some news from them, but nothing too useful, merely a couple of names. After saying this a thought occurs to me, though I can offer the services of my retainer for information gathering. Torage gives me a conspiratorial look. I might not be too learned in the traditions of Morrowind, but retainer usually implies something else. I groan. Are we really doing this right now? The king chuckles mirthlessly. We did put it off for an entire month. The current situation doesn't allow me all that much blind trust, unfortunately, especially with your presumably dubious origins. Cibil coos at me from her seat. Oh come now my lord, no one is going to hate you for your grandpa's temper tantrum. The look I give her promises pain, but just serves to amuse her further. I let out a long sigh. All right, I don't mind sharing it with all of you since I consider you to be honorable, at least so far. I give a pointed look at all the Nords, but let it be known that if you betray my trust, I too shall throw a rather sizable temper tantrum of the magical variety. Torridge snorts while waving off a fuming Fawk. We are adequately threatened, I assure you. I chuckle and then mock bow. Very well then, Lord Dagoth Revine, at your service. The king seems stunned for a moment and mutters, now that I did not expect. The Firebeards are both frowning in slight confusion, but after a moment there is a hint of recognition in Fawk's eyes and he looks at me with a mix of fear and confusion. Torridge is silent for a while and then lets out a tired laugh. So I have been having the child of the devil of Morrowind whispering in my ear for months now. I raise a finger, grandchild. He waves me off, not the point, and then stares at me for a bit. Still, you don't appear to be some evil creature from the Red Mountain, so I see no reason to distrust you. I shrug. You need me, I don't strictly need you. He seems to age a bit as he nods his agreement. That is fair. Now what was that about a retainer? Chapter 105, Chapter XLVI, Plans. I clap my hands dramatically only for nothing to happen. My eye twitches and I clap more forcefully and hear a chuckle from the nearby wall. Coming, boss, no need to get your robes in a twist. Davos literally walks vertically up the walls of the balcony and sits his ass down without a care about the now extremely confused Nords staring at him in bewilderment. Fucker wants to pay me back for my previous trolling, eh? He, too bad you are playing against the master. Allow me to reintroduce to all of you Davos, formerly of Windhelm, now of House Dagoth. Fawk stares at him with narrowed eyes. And you are certain that this Davos can infiltrate the sprawl and get into contact with our target? He asks with great doubt in his voice. Before I can answer, Davos shrugs. I did literally just slink my way into one of the most guarded places in Skyrim. Firebeard raises a finger, holds it up for a moment, and then lowers it to his chin, realizing he was right. Torridge speaks up. We cannot waste time to confirm his skills in any case, and I doubt Revine would lie about his capabilities. After receiving nods of agreement from his stewards, he goes on. We must first choose our target. Just sending someone in would bring no results for weeks we do not have. I nod. That is true. I am going to presume we all got our information from the same source, but will reiterate just in case. There are 3 major organizations within the sprawl, followed by countless minor ones usually paying homage to the big 3. Fawk hums in agreement and brings out a stack of parchment. Indeed, the first is the so-called Massif Trading Company, headed by a Louis Le Massif, a fat Breton said to deal in all things immoral and lucrative. His son frowns. How immoral are we talking? With a false smile, I say skooma, forced prostitution, slavery, and even some Daedric degeneracy if rumors are to be believed. Cibil sends me an amused look the moment I mention the degeneracy part, but I shrug it off, which just seems to encourage her further. Damn it. Torridge immediately shakes his head. If even one of these is true, his head will fly. I scratch my growing stubble. He is also believed to be somehow related to the Wayrist nobility, so allying with him could potentially bring outside benefits. Before anyone can judge what I said, I continue. Naturally I prefer we draw and quarter his fat ass, but I feel obligated to voice the options. The king sends me a look of disgust mixed with a tinge of understanding, before firmly saying he dies. Understandable. I nod. Fawk clears his throat. Next up is the so-called Freemen, a bunch of lowlives pretending to be the local thieves guild, but are in truth just the local thugs. They are for the most part passably moral in the sense that they don't cross any unforgivable lines, but the area they govern is a chaotic mess where only the resourceful or strong have any say. The leader? Torridge inquires. Fawk shakes his head. They are a loose union of gangs that agreed not to bother each other. Big no on this one. I say immediately. The king turns to me. Why? I stare off into the still lightly burning edge of the sprawl. They have no central ruling figure. Organizing them into any kind of cohesive force would be an exercise in futility, and we would just end up arming exactly the kind of people that stop the sprawl from being pacified. Quite frankly, I would prefer the fat Breton over them. Fawk nods reluctantly. I am inclined to agree with Lord Dagoth. I chuckle. Just Revine will still do, Fawk. There is no sudden need for formalities. He sends me a reserved smile and nods. Torridge seems to be growing more and more anxious as he slowly asks, and the final group. Falk once again brings out a stack of papers and reads them quickly. The final group are the so-called sprawl tyrants, a militaristic group made up of Great War veterans and their families. They call themselves the Brotherhood of Tsin and are led by the one known as the Silent Brother. His growing excitement is soon replaced by barely contained disdain as he reads on. They force others into working in the small mines they managed to discover within the scattered rock formations near the swamp. This also includes older children. Before Torridge can go ballistic, I ask, and do they take good care of their interns? Falk hesitantly nods. Then they are our most likely candidate, I say, and everyone shifts their gaze at me with mixed emotions. I continue staring at the sprawl while giving my explanation. Tsin is said to be he who tests the worthy in Sovngarde, is he not? So they are openly saying that they see this unfortunate situation as a test of their worthiness. Even if they are cruel, I doubt they would dare dishonor the name they chose. Torridge hums in agreement. That is true, but that alone cannot be your only reason for advocating them. You are right, of course. The primary reason I would choose them is that they are a group of war veterans, meaning they would easily understand the need for law and order. I turn back to the rest, also adding to that is the fact that they have a leader who is presumably a Nord veteran whom you could easily justify giving a thanehood to if he decided to help you. And as a final bit of spice in that already delicious-looking stew, they could be excellent recruits for the coming war, meaning good-paying jobs for the residents and a way out of their constant poverty. Ingvar frowns. What do you mean coming war? Fox sighs. Ulfric, boy. Oh. Torridge is silent for some time, now also staring down from the balcony. He quietly asks, and I am to just reward the men and women who forced children to work as you say? I sigh. Personally I would butcher them in any other situation, but in this kind of scenario they would be justified if they actually kept the kids alive and fed. The situation down there is a terrible one and no solution we have on hand will be perfect. Torridge returns to his silence, and we all spend a tense minute waiting for him to come to a decision. He sighs tiredly. After your explanation I would be a fool not to listen. Very well. The Brotherhood of Tsin will be offered royal pardon and patronage in return for their help. He turns to Davos. Is there anything you need from us? I choose this moment to interrupt and hand Davos a scroll that would send out a signal once activated. Once you arrive, and if they are not completely useless, activate this and I will come to negotiate with them. He nods and turns to Torridge. Some kind of identification would be useful, to prove I am who I say I am. Very well. Torridge nods, and signals Falk to give him a sealed scroll. Go with our blessing. Before Davos can slink away I say, you are permitted to recruit agents from the locals and promise rewards to them in my name, just make sure they aren't a waste of space. He almost stumbles at my whimsical de facto promotion, but quickly gathers himself, bows, and leaves the same way he came in. Before we all go about our business, I say after Davos leaves, what is the situation with the Reachmen? Falk once again starts shifting through his stack of parchment and pulls out a scout report. They have retreated into their western mountain caves to spend the winter. Their lack of proper resistance to the harsh cold combined with their abject poverty makes them incapable of attacking with anything larger than skirmish groups. I nod slowly. So they will not be a problem for some months at least. Yes, we have approximately 3 months before the conditions allow them to make any big moves. Falk explains. Torridge sighs. If it isn't one thing then it is another. Falk grunts in agreement. Yes, even when we deal with the forsworn Ulfric remains a thorn in our side. Let us not forget the Thalmor. I say gravely, they could easily be the ones behind most of our current predicaments. Before anyone can respond a thought occurs to me. Speaking of. I pull out a rolled up scroll and hand it to a confused Torridge. He reads through it and scowls before looking at me with a mix of gratitude and annoyance. And you could not have given me this earlier. I shrug. Davos just finished breaking the little shit, and besides you could have done nothing about it even if I gave it to you earlier. Falk looks at Torridge cautiously. What is it? The king merely gives him the scroll and a couple of moments later he joins his legion scowling at me. This is why I hate mages. I hear him mutter. Hey, I resent that. Cibil half yells. As ballsy as always, Falk merely stares at her and smiles lightly. Did I stutter, Stentor? She huffs but doesn't seem offended. Falk turns back to me. The agent revealed his superiors talked about some kind of operation in the west. Do you think it could have something to do with the Reachmen? I hum and nod. Quite frankly, I would be surprised if they weren't somehow involved in it. The Reachmen were always more interested in Markarth than Solitude. Forcing them north must have come with some hefty support, likely in the form of expensive gifts to the cabal of hag ravens that lead them. Torridge cuts in with his scowl deepening further. And you think they might have something to do with the current situation as well? Less likely, I state. They made an attempt only recently and it is not in their nature to rush things. The king nods slowly and sighs. By Talos, I cannot wait for the day when I get to butcher that elven bitch Elenwen. You sure you should be saying that out loud? I smirk. He rolls his eyes. As long as I am not openly against them, they understand very well how resented they are here. I nod. Understandable, and there is no need to worry. I already blew up all their spy familiars before we started this conversation. Falk gapes. They have spy familiars? Cibil and I burst into laughter, realizing that we completely forgot to inform everyone about our little game of whack the bird in the morning. Seriously, if they keep sending them over, my familiar made up of literal fire will manage to get fat. Chapter 106, Chapter Slay Slumming It, Part 1. General POV. A young woman, dirty and covered in mud, was running with all her might through the winding nooks of the sprawl she was forced to grow up in. She cursed the fact that she was in the part closest to the actual city. This area was the absolute worst when you are trying to lose pursuit. A thrown knife whizzed next to her head and she jerked it to the side, eyes meeting with a tall orc looking at her with deep anger. Seeing as she was stuck in her spot, he took a deep breath. Give me the damn bag, kid, I'll only have to beat you if you do. The tall, pale, red-haired Nord responded as you'd expect, with a raised middle finger. Go fuck yourself, green boy, you know damn well why I can't do that. The orc's patient anger turned into glee as he shrugged. I tried diplomacy, thank you for not making it work. As soon as the words left his mouth, another knife left his hand, forcing the young woman to flee once again. She tried weaving through the thin streets of the wooden houses that surrounded the trading company she had just stolen from, but every time she would make a turn, a knife would strike the position she was just in. The green fucker is toying with me. The thought suddenly struck her and panic started setting in. Shit. Fuck. Damn. More and more creative curses screamed in her mind as she threw herself around, slowly feeling all her energy leave her. She made another turn and bumped into something. One quick look quickly informed her that it was more of a someone instead. A shorter, masked, elven figure stood there, a bit of grey skin showing on their arms, outing them as a Dunmer. He, for his gravely voice could only belong to a male, stared down at the young Nord woman and immediately asked, "You know your way around here, kid?" Noticing the opportunity, she nodded her head so quickly she felt like she could break her neck. The Dunmer nodded in satisfaction, but then stilled and pulled out a crossbow that was hanging on his back. He turned back to his new companion and sighed, "Promise me on everything you consider holy that you won't run off after I save your ass." The overenthusiastic nodding continued without pause. Finally, the orc stepped into the alley and stilled upon seeing the Dunmer. He looked him over and grunted, "And who the fuck are you?" The elf shrugged, pointed his weapon, and fired. Now when someone fires a crossbow, you expect to hear the twang of its string and the sound of something being penetrated, maybe a groan of pain or a yelp. What you most assuredly do not expect is the bolt setting the target on fire, making them scream in incredible agony and burning them to ash within seconds. Dear gods, the smell was terrible. The young woman barely forced herself not to vomit as she forced her legs to move when the Dunmer decided they needed to reposition. He walked forcefully, yet with surprising grace, almost flowing past any obstacle instead of vaulting or ducking. After a tense couple of minutes, they reached their destination, a closed-off nook in one of the alleyways. The Dunmer turned to the young woman and crossed his arms after slinging his crossbow behind him. "You got a name, kid?" he asked, not really demanding but still curious. "Mephala," she said slowly. He nodded. Name's Davos, then stared at her ears. Mephala is a rather odd name for a Nord. She groans. Nord of Altmer descent, you want my life story as well, old man? The now identified Davos chuckles. No need for that, kid, still my condolences. The groaning returns as she mutters, why do people always have to think it was rape? Ace Nord interrupts her monologue because the alternative is rarer than a racially tolerant Morrowind Dunmer. He pulls out a piece of jerky and offers it to her. I meant no offense, kid. She grabs it with surprising dexterity and immediately stuffs it into her mouth. Davos gives her a dry look. You do realize that could be poison, right? She snorts and swallows. Oh please, you know damn well there are cheaper ways to knock me out. Fair. He chuckles. Now, you got a place to talk, kid. She nodded and indicated for him to follow her. They walked silently and cautiously through the sprawl, the wooden buildings slowly being replaced by wood frames draped in hides and leathers, and then tents. There were still some normal houses here and there, and one of them was their destination. The dirty sign above the door read, "The House of Cheese." Odd, Davos thought as Mephala led him inside. A light bell chimed when they entered, and an old yet handsome man with silver hair and beard greeted them with a cheerful voice. "Ah, little Minthy, I see you survived your daring little plan." She huffs. My daring little plan was necessary to save Bella's life. Don't be a smart-ass, Uncle Shio. The old man chuckles good-naturedly. I already told you she would be fine, but no. You just had to rush heroically to save your friend. He sighs. How nostalgic. I used to be a hero once as well, you know. Mephala groans and goes to pull Davos inside to talk, but they are stopped by Shio raising a hand. Wait. He points at her. You go ahead, Minthy, I need to ask this one something. She looks between the two of them. Davos calmly says, don't run off after all that, kid, I'll meet you in a bit. And after a nod, she disappears into what seems to be the basement. After a beat of silence, Shio asks with the same cheer and a wide smile on his face, so, little spidery boy, how is Ole Mephi doing? Davos stills and realization strikes him. He remembers one specific joke his boss told him while they were traveling to Solitude. If you ever see a cheese-obsessed man with silver hair, you get the fuck out of there. Even I don't know how to deal with Ole Shio. He thought Shio was some kind of archwizard or something, but if he so casually referred to his new patron. Oh shit. The patient smile never leaves the old man, as Davos slowly and forcefully stammers out, she is doing very well. Oh? Come on, do tell me of her insane escapades. Shio almost gets in his face with his enthusiasm. Davos takes a deep breath, weighs his chances, mentally apologizes to both his bosses, and forces out she recently had her champion ally with Meridia, only to verbally spit into her face days later. The old man, now revealed as the fleshy projection of a Daedric prince, stares at him dumbfounded for a moment, and then breaks out into deranged laughter, tears flowing freely from his eyes as he rolls on the ground. The wave of amusement threatens to overtake Davos' mind, but the same feeling he got when his lady blessed him recently pushes the supernatural need to laugh his ass off just in time. Sheogorath gets up slowly and dusts his pants off. That was hilarious. He pulls something out from below the counter and offers it to Davos. Here, have some cheese. Davos blinks and takes it slowly. Thank you, sir. Shio nods quickly. Yes, all should be enlightened in the way of cheese. His demeanor turns dead serious. Now off with you, I have a business to run. Davos chooses not to comment at the poor choice of venue and leaves as quickly as possible, following wherever Mephala went. Before he closes the hatch, he hears, "Oh, and Spider Boy, don't touch the kids." Not quite understanding the meaning, but definitely understanding his position, Davos nods quickly and gets his ass down the ladder as quickly as his arms and legs can carry him. He finds Mephala feeding some kind of potion to a blonde Nord child. The younger of the two coughs roughly and without a word returns to the state between conscious and unconscious. The red-haired, mostly Nord, gets up and stares at her. Friend? For a while before the sound of Davos clearing his throat interrupts her, he points at a nearby table and she nods without saying anything. They take their seats and she gives him a quizzical look. So, what do you want to know, old man? I am only 40. He grumbles but quickly catches himself. I have a couple of questions about the situation in the entire sprawl and I need to find my way into the Brotherhood of Tsin. He gives her a cold look. You will help me with both these. She crosses her arms under her chest. And why should I help you? I will give you the information for saving me, but no one said anything about help. He chuckles because whatever you fed your friend there isn't going to do shit and you know it, and I know someone who can cure her with the snap of his fingers. Mephala stills and looks down at the floor. What would you even want with the tyrants? He raises a hand to stop her. First tell me about what caused the rioting. You aren't from down here, are you? She asks knowingly and narrows her eyes. What guarantee do I have your friend will help Bella? He rolls his eyes as if I was trying to hide that fact. He straightens up. You have my word as a noble retainer of Morrowind that help will be provided in return for your services. Thankfully boss did give me some autonomy, or I would be signing off my ass right now. Davos thought with great relief. Right. Like that means shit to me. Davos sighs. Look kid, you will just have to trust me on this. She stares at him like he was an idiot. Trust doesn't work down here. He sighs deeply and starts rummaging through his backpack. Nope. Ah. There it is. He pulls out a potion and places it on the table. If you help me I will give you this the moment we are done. She looks at the pristine vial filled with red liquid. And this is an enhanced potion of vitality. It will at least give your friend some time if I do end up breaking my word as you believe I will. Davos says patiently, completely understanding her viewpoint. Mephala stares at the potion like it was some kind of divine item, forcing herself not to try and grab it. She nods. All right, fine. I will help you out. Davos smiles behind his mask. Knew you would see things my way. As if I had a choice in the matter. She mutters and starts her explanation. The riots were caused when the freemen finally decided to cross one of their lines and raid a food stockpile from the massifs. They all butchered each other, which practically left the stockpile in the open for every idiot to try and feast on. She palms her forehead in an attempt to contain her frustration and try to feast. They did, which led to fights, which led to more fights, which led to one idiot throwing a torch into a pile of dung. You get the idea. Davos' lips thinned behind his mask and no one thought to try and calm them down, or establish order. Did the fat man's goons not think to defend their territory? She shrugs. It was on the edge of everyone's territory and no one wanted to waste men to deal with it. A frown mars her face. Less mouths to feed that way. Damn, this is Windhelm all over again. Davos keeps his own frown from showing. Right, and do you think the situation has calmed down? She laughs without any humor. Well, people aren't gutting each other for a loaf of bread anymore, so yes, it has. And looks at him like he is an idiot. Not outwardly reacting, Davos simply hums. Very well, and do you know your way around enough to lead me to the broth? Tyrants. She interrupts, annoyed. You got a problem with them? He asks, fishing for information. She scoffs. Let us just say they are not fond of the fact that I am not in fact a product of rape as they like to believe, and leave it at that. Davos nods. I see they don't like their views being challenged. Will the fact I am Dunmer provoke them? Mephala scratches her chin while looking at him. I don't think so, probably will be complete dicks about it, but I don't think they will gut you without hearing you out. Her eyes narrow. Now will you tell me why you want to find them? There was something about this girl that just made someone want to trust her, to help her out. Davos hadn't noticed it earlier, but now that the thought had struck him he couldn't get it out of his head. He searched his mind for illusion magic as Lord Dagoth had taught him, but there was nothing. I need to deliver a message and set up a meeting with them, is what he settled on saying. She sighed. I guess I am not getting more out of you, am I? He crossed his arms and shrugged. Come with me and you will inevitably find out. She turned to the rest of the room full of bunk beds, mostly empty due to the rest of her friends trying to find work and food, and closed her eyes. Following her gut feeling, she asked, you are here to make this shithole better, right? Davos raised an eyebrow. How do you figure that? Call it a gut feeling. He nodded slowly. Then you have quite the gut, kid. And started getting up. Where are you going? She asked slowly. To complete my job. Mephala sighs, at least let me rest up for a bit. Very well. Davos plops his ass back on the chair, but only if you explain something to me. She raises an eyebrow, and what is that? Oh, I don't know, maybe. Why the fuck you live with Sheogorath? Her eyes widen. What? Chapter 107, Chapter Slay Eath, Slumming It, Part 2. Menthera's eyes widen comically. What did you smoke before coming down here, old man? Davos snorts humorlessly. I've had my dealings with Deirdre, and my boss gave me hints about this specific one. I am 9/10 sure it is the Mad God. A beat of silence passes and she gives him a look of doubt. Why would a Daedric prince waste his time protecting a bunch of orphans? He shrugs. How in oblivion am I supposed to know what passes through the mind of the Mad One? He scratches his chin below his mask. My boss could probably make a guess. I am even less sure what passes through his head most of the time, but he does seem to know a lot more than one can reasonably expect. She rolls her eyes. And who is this boss of yours? Stick around and find out. Davos smirks. She can feel his smug grin behind the mask and lets out an annoyed growl. Realizing that he is most likely doing this on purpose, she takes a deep breath and says, let's just get this over with, old man. Sure thing, kid. Stop calling me that, I am not a child. Mephala scowls. But this only makes Davos more amused. Sure kid, whatever you say, kid. Followed by the grumbling young Nord, Davos skedaddles out of the madhouse the moment he notices Uncle Shio get distracted by a butterfly landing on one of his cheeses. A group of 5 young children wearing rags are on their way back from another day of begging and stealing food. Today's take was quite good, surprisingly, enough for everyone to get a proper meal, so their mood was as jovial as their surroundings would permit. Said mood was ruined rather catastrophically when one of the children, a short blonde lad, toppled over a lying Khajiit on accident. Ugh! He let out a grunt of pain, and the rest rushed to help him up. Before they could get to him, a loud hiss interrupted them, as the Khajiit rose up with surprising speed and stared at them with bloodshot eyes. Are you here to steal Kijar's sugars? Are you? He quickly starts patting himself down and his eyes widen further in a panic. His head snaps back to the terrified children as his sharp claws extend from his paws. Give it back. The young Nord stammers out with tears in his eyes. Wedd didn't he take and nothin'? Lies. The cat man snarls. There is no way Kijar could drink it all in one night. You must have stolen it. The poor child cannot even speak from the fear, and his fellows are all younger than him, making it even worse. The weight of the situation hits him like a horse, and his young Nordic heart beats with the courage of his ancestors as he turns to the rest and yells, run! Before using all of his meager strength to kick the cat man in the groin. His foot lands straight into the delirious Khajiit's privates, making him screech a couple of octaves higher than what he should usually be capable of. Unfortunately, the rest are all still stunned, and any window of escape had long passed as the skooma addict slowly gets up and mutters, vile child, Kijar will rip your throat, and lunges at the boy. He stares at the claws, almost moving in slow motion as his life flashes before his eyes. The panic turns to acceptance and grief when he realizes he will never realize his father's dream of continuing the family trade. And as if the gods themselves were taking pity on him, suddenly a foot crashes straight into the catman's face, knocking him out on the spot and sending his teeth flying. He looks up with tears in his eyes, only to see a familiar face, big sis Mephala. He rushes to her and hugs her leg. Mephala pats the boy's head slowly. It is all right, Rollo, you will be fine. Which just makes him cry harder and hold on to her for dear life. A short Dunmer with a bored posture leaves the nearby shadow and looks at the downed Khajiit with disgust. Why is he still breathing? Mephala gives him an odd look. He is not a threat anymore. Davos scowls behind his mask, only a narrowing of his eyes visible to everyone. He attacked one you call a sibling, and you consider it acceptable to let him live? She rolls her eyes. I obviously have other priorities. Davos nods and shrugs, and without a hint of hesitation slits the Khajiit's throat, immediately proceeding to rummage through his pockets. He finds some bread and hands it to Rollo while ruffling his hair. Good work there, kid, but the next time you should off him while he is down. The young Nord nods enthusiastically while Mephala glares at Davos. Before she can comment, he claps his hand. All right, you saved your little family, now we should be on our way. A young girl, likely an Imperial, asks with innocent curiosity, why are you going with that weird creepy elf, big sis? Davos almost topples onto the ground from the comment, while Mephala gives her adoptive sister a strained smile. He will give me something to help Bella, now off you go. It will be dark soon and you don't want to be outside. The kids quickly scurry off and Mephala once again glares at Davos. What in oblivion are you thinking, killing him in front of children? She hisses while still keeping her voice down. He rolls his eyes. They do not have the luxury of a pleasant childhood. Learning to kill to protect their own will save their lives in the future. She scoffs. And what would a noble retainer of Morrowind such as yourself know about hardship? A dry laugh leaves Davos' throat. I grew up in Windhelm, kid. The Grey Quarter might be better than this place, but it's still just as cutthroat. He sighs in reminiscence. Trust me when I say this, things rarely get better for us slum kids. Better to harden your heart than to get killed by someone who did it first. She seems regretful. Sorry, I just assumed. The apology is stopped by a raised hand. Don't worry about it, kid, I get where you were coming from. He sighs. Let's get moving, I need to get done with this today. As they get moving once again, weaving through the sea of tents and makeshift homes and avoiding anyone in their way, Mephala asks with furrowed brows, why are you in such a rush anyway? Davos grunts as he vaults over another overturned and rotten food cart. The riots rustled some feathers with the higher UPS, they want the sprawl pacified and organized as soon as possible. She lets out a scoff of pure disdain. Yet they were all content to let us rot down here for years. Her companion shakes his head. It isn't like that, kid. The king has been trying to find a way to calm the situation down for years now, but outside pressure like Ulfric's Stormcloak and the Thalmor would constantly block him one way or another. She nods. Even my mother, the Nord, she quickly explains when he sends her a puzzled look, hated Ulfric, always called him a hypocrite. But that doesn't explain what suddenly changed and made the king actually try. A hint of pride can be heard in Davos' voice as he says, it is the work of my lord. He came up with a somewhat risky plan that could have this place secured in days. The way you speak of him, I can't wait to finally meet him. A shiver went down her spine for unknown reasons when she says that. Davos chuckled upon hearing this, pure malice in his voice. Oh, I can't wait either. They proceeded in silence, going deeper and deeper toward the swamps. On their way there they were almost accosted by a group of pissed-off orcs going on a rampage because someone had apparently called Malakath a shitstain and one of them heard about it. This place sure is lively, Davos said sarcastically as they finally got out of range of the massive brawl. Mephala shrugged in defeat at her own hometown's state at, it is Morndas. Davos nods sagely. Morndas is whack, yes. She was about to make another comment but suddenly stopped when they came upon a wooden palisade, built inside of the slums themselves. Davos stared dumbly ahead, completely stunned by the literal walled town built into the sprawl. Mephala spread her arms dramatically. Well, here we are, I present to you the battlements of Tsen. Y'all Nords are fucking weird. Davos mutters tiredly. Dash. Another peaceful day was coming to a close in the fortress of the Brotherhood. Well, they called it a fortress but in truth it was just a walled settlement inside a walled prison people sometimes called a settlement. That didn't bother Bolver none, life was good to him in their little community. Even if he disliked his elder brother's decision to practically enslave a bunch of people, he knew deep down that they were saving their lives. It was after all the duty of the strong to protect the weak in this years-long struggle of theirs, even if some refused to be protected. His peaceful day of leading the gate guards was interrupted when a rather out-of-place looking masked Dunmer approached, followed by, damn, why did it have to be Helga's brat? As the Dunmer closed in on the gates, Bolver pulled out his bow, and pointed it at him without drawing the arrow. Who goes there? The Dunmer slowly pulled out a scroll with a red seal on it that he couldn't quite identify from up there. Name's Davos, retainer of the court. Mage Revine Flametongue, here on royal business with the leader of your band." Balver's eyes almost popped out of his head upon hearing this, and looking at his brothers in arms they were equally stunned. Even the elf's companion looked surprised. Gathering himself he looked at Davos again. "I am guessin' that their scroll is your proof then." The Dunmer nodded, and Balver signalled his brothers to open the gate. As the duo entered Balver waved for them to approach. "I see you finally decided to show you face, Myrna." "It's Minthara, Balver," she responded through gritted teeth. He shook his head but kept further comments to himself. Instead he signalled Davos to show the scroll he was carrying, and it was indeed the royal seal, something he recognized from his soldiering days. Balver nodded in affirmation and signalled for them to follow. As he was led through the settlement, Davos noted that the entire place was an ecosystem of its own, basically not at all connected with the rest of the wider slum. He noticed farms, mines, small fisheries. They were mostly manned by somewhat well-fed adults, but there was a child here and there sharing the hard work. He naturally chose not to comment at this, as it wasn't neither his place, nor truly against his views. When you grow up in the Grey Quarter you learn a lesson rather quickly: you don't work, you don't eat. His inner monologue was interrupted when Balver led them into a longhouse in the center of the settlement. It was all in all a rich Nord landowner's home, looking completely out of place. The well-oiled double doors were opened by guards wearing steel plate, and both of them were ushered inside. As soon as they entered they were blinded momentarily by a large hearth one would usually find in an inn. Once they adjusted their eyes they were met with a tall, bald, bearded Nord seated on a simple throne resembling that of a jarl's seat. All the skin they could see on him was completely covered in scars. Davos thought that the man needed no armor with that much scabbed flesh covering him. Without a word, Balver went to his side and started whispering to him. Several emotions passed through the warrior's eyes as he regarded the new arrivals. Balver cleared his throat. "Allow me to introduce Helm, the silent brother of the Brotherhood of Tsen, and our respected leader." Davos nodded in greeting, while his companion chose not to react. Helm looked at Minthara first, with a mixture of respect and disappointment. Balver nodded at his brother and said, "She is not needed for this conversation, is she?" Davos immediately shook his head and rose a hand to stop Minthara from responding. "She will remain with me if that is no issue to you." "And why is this?" Balver's eyebrow rose. Davos shrugged without a care. "She is currently under my employ." After a long beat of silence Helm nodded and Balver sighed. "Very well. Would you kindly explain what His Royal Highness High King Torage wants with us?" "I am not here to present the terms," Davos said curtly. "I am here to scout the place out, and if I judge you to be adequate for the court mage's plans, I am to invite him for negotiations." Helm narrows his eyes at the elf's audacity and Balver follows. "And are we adequate?" he asks slowly and through gritted teeth. Davos smirks behind his mask. "You will do." The air grows tense, and even Minthara glares at Davos, for different reasons than the rest of course. Helm's narrowed eyes turn into a scowl. He turns to Balver and signals something with his hand. His brother nods and gives Davos a half-lidded stare. "You have done your scouting, and obviously know nothing of respect, so I advise you call for your lord so you don't ruin whatever leniency the King's Seal gave you, elf. We will prepare a proper reception." Davos chuckles and shakes his head. "No need for any preparations, he will be here momentarily." As he says this he pulls out a scroll and activates it. Nothing visibly happens, and everyone looks at him like he was an idiot, but Davos simply stands there completely unbothered. Balver speaks up. "Are you due?" But then a wave of pure dread covers the entire longhouse, making even Helm flinch. "Well, it isn't a heart chamber, but I guess a hearth chamber will do." A deep, terrifying voice reverberates in everyone's ears, as a shadowy figure enters the longhouse next to two shivering guards. Chapter 108, Chapter XLIX, Theatrics. As everyone was forced to stop themselves from cowering due to the sudden feeling, Davos' face twisted into a gleeful smirk. "Serves the arrogant pricks right." The shadows around the imposing figure slowly dissipated, revealing a tall elven figure holding their arms behind their back in a relaxed stance. They wore imposing black robes over light ebony armor, the face covered by a mask of the same metal with 3 spikes spreading at its summit, creating the image of a crown. The only visible feature of the actual person underneath were the twin glowing embers marred by flecks of gold that were their eyes. The entire hall went silent while the Nords were trying to compose themselves. Davos' companion was constantly shifting her gaze between her employer and the new arrival. She was about to ask something, but the figure suddenly stilled when its eyes landed on her, focusing all the supernatural dread on her shoulders. Not a moment later the feeling disappeared, but still left her breathing heavily. The new arrival nodded at her employer and he cleared his throat. All the Nords, now covered in a cold sweat, turned their eyes to Davos, who with all the decorum of a noble retainer spoke, presenting the court mage of solitude and master enchanter of Winterhold, Rivine Flametongue. A beat of silence passed before a deep, rumbling chuckle left the now identified Rivine. Moments later he finally spoke. Now that I have established that there will be no dick measuring here, I hope we can promptly begin planning on how you will serve your king. Bolver quickly shook off the remaining effects of the fear aura and glared, if you think you can come down here and comm. The aura of dread returned full force, slamming into everyone present with an even greater might than before, as the mage's slow chuckle turned into derisive laughter. Let it be known that I would prefer to personally slaughter everyone present for their choice of survival strategies. However, you find yourselves in the unique position of still being useful, so do keep your mouth shut when I speak. He approaches the great hearth, and even its light starts to dim the closer he gets, and stands in front of Helm, his face invisible but his mockery unmistakable, and speaks once more. Your king has seen fit to use you to finally bring peace to this pigsty, and is even prepared to offer a great reward for your honorable service. Helm slowly turns to his brother and signals something. Bolver nods and after a calming gulp asks, while we would be honored to serve the High King, we would inquire as to the nature of these rewards. The mage sighs, pulls out a vial from somewhere, and tosses it to Helm, who catches it on instinct. Drink that. I do not have the patience for your translator bit. Helm goes to drink, but his brother tries to stop him. They share a couple of glances and Helm shrugs and drinks the entire thing in a single gulp. For a moment nothing seems to happen, but then he starts coughing painfully while clutching his throat. Bolver turns to glare at Rivine, but a raised index finger from the mage forces his jaw shut. Helm soon calms down and starts breathing heavily. He lets out a long breath and looks at Rivine with respect. This time, my thanks, court mage. His voice is a raspy thing, like grinding rocks. And if Rivine's entrance didn't stun the gathering brotherhood, the silent brother suddenly speaking certainly did. Bolver stares at his brother with a mix of awe and excitement. Brother, we cannot let him use. A raised hand from his leader interrupts. He is right in treating us like this. As we have dishonored ourselves, and can only seek redemption in the eyes of our fellows. I see you can talk the talk, but can you walk the walk, oh silent brother? The mage questions mockingly. Helm patiently closes his eyes and asks, what does honored Torage require of us? You are to prepare yourselves to assist the king in pacifying the sprawl by taking out the other organizations, and I emphasize only the organizations, controlling the different territories within. For this task, you will be provided the assistance of my retainer Davos, and if there is a need for a grander assault, that of myself. Helm narrows his eyes. So if I am understanding this correctly, you want us to throw ourselves against everyone else in this shithole on our own. Rivine once again lets out a derisive chuckle. I said assist, did I not? Do keep up. He clears his throat. You are to clear out all problematic centers of resistance with utmost speed, at which point the Solitude Guard and Imperial Legion will move in to occupy the positions and ensure order. Bolver scoffs from nearby, still nursing his hurting jawline. So you want us to be fodder then? The others too valuable at? Helm sighs. Brother, be silent. Bulletin. Be silent. As you say. He withdraws. Rivine smirks behind his mask. Even if he is an annoying little shit, your brother does have a point. Why would we need you if we have soldiers? The answer to that is rather simple. He raises a finger. You have knowledge of the area and targets, and another. You are indeed not as valuable as the proper soldiers, and a final third finger. Why in kind's name would Torage offer you a reward if you would not work for it? There are some chuckles among the gathered warriors as Helm nods his agreement. And what is this reward the king is offering, if I may be so bold to ask? You may. The mage drawls. The king offers a pardon for you and any you choose to assist you in this endeavor, barring the more heinous actors, followed by a thanehood of the sprawl to the group I choose to help pacify it. Everyone turns deathly silent after that moment, Helm's eyes threatening to leave his head as he looks at Revine completely dumbfounded. He would make me thane. Revine nods calmly. Indeed, the situation has gone so out of control that we find it preferable for an ingrate such as yourself to be made a noble than to let this continue for a moment longer. As he says this, he feels glares on his back but shrugs them off. Before anyone can respond, Revine clears his throat again, naturally effective immediately. You are to cease all activities that may be considered criminal under the laws of Skyrim. After an hour I will personally summarily execute any and all of your group who disobey this edict. Helm quickly nods and says with loud certainty, spread the word. Some of his subordinates immediately running off to follow his orders. Revine nods, satisfied. I take it you accept the royal request. The scarred Nord snorts humorlessly, as if I would ever forgive myself for missing this chance at redemption. You will find that the life of a noble might bring far more taint than that of a criminal. The court mage states ominously. Helm frowns. I will never falter again. Revine merely shakes his head. As I have said, you can talk the talk. He nods. Yes, of course. Talk is empty. After a beat of silence, the court mage speaks up again. I will go and check in with my retainer now. Do start preparing. We need the sprawl pacified within 2 days. Once you are ready you will inform us where we will be needed most. Helm's eyes widen at the time frame, but he steels his eyes and nods. Revine's POV. I walk by Davos and the young woman, signaling them to follow me. We leave the longhouse and are subjected to a mixture of glaring and grateful looks. I naturally ignore them completely and walk toward the walls. After finding a quiet spot I turn to Davos. Anything interesting besides these ingrates, Davos? He shuffles uncomfortably and shares a look with his companion before turning to me. Apparently, I met Sheogorath. My eyes widen comically. You what? One explanation later. I let out a long sigh. We aren't going anywhere near that house. The Nord woman glares at me. I was promised help for my sister. I shrug and helped she will be. You will bring her with you to the Mage Tower when this is over and done with. Her eyes narrow. That was phrased oddly specifically. Quick, isn't she? I nod without a care. Indeed, you are hereby conscripted into the service of the court mage. Congratulations, Mephala. As she sputters out her refusals, my thoughts drift back to when I first saw her. Flashback, when Revine first entered the hall. As the pitiful brotherhood flinch before my presence, I take my time surveying them. My gaze inevitably ends up on Davos and his hired guide, and for a moment I feel both excited and irritated, for the same feeling of divine power that Potma wielded was housed in the young woman, just that this time it was of a far greater purity even while muted. My eyes narrow and I quickly identify her with my system. Mephala, Myrna, Earlybeard, a Nord woman with Altmer blood, ostracized by her own people for denying their views of her father's race. She is a thief of some skill and surprisingly well read for her upbringing. A hidden power of divine origins shimmers below the surface, waiting to be unleashed when the time is right. A fucking half Nord half Altmer. If that didn't scream main character, I don't know what would. Wait a bloody moment. Earlybeard? Flashback ended. What do you mean I am conscripted? She yells at me. I roll my eyes. It is exactly what I have said. I sense great potential within you and refuse to let it wallow in this filth. Davos gives me a very odd look, almost as if. Davos, if you dare voice what I think, I will throw you down the wall. He stiffens. I wasn't about to say a thing, I swear. Mephala doesn't seem convinced by my impeccable attempt at diplomacy and keeps on seething. Even if I wanted to come with you, which, let me make it perfectly clear, I do not. Her look turns pleading. I can't leave my siblings down here. I let out a snort and give her a dry look. I admit I may have phrased that a tad ominously. What I meant is you will be in my employ, the employ of a royal court mage. That alone should tell you I am doing you a rather large favor. She halts her tirade and blinks, and I will be able to bring my siblings. I scoff, not to the palace of course, but accommodations and some education will be provided to them. She seems stuck between confusion and excitement now that the weight of the situation has finally struck. Her eyes narrow once more. Why are you so insistent on this? I sigh. I will explain it in good time, just know that this goes beyond the both of us. She rolls her eyes. I heard about mages being cryptic, but this is ridiculous. I shrug. As I have said, you are indeed being conscripted into a better life, so cease your petty complaints and make sure you don't get killed in the meantime. That would be inconvenient. She grumbles but is all in all leaning toward being grateful if suspicious. One of the members of the Brotherhood soon approaches us. Sir Mage, Thane Helm has prepared a plan of action and invites you downstairs. I chuckle. Not even finished with his duty and already calling himself Thane, et. The warrior flinches. He didn't do that. We did, sir. Congratulations, you just saved him further humiliation. I snark and wave my hand imperiously. Now lead the way. The sooner we get to work, the sooner I can do something actually fun. Chapter 109, Chapter L, The Night of the Purge. To most residents of the Solitude sprawl, tonight was just another morndays. The morning star chill covered the entirety of the walled district and most busied themselves finding any warmth they could. There were rumors of another Orcish rampage, and apparently, some mage showed up to the Brotherhood to browbeat them or something, but no one really cared. One group, however, was burdened with a task far more important. The Brotherhood of Tsin were all rushing about like their asses were on fire in preparation for the operation, as the grouchy mage that brought the king's edict called it. Most warriors of the Brotherhood didn't know what to think of the imperious elf. On the one hand, he was a complete cunt, something which upon overhearing he merely laughed at, and on the other he came to them like a messenger from Stendarr himself, offering them redemption. Plans were made and allies were called upon, mostly different religious groups and family alliances that banded together to survive the sprawl, but refused to bow to the Brotherhood before today. Naturally, when their leaders were informed of their upcoming liberation, they immediately pledged their meager forces to the king's cause. And so it came to be that close to 1,000 Nord warriors, aided by a number of fighters of lesser repute, charged into the sprawl as one, spreading themselves in a coordinated assault that could only be performed by great war veterans like them. At the same time, a bright explosion of sunlight was launched into the night sky, signaling the king's forces to enter the district and begin the pacification. The first groups fell without much resistance. Only the desperate dared live on the border of the Brotherhood's domain after all. As they either put them to the sword in the case of the unredeemable ones, or captured in most other cases, the Brotherhood soon started facing off against the more numerous groupings. Some freeman leaders led counter-assaults in their fury against the assumed thrall collectors and were cut down. The deeper in they went, the greater the opposition grew. The gangs and bands reacted with surprising alacrity for a bunch of slum dwellers, so much so that some of their leaders were found with a bolt in their eyes or necks where they proved too resistant to the assault. The fighting was soon forced to slow down, as pushing too quickly would result in panic spreading everywhere and ruin the entire point of the operation. Oddly enough, the massives weren't at all reacting. Scouts reported some kind of movement in their territory around the warehouses and cattle pens, but no movement otherwise. Helm took this as an opportunity and redirected his assault into their territory, making a beeline with his own personal honor guard toward the fortified mansion that the Massif himself lived in. He was met with little resistance as he realized that there was infighting happening among the higher UPS of the organization and they were too busy killing each other or pillaging the stores of Skooma. While that was going on, inside an inn that served as the Freemen's headquarters, a meeting of the remaining leaders was taking place. Inside the Free Man's Delight, a tall orc snarled as he pushed a thin-looking Breton onto the floor. I don't care why they are coming, Ignatius, the damn Brotherhood is after us like a bloodhound on a hunt. Ignatius dusts himself off and slowly gets up. Come off it, Zaruk, they are probably running low on food and decided to kill off some of their newbies, or train up the youngsters as Nords call it. An old, balding Nord scoffs in annoyance. Like you Bretons are any better, where does that fatso that keeps kidnapping the kids come from again? Oh shoo! A fist slamming into wood interrupts the Breton as Zarek barely keeps himself from smashing their heads in. Are the two of you dumb fucks retarded? The both of them flinch. We are under attack and you two idiots are still stuck trading barbs. A deep laugh resounds through the whole inn as the shadows in an abandoned corner of the room coalesce into the form of a robed elf. No one dares say a thing as their instincts suddenly scream at them to either flee or submit. The tall mare ceases his laughter and speaks in an almost demonic voice. To think we have reached such a point that an orc would be the sensible one. The leaders collect themselves quickly and Zarek pulls out his mace. And who in oblivion are you, twig? Now that isn't very nice. He shakes his head. I worked really hard for these muscles. He pretends to flex through his robes. Everyone deadpans, even through the aura of fear still pressing onto them. The elf clears his throat. Now I have come here with a lucrative offer for all of you. The orc narrows his eyes. And what is this offer? He spreads his arms, as if about to offer them the world. You all lay down your weapons, surrender your groups to the oncoming brotherhood, and inform me where you keep all your ill-gotten gains. In return, I will not end your pathetic lives. Ha! Zarek snorts. Ha 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 ha. Oh, you are good. The old Nord slowly got up from his seat in what was supposed to look ominous and stoic, but just turned out comical due to the man's age. Young whippersnappers like you think they are the shit these days. His mouth spreads into a toothless grin. I think it is time you were taught a lesson on challenging a mage like me. What? Revine was stunned for a moment. Did he actually not see me enter? A somewhat respectable adept-level blizzard spell forms in the Nord's hand extremely slowly as he cackles like a madman. It took me 2 decades to master this spell, but ever since I did no one dared talk to me like that. You won't be the first. All the freemen hold their breaths. The old man was infamous for freezing everyone who went against him to death, leading to him being on the council even without a group of his own. As the blizzard flew toward the elf who they presumed was stunned by fear, their anticipation grew, only to be completely dashed when with a lazy wave of a hand the raging storm of ice dissipated before even touching its target's robes. There was an amused snort from their guest as he came closer, fully revealing his opulent and dreadful visage to them. He stared down at the trembling Nord, his disappointment palpable to all those present. You were talking all that good shit just a moment ago, and you are telling me that was it? The old Nord stammers. Sorry. No. Revine deadpans. You got me all riled up and that is all you have to offer? It took you longer to master that pathetic thing than I was alive. Wait, wah. A ball of wind and ice form in Revine's hand. Let me show you a proper blizzard. The spell that leaves his hand is close to 4 times the size and power of the one cast by the old man, and he is turned into fine chunks of ice and blood moments later. The frustrated intruder lets out a tired sigh. Anyone else want to embarrass themselves or are we done here? Zarek shares a look with Ignatius and they both quickly nod at each other. The orc scratches the back of his head as he places his mace on the floor. Just leave that there. As all those present quickly follow, the intruder nods in satisfaction. Good. I really have no clue what gave you the idea you could be cheeky with a court mage, but I guess I will be nice and still honor my previous offer. And you didn't think to inform us of that before you butchered poor old Herald, is what people would be shouting at him right now if they didn't value their lives. He claps his hands without a care about their impotent rage. Now, about that loot. Minthera's POV. As Davos shoots yet another idiot in the head, I am left wondering, just what did I get myself into? I could reasonably get out of this if I brought this to Uncle Shio's attention, but do I really have the right to sentence my siblings to rot in the slums due to my paranoia? And would the apparent mad god even care about my plight? Now that I think about it, the court mage might kill me out of spite if his reaction to Shiagaratha's presence is any indication. My trailing thoughts are interrupted by Davos once again signaling me to follow him. We have been trailing Helm and his group for some time now, taking out anyone he missed on his little rampage toward Fat Louis. This entire slaughter seemed pointless to me. How is killing so many people going to make things better? I am about to ask Davos, but the rows of legionaries slowly flowing in behind us with carts of food and followed by priest healers soon gave me my answers. My employer turns to me. Can you climb, kid? I nod quickly and he rushes forward, turning a corner and literally running up the wall of Massif's mansion. What? I shake my head and rush after him after he drops a rope. As I climb up I notice a bunch of bodies surrounding him and a bloodied dagger in his hand. He doesn't react upon being caught in the act and merely signals for me to follow him deeper inside. The assault on the mansion has begun by now. The loud banging tells me that the gates are currently getting smashed and it is only a matter of time before they break in. Why are we in such a rush? I whisper to Davos. He shrugs. Can't have the fatso escaping now, can we? I quickly grunt my agreement. If there is someone in this shithole that deserves to die, it is Lewis. The fighting breaks out in the hallways as we sneak our way into the basement while following the trail of smashed pottery and dropped coins. Davos chuckles. It is almost like an invitation. We round another corner and notice what I think is an ogre for a moment, but turns out to just be an obese Breton, dragging as much gold and other luxuries behind him while sweating like a pig. Davos actually flinches. Dear webweaver, that is disgusting. Webweaver? Is that some kind of Dunmer thing? I frown at the fat man now staring at us fearfully. He speaks in a dead tired voice. Please let me go, I will give you gold. Even his voice sounds fat as he begs. Davos shivers in disgust. You want this one? I am not going anywhere near that. I quickly shake my head. He nods and points his palm at the man. What is he? A gout of fire flows out of Davos' palm and covers the Breton in an instant. The man even squeals like a pig as he dies. This time I do throw up. Sorry about that, kid. I heard Davos say, sounding genuinely apologetic. I cough out the last bit of bile. Couldn't you have just shot him? I hiss, barely holding myself from strangling the cunt. He scratches his head nervously. Ran out of bolts. Noble fucking retainer, my ass. I snort. He simply chuckles. I get up from my kneeling position and turn to him. And since when were you a mage? He gives me an amused look. Boss taught me like a month ago. I blink. He actually teaches magic to his servants. Davos nods. Yet, has a bard brat as his student too, probably you now as well. Why? Why would he teach me anything? He shrugs. You will just have to ask him that. He then mutters, kid's not even 20 and he's already mad like the rest of them, I swear. My eyes widen. He is what? Chapter 110, Chapter Lee, Bringing Order. Torridge's POV. So much death, even with our preparations hundreds still lost their lives. Even as my gut wrenches at the sight of the emaciated refugees currently under the care of the healers we brought, I can't help but question if this all was worth it. Even if deep down I know for certain that we are doing the right thing, I cannot help but wonder how many have lost their lives or families just because I couldn't keep a singular Jarl from pressuring me into hard choices. Sigh. I can already see Revine's mocking grin. Oh, but you are the king, Torridge. You don't have the luxury of mercy, damned smart ass. Why don't you sit in the chair for a day? Move your fat asses. I hear a deep voice from nearby, and turn to see what is going on. Speak of the devil. I see Revine practically kicking dozens of lightly armored people on his own, and they all obey without daring to say a thing. What did he do to them to inspire such fear? He seems to notice me and waves cheerfully, something that looks very jarring when combined with whatever curse he placed on his new helmet. He stands before me and points to those he brought. This bunch have graciously volunteered to help with cleaning the place up in return for their miserable lives. I raise an eyebrow and they are. Oh, just what remains of the Freeman's leadership. He waves it off like it is no big deal and closes in to whisper, their lot seemed alright in a fight, so you could always recruit them as auxiliaries for our later issue. Always scheming, well, at least it is for my benefit. I give him a shallow nod and he pretends to cheer capital. He turns to his prisoners. Now kiddies, you go along and help the good king, I have other things to do. They nod so quickly and enthusiastically I fear some might snap their necks. Revine claps in satisfaction. Good, off I go. Suddenly a nearby shadow seems to grab him and drag him inside of itself and he is gone. I turn to the orc that looks to be the leader of the lot, so I start not really sure what to say. Thankfully the orc saves me from the awkward situation. Just tell us what to do, whatever you want. Just please don't let him anywhere near us again. I think I see a tear of terror in his eye. What in oblivion did he do to them? Revine's POV. A couple of shadow walks later I am standing in front of what I was told was the Massif's mansion. Seriously man, if you are already so rich, why in oblivion did you choose to live here? Could be he pissed off some noble in Daggerfall and was actually hiding down here? A bunch of Brotherhood members leave the house and hold back a flinch when they notice me. I recognize Bolvar among them and ask, did this lot give you much trouble? He seems to be weighing his words, as he is still rather pissed at me. They all fell quickly and easily. Turns out the rioting was actually caused by one of the Fat Pig's lieutenants trying to overthrow him, and the moment the first strike was made all semblance of order broke and they started killing and pillaging from each other. Is what he settles on. I nod. Quite lucky for us. Where is Helm? Currently looking for Lewis himself. He answers quickly, likely wanting me gone as soon as possible. He disappeared off to somewhere, but there is no way in oblivion for him to get out of the slums unnoticed. I wave him off. If you didn't find him in here, then it is likely he is already dead. I told my retainer to make sure none of the big leaders survived. Bolvar gives me a skeptical look. How can you be so sure he can get all of them? Because he is literally blessed by the goddess of stabbing people in the back, is what I think. He is pretty good at his job. Is what I say with a careless shrug. The Nord grumbles in annoyance, but before he can say anything I interrupt him by turning back to the gate. Not long after Davos, followed by a somewhat sick-looking Mentorship, walks out while dragging a bag with him. He notices me and without a care in the world drawls, "Job's done, boss." I look at Bolvar with a smug smile that he cannot see as I was saying. He grunts in annoyance. "Whatever, I am off to find my brother." "I do so hope you didn't dismember the fatso and pack him into that bag, Davos," I say as the Nords leave. He rolls his eyes. "I am not a Boethian, boss. It's just loot that the idiot thought to run off with." I blink neat. I turn to Mentorship. "Why do you look like you went on a date with the local Skumastache?" She was stuck giving me an odd and confused look, and my question seems to wake her up while she shakes her head back into focus and points an annoyed hand at Davos. "Oh, it's just that your man here decided to burn a man with the weight of 5 other men to death because he forgot to restock on bolts." I send Davos a disgusted look. "Ugh, the burning fat must have smelt disgusting." Davos nods instead of refuting me and looks into the distance with dead eyes. He even squealed like a pig. Mentorship kicks him in the leg. "Stop reminding me of that asshole." And then points an accusing finger at me. "You." My left eyebrow goes up. "Me? You?" She seems unsure of what to say. "Ahoy." I drawl. "You aren't old," is what she settles on. "And that is relevant, how? Where is she even going with this? So I was right." She nods to herself. "You are just some young mage abusing your power to steal me away for your desires." I give Davos a questioning look, but he merely whistles while looking away. I turn back to Mentorship. "That is quite some self-confidence you have." Whatever tirade she was about to go on gets stopped in its tracks. "Wah." Besides, I interrupt. "I am already entangled with someone else." Davos snorts. "Entangled," he says. "I can barely sleep these days." "Acting in respectful mutual courtship." I correct him with a drawl. "Courting death more like." He snips with a chuckle. As the words leave his mouth, I still don't ever use those words again. I say as flashbacks assault my ravaged mind. Boss. Just don't." "All right. Whatever you say, boss." He nods while still giving me an odd look. "And Davos," I add, "we really are going to need to talk about you discussing my private affairs in the presence of others. The next time you blurt out something like this, you will be taking Scorch on walks." My vassal gulps in fear while Mentorship sighs to herself and mutters quietly, "Never mind, if I am forgotten so easily, maybe my purity is safe." She turns to me. "Who is Scorch anyway?" Before I can answer, my glorious hawkboy appears on my shoulder in his shrunk form, having learned to adjust his size somewhat over time. "Yo." The bird caws. Mephala blinks a couple of times, completely stunned. What are you looking at, Nord? He sniffs at her. Ugh, even worse. A mongrel dog of the Empire. I barely hold back a laugh. Wah! Indeed it is I, the Great Scorch. You should be in awe. He bobs his head cutely. You are without words to describe your joy, I know. At least you are respectful to your betters. You are right, it is truly the difference between night and day. Your life before this meeting was one of darkness, but now my radiant resplendence has infinitely improved it. Is he imitating Meridia just to piss me off? He stares at the stunned Mephala and nods to himself. Good, I accept you as my first follower. I know it is an honor to meet me and you want to spend your years in worship, but I must go now. And disappears back into my magica just in time to avoid my smack. Cheeky little shit, I mutter with a smile. Mephala blinks her eyes quickly and even smacks herself. What was that? She asks me in a voice that was almost manic. That was Scorch. I drawl. I notice the tiniest flinch at the name. Not even 2 minutes and he already traumatized her, ha. She palms her forehead. I don't think I will ever forget the name. What I mean is why a bird is on fire and able to talk. Oh, he is my familiar. I say simply. She seems to be waiting for me to elaborate, but I shrug. There you go, another reason for you to show up in my tower tomorrow. She sighs and nods. Fine, I guess I will stay a while after you heal Bella. I let out a short laugh. It is cute that you think there is a choice. See you. She almost seems to stammer in embarrassment, but then she computes the rest of my sentence and glares at me. Fuck you. You wish. A shriek of pure fury leaves her, almost releasing the tiniest spark of Thursday with it. Boss, maybe don't piss off the new recruit. Davos suggests carefully. Don't ruin my fun. I say calmly. He sigh. I just don't think that I give you enough time alone with Scorch. I say with a chilling smile he cannot see. He gulps. Never mind. General POV. The reordering of the sprawl amazingly took only 1 day. The combination of luck, assassination, and good old Nordic violence brought the place to order with minimal casualties. The Legion and Solitude Guard quickly got to work making sure that there was no great unrest, and any rabble-rousers were quickly caught and forced to help with repairing the houses and with the construction of new ones. Naturally, merely retaking the sprawl was not enough. Fixing the entire situation would take months if not an entire year, as there were simply far too many people to feed and employ. A meeting of the council, now joined by Helm who felt very out of place, was called. Ideas were presented, shouting was had, snarky elves humiliated profiteering blonde Nords, and as the steward ended up browbeating everyone into order, the final plans were drafted. With some budget finagling and cuts to non-essential spending, it was decided that a couple of new villages would be founded around the main road between Solitude and the rest of Skyrim, with the king offering to temporarily employ the large workforce in helping the surrounding settlements with whatever they needed and assisting in constructing roads and repairing fortifications. That last bit was recommended by the younger court mage, who assured everyone that this would inevitably enrich the entire hold. Speaking of the younger mage, once he removed his mask and Helm saw what was behind it, the poor Nord almost lost his eyes as they tried to escape his face. The Legion also graciously accepted many new recruits from the sprawl, and any fools who thought they would get to resume their brutish lifestyle in the fancier guard were quickly taught the harsh lessons of discipline and order by the veteran legate. Torridge looked like he had aged a decade over the course of the meeting. Having to discuss the dead and wounded really brought his spirits down. Luckily a letter arrived from one Herald Fairhair actually praising him for his efforts, which seemed to instantly rejuvenate the young man. Naturally, his new motivation was turned into red-faced embarrassment once Revine learned of this and voiced his thoughts aloud for everyone to hear. Finally, peace was achieved in Solitude, for now. Chapter 111, Chapter Lee, A Pleasant Morning. Revine's POV. I awaken with a tired yawn. The meeting yesterday took almost the entire night and I only got a good hour of sleep. Thankfully I am not quite your usual mortal, so I wouldn't have to spend the entire day feeling drowsy. With a flick of my hand, I levitate myself up from my bed and go to grab my clothes. Maybe I should soulbind them as well? Nah, that would be way too lazy even for me. After making sure I looked presentable, I make my way toward Cibil's room with a cheerful whistle tune leaving my mouth. I knock a couple of times and hear a come in. As I enter I can smell paint, and a somewhat disheveled Cibil leaves a different room with her hands stained in said paint. She notices me staring and looks away for a moment, but then refocuses and gives me a smile. Why, good morning Rivine, here to invite me for a walk I take it. I raise an eyebrow and give her a wry smile. Not to be an ass, but you look like you need sleep more than a walk. She blinks a couple of times and looks herself over, then sighs. I may have gotten a tiny bit carried away last night. Got a stroke of inspiration? I ask, genuinely curious. Once again she looks away for a moment, almost as if uncomfortable, and once again she quickly catches herself. I guess you could say that. She smirks. Now, unless you are here to join me, I am going to go and clean myself up. I shake my head. You go on ahead, I will cook something up. Her smile brightens and she leaves. Good, soon you too shall be addicted to caffeine. Wait, can vampires even get addicted to anything but blood? Definitely something to experiment with in the future. I get to work and she joins me after a while, now looking like she didn't spend the entire night either listening to Erikur or painting something with her face. We spend a leisurely morning chatting about yesterday's events and making mocking comments about Helm. The man was a pretty good warrior, but a noble he most assuredly was not. When I finally got to mention the part where Sheogorath was there, she merely gave me a long dry look and pulled out a bottle of something far stronger than coffee. As I was about to get to the part where I recruited Mephala, we heard a knock at the door. And lo and behold, there stood Davos, looking like I pissed in his morning beer but still managing not to glare at me. Davos. Boss. The less whiny servant. Be cough, miss. What was that? Cibil's eyes narrow. I raise a placating hand and look at my vassal. What is it, Davos? He sighs. I have to ask, did you really have to send me back to the cheese merchant's house? Cibil snorts. Why, of course I did. I say cheerfully. Davos takes a deep breath. I literally just sat there the entire night being stared at by the mad god while he raved about drowning the dragons in mozzarella. I hold back a laugh. So nothing happened to your charge? He nods. Nope, apparently there were some rumors about those who dared annoy Uncle Shio. Word is they all turned up dismembered in random people's beds. As he explains, his voice turns more and more dead. And you had me spend the night in that creature's presence. He narrows his eyes. I can tolerate a lot of shit, boss, but this is getting out of hand. I nod slowly. Understandable. You can take a week off if you like, and I swear to explain my reasoning for sending you there sometime soon. He sighs. Thanks, boss, and sorry for complaining. No, no. I wave him off. I kind of did take your service for granted. You can go do whatever when you bring Mephala and her sister. He gives me a grateful nod. That was the second thing. They are waiting downstairs in one of the garden pavilions. I turn to Cibil. Want to help me out with healing some random slum girl? She gives me a dry look and huffs. Fine, it's not like I was enjoying just sitting here spending my time with you, might as well stop that for some random peasant. I chuckle. But you are mistaken, my lady. For is it not far more interesting to spend time together and practice our venerable craft at the same time? She sighs. Very well, I have been convinced. Lead the way, good sir. We share a chuckle and follow a somewhat dumbfounded Davos downstairs. Minthera's POV. Where in oblivion is he? I think as I frantically pace around the uncomfortably clean and beautiful gardens, while receiving confused looks from the nearby guards. Bella is laying down on one of the benches sleeping peacefully. A gardener arrives and gives me a very odd look before turning to the guardsmen, who quickly inform him about it being court mage business. He leaves while grumbling about disrespectful youngsters ruining his work. I barely contain an amused snort at this. Soon there is a commotion and Davos, whose face I finally saw last night, leads two very well-dressed individuals toward me. One is a tall Breton woman with dark brown hair, wearing a beautiful yet functional black and red dress. Her most striking detail, however, were the almost glowing red eyes, since when do Bretons have red eyes? The other person I notice is an even taller Dunmer with long black hair and a scar across the left side of his face, his eyes of red and gold focusing intensely on me. "I see you managed not to get murdered, Mephala." A voice pleasantly calm yet still inured with the usual gravely traits of the Dunmer leaves the elf's mouth. I blink. "Do I know you?" He chuckles, and in the blink of an eye his clothes are replaced with armor and robes, and that same crown I saw yesterday now sits on his head. As his robes appear, his voice switches from being calm to being dark and terrifying. "This jog your memory." Everyone, including myself, flinches on instinct. The woman, who I presume is the other court mage, glares at her colleague and kicks him in the leg, not caring one bit about the armor. I was expecting her to flinch away in pain, to start cursing at herself for being an idiot. What I was most assuredly not expecting was for the damn elf to flinch away in pain while she smiled smugly at him. Gods damn it, woman, can't a mayor have his fun sometimes? His crown disappears as he clutches his leg. She giggles into her hand. "Maybe next time make sure not to hit me with your aura, I don't like even the remnants of that filthy soul anywhere near me." His glare lessens fine, and as if nothing at all just happened he turns to me with that same relaxed cheer he carried with him before he almost got his leg kicked off. "Now where were we?" I deadpan. "You were going to heal my sister and make sure all my siblings had somewhere to live." He nods sagely. "Indeed I was." The other mage gives him a strange look. "I didn't know you were opening a charity ravine." He shrugs and waves her off. "Even if I was about to do that, you know damn well I could feed a small hold and still have money left over to arm its guards." I clear my throat forcefully. He turns to me as if he forgot I was there. "Ah yes, little dying peasant girl." He claps his hands, completely ignoring my glare. "Let's get to it then." The two mages take their time looking over Bella. They mutter something between each other and soon share a nod. The woman casts some kind of green spell at her, followed by a rose-ish red one, then a blood-red circle appears around her hand as she yanks it back, forcing blackish blood to rush out of Bella's mouth in amounts that seemed far above what I consider healthy. I am about to rush at her, to stop her from whatever she was doing, but a hand grabs my shoulder and I turn to see Davos shaking his head. "Just be patient, kid. They might be completely loony, but hey, know what they are doing." I take a deep breath and nod, turning back to the mages just in time to see that damned flaming bird appear again, and both him and his master start casting bright golden healing magic. For a moment I feared he might be hurting her with all that power, but the color returning to her pale skin soon calmed my worries. After a while the veritable storm of magic stopped and they shared a nod. The Dunmer, while wiping his hands in satisfaction, approached me and started explaining with surprising seriousness she had a growth in her lungs that kept slowly destroying them. Honestly, I am not sure how she survived up to this point. My thoughts drift to all the times I stole potions from the traders as a small smile forces its way onto my face. He continues. "So Cibil had to basically rip it out of her with blood magic while I regenerated her into a state where it would not be a problem again." I blink at the information, but he gives me no chance to ask questions as he closes in and gives me a serious look. "Now I want you to know that that kind of procedure is usually reserved only for the nobility." I gulp. I see where this is going. He sighs. "Now I am not going to force the issue, I just wanted you to know that I did you quite the service just now, so all I ask is a bit of trust and patience from you." He smiles. "That fair?" I nod dumbly. He claps his hands capital. And looks at Davos. "Can you please get Ingvar to assign her lot some place to live? Tell him I have no problems with paying." Davos sighs and mumbles. "Free week my ass." "Oh come on, it's just a short trip." The mage pouts, actually pouts. Yeah, boss." Davos turns to me. "Come on kid, let's go get your lot sorted." Before I can ask about Bella, the court mage waves to the guards. "Come on lads, help the young lady on her way." One of the guards gives a shallow bow and speaks with surprising amounts of respect. "As you say, flame tongue." Immediately he and his colleague pick Bella up and form up behind us. What did he do to earn such respect from my people? Who is this mayor? And most importantly, what in oblivion does he want with me? Chapter 112, Chapter LIII, Apprentice. Minthara's POV. As Davos, followed by a couple of palace guards, goes to ensure that my siblings are taken care of, I find myself walking through the halls of the Blue Palace aimlessly, still stunned by the sudden changes in my life and the ease with which the nobility can decide to bring said changes. I am not foolish enough to believe that they should all suddenly start giving out their wealth randomly. I was raised to be smarter than that, but the way the palace's steward merely shrugged his shoulders and wrote up a writ for apprenticeships for all of my siblings left me completely stunned. At least they now had a future, something I wasn't so sure I had myself. Even if he didn't ask for it, I already owed that damned elf way too much. So I better get on with it then. I make my way back to the gardens and notice that most of the guards are gone, while the two mages are still at the pavilion talking animatedly about something. My curiosity gets the better of me and I walk quietly while making sure I am out of their line of sight. Just when their words are about to become intelligible, the flaming head of a bird pops out of the nearby bush, somehow not setting it on fire, and suddenly stops as its eyes meet mine. Ah, my first follower. The bird chirps loudly. I knew you would find your way to me again. Divines have mercy. Scorch, what are you doing in the damned bushes? The annoyed voice of the so-called flame tongue breaks our little stare down. Oh shoot. The bird flinches. Well, off I go. And with an insane burst of speed it flies away toward the wizard's tower. I turn to see the court mage duo giving me amused looks. I am really going to need to teach the little shit some discipline. The elf mutters, annoyed. His partner giggles. Isn't your familiar made directly from your soul? He sighs. Yes, and I know how annoying I was as a child. This world cannot deal with two of me. Well then maybe you shouldn't be letting him out so much. She looks at me and her lips twist into a thin line. It appears your next pet project has just arrived. Well then, I am off to listen to Erikur and Bryling bicker for the 100th time today. He chuckles and throws his hands up dramatically. Oh, woe is me that I cannot accompany you to such a riveting experience. The Breton lets out an amused breath and leaves while shaking her head. Flame Tongue turns back to me. Come on then, might as well get started early. And signals for me to follow. Start what exactly? I ask cautiously while falling in behind him. Why, your education, of course. He grins. I blink. Why would you even bother with educating me on anything? He turns his head back my way. I did tell you I recruited you for your potential, right? My eyes narrow. Yes, and I, like any other sensible street rat, call bullshit. He giggles, actually giggles. Hat, a street rat. Almost as if considering some personal joke. Are you going to tell me what you want from me or not? I ask again, a bit more forcefully this time. He stops and takes a deep breath. I will explain everything once you are skilled enough in combat. Explaining anything at the moment would be counterproductive. Groan. Why do you insist on continuing this mysterious act? You want something from me, so just tell me already. He sighs. I already told you, I want you to learn from me. That is all. But for what reason? I insist. He tilts his head to the side. Does it really matter? Of course it does. Is he kidding? He cups his chin between his fingers. But does it truly? I already helped you, and I am offering you the opportunity of a lifetime. His eyes narrow. I have been exceedingly tolerant and patient with you, even after already helping you immensely, so for the last tribunal damned time, be fucking patient. As he speaks, a bit of his magical presence leaks out, and even to my untrained senses it feels like a mountain is looking down at me. My knees shake and I nod quickly, hoping the feeling would go away. And so it does, as if it was never there. Right. He drawls, much less humor in his voice this time. Follow me and we shall begin. He leads me toward the Mage Tower, but instead of entering it we move behind it to a small courtyard overlooking the giant cliff the palace was built on, there were multiple damaged targets and a couple of ornate standing tables dispersed haphazardly around it. As we enter, he spreads his arms welcomingly. This shall be your home away from home for the following months. I will teach you how to sling spells like the best of them, and someone else will get around to teaching you how to fight. Speaking of, do you have a preferred weapon? I blink. This is all moving way too fast. I know how to use a dagger? Maybe an axe. He nods to himself. We will have you try everything and see what sticks then. As he says this, he claps his hands. Now for the fun bit, what do you know of magic? I can set a small fire. I say uncomfortably. Once again he nods, this time in satisfaction. Good, I won't have to go through the tedium of teaching you how to use your magicka. His eyes glow as he looks at me. Speaking off, apparently your Altmer blood is good for something at least. You have a bit more than your usual novice, I would say. I hold back a groan. He pulls out a book from somewhere and starts flipping through it. I hear him mutter something about an aromantic affinity, but that is all I get before he slams the tome shut and turns his attention back to me. I will give you the choice of what you want to start with. Nords are usually quite capable with ice magic, but you seem to have a good connection with the wines as well. How do you know that? I cannot help but ask. He shrugs. I guess I don't mind you knowing, I can quite literally see magic. I blink. That must be handy. A bark of amused laughter leaves him as he pretends to wipe a tear. Handy, she says. Girl, it is a literal cheat. He shakes his head. Not that it matters to you anyways. So what will it be, wind or ice? I shift uncomfortably. What do I choose? Is this some kind of hidden test? Is wine supposed to be rare? Or should I choose the easier thing? Revine's POV. Ha! The way she is shifting around like she is making some kind of great life decision. It seems I have a replacement for Davos while he goes and drinks and whores himself to an early grave with his righteously liberated plunder. A minute later and she is still overthinking it. Yet, now it's just sad. I sigh. Just tell me what you think is cooler. She stops abruptly and blurts out wind. I nod slowly. Wind it is. Very well, take a seat. I point to the grass and she slowly does so. Now what I want you to do. I go on to explain the most basic intricacies of wind magic and the alteration school. She seems to get most of it, but some information still flies over her head. Naturally, as one would expect of someone of her rather venerable line, not even half an hour later a small gust of wind leaves her hand. Her face is covered in sweat and her cheap clothes reek even worse than when she arrived first, but a radiant smile adorns her face. As she actually manages to cast the spell, a girlish squeal of joy leaves her mouth. Catching herself, she abruptly turns to my amused gaze and flinches as if struck. You heard nothing. I slowly shake my head, a bit of pity in my eyes. I have burned into my memory. No. She whines. I roll my eyes. Nothing embarrassing about celebrating your first step to greatness. I say patiently. She nods slowly. I guess. The sound of steps interrupts any further conversation as a very battered-looking Marco enters the courtyard. Failed to seduce an orc brat? I ask with a shit-eating grin. He groans. Not you too. I shrug. If you didn't want to get mocked, then you shouldn't come here looking like you went on a date with the entire local giant population. His groan almost turns into a whine and he looks at the tired Mephala. As their eyes meet, they share a look that only mutual victims might. He turns back to me. Who is the slum rat? I ask. Mephala glares at Marco, just as planned. He flinches. Don't put words in my mouth. He takes a calming breath. I meant to ask who she was. Oh, just my new apprentice. I say plainly. Instead of showing any kind of jealousy or competitiveness, he turns to Mephala, bows, and mutters a prayer to Arche. I hold back a snort as Mephala gives him a look of pure despair. Now what were you here for, Marco? I remember quite vividly telling you there would be no lessons today. I ask after a moment of silence. He waves his rather heavily bruised hands around. Could you please heal me? Perhaps. I say slowly, but first you must tell me what kind of monster you tried to bed to end up in such a state. A deep, tired sigh leaves his throat. I tried to help out in the slums. And let me guess. I interrupt. You said something incredibly stupid that sounded mildly heroic to you at that moment and insulted someone who had a very bad day. He blinks. How? I have known you for longer than a day. I preempt the question. His shoulders slump. Yet, you are right. I scratch my chin. Show me your progress with bardic casting and I will think about it. Minthara's POV. The Altmer blinks at his teachers. Command, could you not heal me first? He almost whines. Flametongue merely laughs. If you want to be worth anything in a fight, casting while tired or wounded is a must. Marco narrows his eyes. You just want to see me suffer. He says accusingly. Without missing a beat his teacher responds yes. With a nod to himself and a mutter of why did I even ask? He pulls out a lute and turns to a target. He takes a deep breath and strums to string, causing sparks of magic to form between his fingers, and with a yell he launches what looks like a wall of pure force at one of the targets, ripping it at places but not destroying it. Again. Flametongue commands sternly. Marco takes a deep breath and repeats the spell. Again. His teacher's tone doesn't change. A lot more tired now, Marco casts the spell once more. And once more a cold voice commands again. He makes him repeat the process 20 more times before he is satisfied. With a lazy wave of his hand, a wave of gold washes over Marco and he looks as good as new, if you don't count the sweat coming off of his everything, that is. Without giving the Altmer any time to compose himself, his teacher speaks. Your channeling has improved but the volume is still too little, you should practice more. Marco simply falls to the ground. Why not just enchant my lute as you said you could? He mutters. Because that would defeat the point of the exercise. His tone turns from cold to lecturing. If you are assisted by enchantments at the early stages of your magic training, you get too used to the boons they offer and end up almost incapable without them. Marco nods tiredly from his position on the ground. Yet, I get it. Then stop whining about it, brat. His teacher snarks, and then turns to me and you. His eyes stare at me intently. First, good work. The intense gaze suddenly shifts to an amused 1 second, you need a bath and some new clothes. I won't have my apprentice look like a damned street rat. And without waiting for any response he starts walking to the tower. I share one last suffering look with Marco and follow behind my new boss. I take a sneaky look at his face and note against my will that he seems rather handsome with his sharp and noble features. This would have been just like the stories if he wasn't such an annoying prat. Stop hobbling like I beat you to death and get moving. He drawls. Definitely a prat. Chapter 113, Chapter Live, Students' Woes. Minthara's POV. I leave the clothes shop feeling far more dead inside than when I first arrived. Glancing at my boss? Master? I am not sure actually. I note that he is as relaxed as when we first arrived. I cannot help but ask cautiously, is she always such a complete and utter bitch to everyone and anyone? He quips cheerfully and waves me off. Don't worry, she wasn't being an ass due to your heritage, she is just a very sour old woman who probably needs a proper lay before she goes insane. I blink rapidly and after a moment narrow my eyes. And why was she so respectful to you? Why, that is because I give her money, is his immediate and dry answer. Well, he isn't wrong. Revine's POV. I whistle cheerfully as I lead my newest to cough student back to the tower. She is definitely dead tired, but there is an almost supernatural determination in her eyes as she forces herself not to appear weak or whiny. Least I could expect of a bloody demigod, I guess. That determination naturally cracks the moment she notices just how many bloody stares await us. She sends me a pleading, desperate look, but my relaxed smirk merely widens, showing my ritual-twisted canines. I do have to admit I almost felt sorry for her when she noticed me levitating slightly above the steps, so I decided to be merciful and levitated her as well, eliciting a relaxed yawn the moment I lifted her. I shake my hand lazily, making her jerk around in the air while letting out a surprised yelp. No sleeping just yet, I have a couple more things to show you. She groans. Fine, just stug. I still my hand and continue walking up. Soon we reach the peak and I enter one of the empty rooms. After levitating her down carefully, I say, this will be your home during your stay. It is usually reserved for court mages, but I believe Torage will grant me enough leeway for you to remain here. She stands up and dusts off her new clothes while looking around, and immediately gapes, completely stunned. This her head snaps my way. All my siblings could live here, she says excitedly. No, I say firmly. Bulletin. No, I repeat, with greater force. We do actually do some serious work up here, and a bunch of children would not be acceptable. I shrug. Besides, I am already pushing on Cibil's patience by letting you stay here. She looks away, a bit ashamed at asking too much too quickly, and asks, that is the name of your colleague? I nod. She doesn't seem to like me, does she? She asks carefully. I wave her off. She is just a bit grouchy. Your arrival interrupted our morning. Don't worry, she won't eat you. Probably. Ah, well, that is good. Her eyes snap to mine. Wait, what do you mean probably? I smile mysteriously. Let us hope you never get to find out. And before she can press, now for the last thing, follow me. I leave without waiting for a response and soon hear steps fall in behind me. I lead her to my own chambers and almost facepalm when I realize I completely forgot to clean the place up. Across the entire place lay strewn about a bunch of Dwemer animonculous parts of my own creation, a large metal bow with an equally metal string being the most eye-catching among them. What is all of this? My student asks. Not relevant right now, I say while moving a couple of parts off the spell circle in the middle of the room. The story behind those bits is a long and interesting one, so I will leave it for when we have time for a longer chat. She seems satisfied by this and tilts her head while examining everything. I dust off my hands after I am done and offer my right to her. Take my hand, please. She gives me a suspicious look, but after a moment does as asked. Oh, and I should mention. A wicked grin spreads on my face as I activate the spell. You really should not have eaten that street meat. She only has time for her eyes to widen comically as the space around us twists around itself and launches us across the province. One moment we are atop the Blue Palace, and the next we are in my mansion in Winterhold. I feel a bit woozy, but I already got used to the feeling, so it isn't nearly as bad as the first time. Mephala, on the other hand, has fallen unconscious. Fuck. Alright, the time for joking around is over. I quickly cast a couple of restoration spells on her and slap her lightly a couple of times to wake her up. Her eyes slowly open and she blinks rapidly. You all right there? Go fuck yourself, she says in a tired tone as she glares at me. I wince. Yeah, I probably deserve that. I raise my hands placatingly. Don't worry, I've had my fun for now. Minthara's POV. Did he recruit me merely to torment me? Seriously? I already said I was sorry. He grumbles and suddenly halts. Ah, yes. He nods to himself and pulls out a vial from somewhere, and offers it to me. Is he trying to humiliate me again? I give him a skeptical look. He rolls his eyes. Just drink it, it is a potent stamina potion that should get you on your feet after all that. Throwing potions around just like that. Sigh, not much of a choice, I guess. I grab the vial and gulp it down, immediately feeling refreshed like I had a long night of sleep. He nods to himself. Good, follow me. And once again leaves without a care. I really want to punch him in the face, but remembering how he stood before an entire band of Nords without flinching stops any of those ideas in their infancy. He leads me outside and I finally notice that we are in a very different place. Most notably, the moment we step outside, the cold feels far harsher on my skin than it does in solitude. I turn to Revine and ask, where are we? He smirks. Winterhold. My eyes widen. Wi Winterhold. I hiss, how in oblivion are we on the other end of Skyrim? His smirk remains. You will learn, if you are willing. Annoying little. Why are we here? I wish to show you another aspect of your study under me, and I thought I might as well check on my workers. Your workers. He nods proudly and points toward a rather large wealthy-looking building, Seacoast's Respite, one of the most luxurious inns and bathhouses in Skyrim, founded and funded by yours truly. Speaking of, he pipes up suddenly, we might as well go and grab a meal while we are here. He leads me toward the building, passing by multiple Dunmer, who upon seeing him bow respectfully as he hails them all by name. At least he isn't a dickhead to his workers. And what follows next is the best divine's damned meal I've ever had, all manner of meats and cheeses with wine imported from who knows where. And he just chose to have this kind of thing casually. I know it is his place, but still. He notices my discomfort and sighs. You shouldn't let your past hold you back from enjoying your newfound fortune. My left eyebrow goes up. Your fortune, you mean? He scoffs. So please, you will become a respectable mage under my tutelage within a year tops, meaning that this kind of meal will be the norm, not whatever celebratory exception you may be picturing. Bulletin, I go to explain myself, but he raises a hand. But nothing. He frowns. You should accept that you have been given an opportunity to rise above whatever unfortunate past you were saddled with. Don't let it hold you down and grasp your new life with both hands. I want to refute his words, but his stern look stops me in my tracks. I shake my head. He probably already knows whatever foolishness I was about to say and would just consider it childish whining. Chin up, Mephala, you are more mature than this. He seems to notice my understanding and nods to himself. Now that we are nice and rested, it is time for the final lesson of the day. We walk out of the establishment, with him receiving respectful and cheerful greetings from the residents and even salutes from the guardsmen, and myself receiving looks of curiosity and jealousy. I am led through a gate and we soon leave the city. Where are we headed? I cannot help but ask. Just around the corner there. He points at a small hill in the distance. Soon we are standing above an icy cliff face. Rivine takes a deep breath as a peaceful smile spreads on his face. Can you feel it? He asks in a tone lacking all his previous playfulness or mockery. Feel what? I frown in confusion. Just breathe. His voice itself is as peaceful as his expression. All right. I guess I can try? I close my eyes and take a deep breath, and suddenly, almost as if caressing me, the wind slows down around me and I almost feel like it warmed the air just to make me more comfortable. I flinch away in a panic and look around frantically. What just happened? I blurt out. Rivine laughs at my reaction, but there is relief in his eyes. Good, you can feel it. Fell what? Why, Kind's breath, of course. He smirks. What is he on about? My eyes narrow. I didn't take you for a priest. I am too handsome to be a priest. He says without a hint of shame. My eye twitches. Before I can ask again, he raises a hand. Did you ever wonder why they call me Flame Tongue? I frown and hold back an eye roll. What does your honor name have to do with Kind's breath? Everything. He states and turns his gaze to the cliff face. Allow me to demonstrate. He takes a deep breath. The feeling of the wind caressing the both of us intensifies as his eyes snap open and he shouts YOL. And a massive wave of searing flames explodes outwards, melting all of the snow around us. Rivine's POV. Even without wearing it, Potma's soul comes in clutch. I smile at my progress in the Thursday and finally start considering using full shouts, as middle words are usually just there to balance the power and not enhance it. It should be possible with my crown. I hear a breath hitching to my side. Ah yes, the infantile demigod. I turn my eyes to her and before I can say anything she blurts out, what the fuck? How in the hell can you use the Thursday Good, she heard of it at least. I smirk. That doesn't really matter. Her eyes narrow in irritation. What does matter, however, is that I am going to teach you how to do it. And for the first time since I have met her, I notice a new kind of expression in her eyes. Greed. Chapter 114, Chapter LV, The Flight of Time. After I managed to calm down the now incredibly excited demigod, we made our way back to the portal in my house. I made sure to grab a bunch of lower-level tomes from my personal library for my students and also visited the college to buy copies of a couple higher-level destruction magic tomes for my own studies. We would likely be facing small armies soon, and having some larger-scale spells than a mere fireball in my pocket would definitely come in handy. Now that I think about it, I should also learn some less destructive combat magic so I can preserve corpses for my shadow binding. Maybe that strangling spell isn't such a waste after all. After we teleport back to Solitude, I made sure Mephala wasn't knocked out again and led her to her room. She seemed content to rest for now, but I sensed a threat in her tone when she asked that I don't dare be late in teaching her about the voice. My wicked grin and jovial promise of my most thorough tutorship quickly made her realize just how much she fucked up with that request. I left her to contemplate her fate and got back to my usual work. Things turned into the usual blur that inevitably followed my falling into routine behavior after that fateful day. I started most of my days by chatting with Cibil while having a morning drink. She was slowly growing less reserved with me as we continued with our fling. She was unfortunately still dancing around the question, but I have started noticing her dropping the usual flighty tone she used on instinct to keep people at arm's length from time to time. The fact she was finally relaxing her guard around me made me surprisingly happy. She was fun in her usual state, but when she would relax she tended to show a more goofy and nerdy side that most mages hide to the best of their abilities, and when such a thing would happen she would become inordinately bashful and a prime target to my teasing. I really was starting to enjoy her presence more and more. After that would come the court sessions. Listening to people bicker got so boring that Cibil and I turned it into a guessing game while mocking the now 3 Thane-led factions that kept vying for power and influence. Surprising absolutely no one, the moment that Helm joined the fray, Erikur and Bryling acted in almost perfect concert to keep him sidelined and unimportant. Their little scheme was becoming more and more obvious to everyone at this point, but no one really cared to point it out as long as they did their job. Naturally, I had a very long and pointed talk with the both of them about crossing certain lines, and seeing as they both saw what I was capable of, they wisely chose to keep a lid on it. What no one did expect was Helm turning himself into a popular figurehead mere days after his appointment. How he managed to gather so much support from common people he most likely oppressed previously I have no idea, but he would prove a good counterbalance to the already established power, and some of his proposals were actually rather good for the common populace, so I chose not to interfere with his work. Well, I say not interfere. I still threatened him about the consequences of abusing his position, you know, the usual Nordic politics. Torridge was growing more practiced in his role of leadership, and my constant jibes and hints allowed him to keep a level head when making most decisions. The cleansing of the slums weighed heavily on him, but instead of crumbling below the pressure, the young man steeled himself and dedicated twice as hard to the task of keeping his realm safe and strong. Unfortunately, we both knew that there was no way to avoid what was coming. All that could be done was merely mitigating the damage of the inevitable shitstorm that awaited the province would do. And the poor boy didn't even know about the vampire and dragon epidemic that awaited. Speaking of multiple looming supernatural apocalypses, if I even wanted him to live long enough to suffer through all that, I needed to make sure he wouldn't get shouted to a fine paste by Ulfric Tantrum Cloak, so I added another project to my ever-expanding list. The first thing I made sure to check was if enchanted items were even allowed in Nordic duels. The answer was a definitive maybe kinda. One could use magical items in honorable combat only if they were inherited or gifted to them by family or a close one. How extremely devious of the ancient Nords! I almost burst into laughter upon reading through that one tidbit of the royal tome on ancient traditions. They made sure that no peasant could reasonably challenge the Jarls and everyone respected them for it. No matter, it would only require some additional maneuvering on my part. The first step was to actually make the artifact. I spent days brainstorming a counter to the Thursday and came up mostly blank. A general resist magic effect did technically work, but a shout was on such a scale that nothing short of the robes of some mythical ancient archmage would do a thing to actually break the shout's power. I did try hinting at the idea of teaching him about the Thursday a couple of times, but the young man bluntly refused me, citing the required time and him being already busy with his duties. Another unfortunate fact was that the Greybeards would not reasonably leave the High King alone if they found out about him learning the Thursday. After all was said and done, I settled on merely brute forcing the issue. I took an orichalcum bracer and inscribed it with direct counters to specific shouts in Davos. Ulfric was still something of a novice when he left the Greybeards, and he reasonably wouldn't have learned the more complex forms of shouting so quickly. So I decided to gamble and inscribed direct counters to the more basic attack shouts, and even then the god's damned bracer was barely functioning with an entire black soul gem. 3 uses and it would break completely. All that was left was for me to meet with Elisif at some point and make sure she gifts him the damn thing on their wedding day. Something that was growing more and more inevitable with the king's growing reputation and confidence. When it came to my students, they were both progressing at a satisfactory pace. It was to be expected, as even Marco was surprisingly talented, but the fact that I was making possible legends did put a smile on my face. Marco was slowly but steadily becoming able to cast his spells with enough speed for actual combat use. He was still somewhat whiny, but the constant hard work I subjected him to was slowly turning him into a hard-working yet still playful young mare. Mephala was another story. She didn't whine, nor did she complain. When I gave her a task, she got to it and gave it her all. Naturally, when combined with her heritage, her hard work showed excellent results. She was already capable of launching wind blades in combat and sustaining a wind ward for a respectable amount of time, and her Thursday was progressing at a good pace as well. She was yet unable to shout even a basic fuss, but she could at least speak it along my own signature fire breath. What really boggled my mind was the weapon she chose in the end. A god's damned warhammer. Like, I know they are good against armor and bones and all that, but why in the hell would a relative twig like her choose a warhammer? And why did she look so at ease when using it? Sigh, do not question Akatosha's will, my child. One day both she and Marco came to me and requested I teach them healing magic, a reasonable request of course, but they forgot they were not dealing with a reasonable mare. I agreed immediately and almost let out a proud tear when my students' gazes turned suspicious at that same instant. Not being one to disappoint, I dropped a comically massive tome on anatomy and another on the arcane script before them and smiled. Marco looked like I killed his dog, and even Minthara's work your ass off every damned day ethic failed her, as even she gulped in fear. Unfortunately for them, they were not getting out of it. If you let the genie out of the bottle, you won't be getting it back in, as it were. So I forced the two of them to read through both of the damned things while still keeping up with their usual training. It was painful, boring, and both of them voiced wishes for the sweet release of the void on multiple occasions, but after 2 grueling months they both managed to get through them. Their faces when I started asking questions about the content were pure gold. After I finished with their daily training, I would take some time on my own to practice both shouting and spellcraft. As my first full shout, I naturally decided to go for the fire breath. Even if it wasn't the most efficient idea, it was literally in my name now, and one must not forsake the vaunted art of presentation so easily. Naturally, yet old Yltor Shul wasn't the only shout I was attempting to make work. After gaining quite a bit of experience and deepening my bond with the Wines and their patron, I finally started down the road of the more mystical shouts, namely the manipulation of time and turning oneself ethereal. They were very slow going, but every day I felt ever so slightly closer to learning them, so I kept at it with the help of my long-honed determination. The fact that meditating on the words of power was extremely relaxing and soothing had nothing to do with it, of course. When it came to my spell work, I finally got to learning rune casting, and what an absolute rabbit hole those were. Destruction runes were basically completely modular combat mines that could be overcharged to ridiculous proportions with enough preparations. Add to that my expertise with runes. The booms were coming, and they would be beautiful. Unfortunately, the runes were the only big expansion to my repertoire I managed in such a relatively short time. Any big army killers were still very far off, and while my magic was extremely dangerous in personal combat, I was nowhere near the level of power where I could just tear through hundreds of people like some over-romanticized Chinese warlord. Still, I was satisfied with my work, and within the blink of an eye 3 whole months had passed. I slump onto the floor from my crouching position, both my face and arms blackened with oil, and a very large, and more importantly, very complete Dwemer automatic ballista platform looming ominously above me, its orichalcum chassis covered to the brim with lightly glowing red runes. It almost brought a tear to my eye as I looked at the lifeless machine of death and destruction. Is this how the Dwemer felt when they made their own animonculi? Sadly, I couldn't spend too much time admiring my work. Tomorrow we would be getting reports on the Western incursion and I needed to rest up properly if I wanted to actually participate in the morning. I haven't slept for 3 days in my frenzy to complete this. But what to name my newest creation? A couple of subdued knocks on my door break me out of my thoughts. Hey? I wonder what she wants at this hour? Chapter 115, Chapter LVI, The Painting. I pointlessly try and dust my hands off as I reach out and open the door, and there, completely failing to hide an excited glint in her eyes, stood Cibil. Go along, yawn interrupts me. Good evening, Cibil. I say groggily and attempt to wipe the sleepiness from my eyes, but just end up smearing them with oil. Her excitement dims a bit as she asks, are you doing all right? I pick up a rather expensive blanket, now turned oily rag, and try and clean out the oil from my pained eyes. Revine, you are a mage for divine's sake. I still almost as if struck. Dear God, I am an idiot. I quickly summon up my robes and all the oil slides off me like rain off of glass. Turning back to Cibil, I give her a grateful smile. Thanks for that, I haven't slept in days. I cup my chin. I think I even forgot where I was for a moment there. There is an amused glint in her eyes as she asks, and what were you working on with such dedication? I spread my arms dramatically and cast a mage light, lighting up the room and showing the massive enchanted Dwemer ballista platform. Behold! My stuff! She blinks in astonishment and barely holds back a gasp. You actually made it work. I nod proudly. Indeed, coding the damn thing took me almost as much time as building it. Making it shoot only enemies was rather hard. I wince at the memory, but I finally managed it, and now I have a glorious death machine to throw at my enemies. Coding. She raises an eyebrow. I wave her off. Think of it like enchanting specific commands onto the animonculus via runes. Without them, it would be just an immobile piece of junk. I blink. Well, an extremely expensive and well-made immobile piece of junk, but a piece of junk nonetheless. She nods rapidly, as if to tell me to get on with it, and excitedly asks, did you name it already? No. I say slowly. She perks up. Then you are lucky I am here to provide my opinion. That I didn't ask for. I drawl, but there is a glint of amusement in my eyes. She scoffs playfully. Oh, don't be such a brat, I give great names. She cups her chin in thought. Maybe. Her eyes snap to mine. The destructor. The amusement from my eyes fades. She cringes slightly but redoubles her efforts. After a moment her excitement returns. I know, the heaven piercer. I palm my face in disappointment. She raises a finger weakly. Just I raise a hand, please. She pouts and crosses her arms. Well, come on then, O warrior poet of Morrowind, why don't you give it a name? First, don't associate me with that androgynous cunt. I glare and she chuckles. Second, I was about to do that when someone barged into my chambers. She huffs. I don't hear you complaining when I barge in for other reasons. Fair. I smirk, but back to the point. I turn back to the automaton. Something meaningful or just something cool? Why not both? Gatecrasher. I say after some consideration. Cibil sighs. It fits, but it's so not outrageously over the top. I ask with an amused smile. She pouts with a bit of red worming its way onto her pale cheeks. Deciding to rescue her from the awkwardness, I ask, so, what did you come here for? She perks up. It is finished. What is finished? I ask slowly. Oh please. She rolls her eyes. You know damn well I was painting something for months now. Oh? I thought that was just your usual hobby. Never you mind. She starts dragging me. I have something to show you. And without a care in the world, she just yanks me with her supernatural strength, dragging me like a wet sack. By the time we reached her room, I was already half asleep and she had to lightly slap me awake. Really Revine. I slowly get up from the ground where I was unceremoniously dropped. I might have understated just how tired I was. She gives me a disdainful look. I keep forgetting how weak mortals are. Yet, ya laugh it up, you bloodthirsty monstrosity. I drawl humorously. She huffs and signals for me to follow her to a large covered canvas. Once there she tells me to stay put, and in one careful yank, she removes the dark cloth covering it. I blink rapidly upon seeing the picture. Well, that is certainly not what I was expecting. In front of me stands an extremely lifelike artistic representation of our defiance of Meridia. On one side are the two of us, signs of battle and slight damage to our robes, standing in front of a long trail of destroyed undead and defeated necromancers, while an army of Nordic warriors battles the stragglers. On the other is a furious Meridia glaring at the sword that I threw at her as it levitates in front of her face. I can almost taste her rage just by seeing the picture, and it is one of the most satisfying things I have ever seen. I remain completely silent as I take in the impressive scene. Cibil shifts uncomfortably. It isn't bad, is it? In a flash of speed, I grab her shoulders and start shaking her. Bad? It isn't bad. Woman, this is easily one of the best things I have seen in my entire life. Thankfully she doesn't notice my little slip of the tongue as a wide smile spreads on her face. Good, consider it a gift. I still holding her at an awkward tilted angle. What? She chuckles and plainly repeats, it is a gift. My heart skips a beat and I blink. For me? No, it's for Meridia. She drawls as she makes Ada expression. Completely ignoring her sarcastic answer, I hug her tightly, making her let out a surprised yelp and whisper, that is easily the best thing anyone has ever given me. She shifts in my embrace but seems way too awkward to give me any kind of response. I chuckle and teasingly say, easily decades older than me, and this is what leaves you speechless. She huffs, I might be older, but I sure as oblivion am not old. And of course that is what you choose to focus on. I roll my eyes. After a moment of silence she clears her throat. So, do you plan on letting go yet? Let me think about it. I tilt my head. Nat. She huffs, fine then, I am glad you liked my gift. I chuckle as I let her go. See, it wasn't so hard now, was it? She looks away. It was just a bit sudden. Dear Dagoth, she can be cute sometimes. We have done far more than hug it out previously. I say suggestively. She crosses her arms. You know that isn't the same. I take a comically terrified pose and ask with a quiver in my voice, you aren't going to ask me to do something as degenerate as holding hands now, are you? She stares at me for a moment and we both burst into a fit of chuckles. After calming down she sighs, you are right, I am being quite silly. What seems to be the problem? I ask slowly. She once again shifts uncomfortably. A long beat of silence passes and she finally forces out, I just don't think that you should trust someone like me so easily. And why is that? I ask with a raised eyebrow. She scoffs, Revine, I literally drink people. Like that explained anything. And I burn them alive. I respond immediately and cross my arms, so would you care to tell me the difference? She completely stills for a moment and then bursts into laughter, of the self-deprecating variety. You are right, of course. Shaking her head she approaches me and looks me in the eyes. How come you are the mature one when it comes to this? I respond immediately in a completely deadpan voice, I am actually a reincarnated century-old man stuffed into the body of a young elf. She rolls her eyes. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. Then starts shifting around uncomfortably again. Could you stay with me tonight? Tearied I groan. She lets out a mirthful chuckle. I just want your company right now. Fine, I sigh dramatically. I guess I can grace you with my soothing presence. She rolls her eyes and pulls me toward her bedroom. Chapter 116, Chapter LVII, The Reachman Strike. Share. Ugh, who by Dagoth's unwashed loincloth is yelling so loudly in the morning? Teacher. The voice resounds once again, now closer. My eyes snap open and I sigh in annoyance, only to blink rapidly as I see Cibil, who up to that point was snuggled against me, barely holding herself back from launching a massive blizzard in the voice's direction. I take a deep breath. What do you want so early in the bloody morning, Marco? Said elf enters the room we were in, takes a second after seeing us, and turns around with surprising speed. Sorry. Cibil interrupts my response as she growls, you will explain to me in great detail why you thought waking me up so early was a good idea, or I will turn you into a popsicle. Marco winces slightly and clears his throat. I hum, there was a commotion in the palace, something about raiders or something, I didn't quite catch it all, but they sent me up to get you too. Cibil groans in exasperation. Of course they would. She stills. Then wait, how did you even enter my rooms? He simply points behind him, and not a moment later Davos peeks inside. Mornin' boss. I wave lazily in greeting. So is there really a commotion, or are the two of you trying to be smart? Davos shrugs. Apparently the Reachman went a bit wild. He pauses and shrugs again. Well, wilder than we expected, so they are calling for an emergency meeting. Cibil slumps back into a lying position. Fine, now get out. Marco seems just about ready to say something dumb, as he is one to do, but Davos drags him outside before he can commit suicide via angry vampire. I get up and start putting my clothes on. A thought strikes me and I ask, you wanna bet the Thalmor are behind this? I hear a light snort behind me. That would be a fool's bet. I let out a mirthless chuckle and get back to pulling on my pants. General POV. The Blue Palace looked as serene as always, with its gardens perfectly groomed and its halls without a speck of dust. The early spring air wafted through the widely opened windows as the army of servants prepared for yet another peaceful day. Unfortunately, the day soon turned everything but peaceful, as multiple riders wearing the insignia of Imperial Scouts started dismounting and rushing inside, bringing grave reports to the groggy High King and his stoic steward. Soon an emergency meeting was called for, and all the higher dignitaries of the city and hold were gathered in the throne room. The two established thanes both seemed disinterested in the situation and were busy looking at the reactions of others, likely scheming about potential gains they could get out of the situation. The king looked half asleep, but was awake enough to give everyone the feeling of his own alarm and despair at whatever news he received. As the court mages made their appearance, an impatient Cibil stentor immediately looked to the steward. Fuck, if you don't tell me why I was forced to get up so early right now, I swear I will kick you out the window. Falk merely gives her a challenging look and remains silent. Legate Rick, who was forced to attend court for the first time in months much to her chagrin, looked just about ready to say something when her eyes met with the other court mages, who gave her a narrow stare, to which she merely rolled her eyes and remained silent, who returned the favor by kindly asking his colleague to be patient. Not long after, Thane Helm and his brother Balver arrived from the sprawl, and Falk finally spoke. Thank you all for coming here on such short notice. He pauses for a moment. We have received some very unfortunate news this morning. Large bands of forsworn raiders have invaded the western hold, and if the reports are to be believed, 2 villages have already fallen and Herald stead has been put under siege. Were we not scouting for this exact reason? A scowling Revine interjects. Falk frowns. They came far faster than was reasonably expected, and the reports also mentioned that they were equipped far better than expected. How much better? Rick asks immediately. Nothing too outrageous, but there were reports of them wearing some armor and being armed with some steel weapons. He responds patiently. Revine cups his chin. Better than the bone sticks they tend to use, that much is certain. I am guessing that we don't have any kind of idea where they got the weapons from, any hidden armories they might have raided. Falk looks ready to respond, but an annoyed voice interrupts him as Erikur speaks up disdainfully. They are just a bunch of barbarians. No amount of weapons will save them from actual soldiers. Those barbarians, Revine frowns, have managed to fight the Nords off for centuries now. You would do well not to underestimate them. The Thane hesitates for a moment, remembering how unwise pissing this particular elf is. Intensely questions. You cannot seriously tell me that you think them our equals in battle? Of course not. The elf scoffs with an eye roll. I am just saying that they have other strengths, something I have already informed the steward off months ago. Everyone turns to Falk and he nods. I was indeed briefed on the Forsworn's capabilities, and unfortunately the court mage's words do have quite some merit, as the Reachmen have numerous lesser mages within their ranks. This time Rick interjects, merely having lesser mages would not be enough. Falk raises an arm. I was getting to that, Legate, patience please. She nods and Falk goes on, thank you, as I was just about to say, they are led by covens of what is known as hag ravens, rather potent mages working in concert with the Didra Namara. A mixture of gasps, insulted grunts, and straight-up spitting sounds resound through the hall. Indeed, I am afraid we are going to be dealing with more than mere raiders this time. Do we have a plan of action? Bryling finally joins the conversation. The steward shakes his head. We are here for that exact reason. If anyone has suggestions or information, they should voice it now before we begin with the planning. Helm perks up. My warriors are eager to strike at the bastards, just point us at them. Oh yes, do throw yourself at the enemy, save us the trouble. Erikur snarks. Why, you little. The sound of a throat being cleared interrupts their spat. Gentlemen, the voice is followed by a wave of instinctual fear, by now familiar to most residents of the palace. If you wish to have a pissing contest, do so in the privy please. They remain silent. Am I clear? The feeling doubles down. Yes. Of course, excuse me. Good. The feeling is gone now. Does anyone have a plan that isn't let's just smash into them and hope our manliness is greater than theirs? Revine looks at Rick. Legate, you are the actual army officer, would you care to give your suggestion? She nods. Could we get a map please? Falk claps his hands and a table is brought inside, while a servant sneakily hands the king a cup of steaming coffee. Lucky bastard, Revine grumbles to himself. Everyone gathers around the square table while Falk starts pointing out the enemy positions. They emerged from the canyons and valleys to the west. The reported size of the warband is about 2,000 warriors, mostly light infantry. He points at 2 dots. These 2 villages have reportedly been burned to the ground with the residents killed or taken. He then points to a larger marking representing a walled settlement. Herald Stead has been surrounded last night and probing attacks have already started. If they manage to push through the strategic pass it guards about a dozen other villages would be easy pickings. It could be bait. Revine muses aloud. How so? Falk questions with his now perpetual frown. It is widely known that the king has a vested interest in the ruling family of that specific settlement. The elf says carefully and notices the king's grasp on his cup tighten ever so slightly. After a slight pause he continues, it would not be too outrageous for them to have learned of this and use the entire thing as bait. But what would the goal of that even be? Helm asks, confusion evident in his eyes. Revine shrugs lazily. I don't have the faintest idea. If I am to be honest, they could have troops waiting in ambush, or merely expect us to tire ourselves out in a forced march just to arrive at an already conquered holdfast. It could very well be anything. He frowns and turns to the legate. Speaking of, how quickly can our men reach the settlement? She takes a moment to look over the map and nods to herself after some thought. Close to 4 days if we factor in the time it would take to organize our men and to maneuver a large force through the uneven terrain. The elf sighs. They would be long dead before we got there. The cup in the king's hand cracks a tiny bit, but he remains silent, still waiting for the others to speak up, but he is inevitably disappointed, as Rick's analysis of the situation is almost perfect. Seeing the uncomfortable silence spread through the hall, Revine frowns and after a long sigh that drew many glances his way says, there is a way to save them. Why me? Torridge almost jumps at him as he grasps his shoulders. Tell me. With an eye roll he untangles himself from the king's grasp. I could get there today using certain means, and do my best to help slow the attack as much as possible. He exchanges a glance with Cibil, who nods after a moment. Cibil could follow after me and we should be able to hold them off long enough for you all to join up with us and kill the Namaran cunts. As he points out their religious views his voice unconsciously turns vicious. Torridge pays that no mind and stares at him with stars in his eyes. You would do that for me? He asks, astonished. Revine snorts. You do pay me, do keep up. Chuckles spread through the crowd as everyone seems to relax slightly. Ah, to be so easily forgotten. Cibil sighs dramatically. Torridge winces and goes to make an excuse, but she merely laughs in response. It is fine, Torridge, there is no need to be dramatic about this, it is our job to help you. The king composes himself and takes a breath. Yes, you are right, of course, I will make sure the two of you are suitably rewarded. I take my Daedra hearts temporarily frozen. Revine quips immediately, and before anyone can respond he looks to Rick and Falk. Just make sure you don't dawdle too long, the two of us might be good, but we are not army killer good just yet. Of course Revine, do not worry. Falk nods. Rick on the other hand seems stuck in a nostalgic memory as she gives him a respectful stare. You really are your father's son, kid. Revine scoffs falsely. Oh please, I am so much better than him. The sound of running steps interrupts them as a guard barges in. Sorry to interrupt, lords, but two mage-looking blondes just arrived at the palace gates, said something about a Flameheart clan or something. Let them in quickly, Revine says before anyone can process the news. This earns him some very confused stares, but he only smirks in response. I may or may not have forgotten to inform everyone that I have called in some professional assistance for our little Reachman issue. The doors open just then and a pair of twins walk in. Revine, without looking at them, goes on. Allow me to introduce Boar and Brienne Flameheart of Dawnstar, my colleagues from Winterhold and skilled Batlemages. Torridge seems stuck between glee and annoyance, something shared by Falk and Rick. The Thanes on the other hand seem completely lost. Ah, there you are, Revine. Boar greets him jovially. Finally decided to share some of the glory, His sister sighs in exasperation. Ignore him, he was so giddy when he received the letter, he even forgot to pack food. A crisp cough from Falk interrupts them, and they both snap their eyes to Torridge and immediately bow. Forgive the disrespect, my king, they say in perfect sync. Torridge takes a long, tired breath. Even if your friend here, he glares lightly at Revine, but there is no heat behind it. Forgot to inform me of your arrival. Any help is gladly welcomed in these difficult times. We are honored to be here. Boar immediately responds what he said. His sister snarks. Revine claps his hands. Well, we are going to need to get moving if we want to get to Heraldstead before it is a nice pile of ash and blood, so if you will all excuse us. Wait, where are you off to? Boar interrupts. Oh, you know, just going to heroically hold off an army while the rest of you trudge through the hills and forests, you know the usual. Revine drawls in response, that is. He pauses and looks the twins over. Unless the two of you got a mode of fast transportation in the past couple of months. They both frown and shake their heads. Oh well, the Dunmer shrugs. Come with me then, we might as well catch up as we pack up. Sure. Boar nods and follows after him. Brynn at least has the decency to send an apologetic look to the highest nobility of her homeland as she follows them. Cibil naturally doesn't care in the slightest and simply disappears from the room as if she was never there. The mundane dignitaries of the palace turn completely silent as they are left there. No one knows what to say until Falk grunts in annoyance. God's damned mages. And for what might be the first time in the history of Solitude, everyone agreed on something. Chapter 117, Chapter Layin, Heraldstead. Revine's POV. What have the two of you been up to these past months? I ask as we leave the annoyed nobility behind and head to the Mage's Tower. Boar sighs. Dealing with our clan mostly, we tried our best to help them out and make sure they didn't ruin the opportunity we gave them with the money, but they stubbornly ignored us until we were needed for something about boisterous arrogant brats. Just as I told you they would. I smirk. Yet, laugh it up, you all-knowing twat. He rolls his eyes. It wasn't all that bad. Brienne tries really hard to convince herself. At least we got to spend time with mother. Boar completely ignores her and looks at Cibil, who seems completely disinterested in the entire conversation. I don't believe we have been introduced, my lady. He tries to sound charming, but it comes out as very forced instead. And what a shame that is. She drawls, practically radiating her disinterest. This all seems to go over Boar's head as he smiles. Well then, my name is. I possess a perfectly functioning pair of ears, boy. She cuts him off sharply. He grumbles to himself, and just to pour salt on the wound I ask with a cruel smirk, so, any recent conquests, Boar? Boar grunts in annoyance. Not all of us are as lucky or suicidal as you, Revine. Oh. Cibil gives me a curious glance. Yab. Bor nods and gives me a look of admiration. Mad bastard actually slept with Master Herald of all people and lived to tell the tale. Cibil stills and stares at me. I don't know if I should be impressed or jealous. I shrug carelessly. A mare has needs. Bor blanches. Wait, you two are a thing. I nod with a smirk. Then why didn't you say anything? He practically yells as his sister tries, and fails to hold back her giggles. Because Bor, I drawl, imitating a certain potion maker. She is perfectly capable of speaking for herself, and then shift my voice into one of pure amusement. And the hole you were digging for yourself was looking to be a great show, so stopping you would be unsporting. He groans. You just love watching me suffer. I gasp dramatically. Bor, do you think so little of me? His look practically screams. Really? I sigh. I do not merely watch you suffer, Bor, I make you suffer. Yep, what else did I expect? He nods to himself as if he just had a grand revelation. Brienne pats him on the back. There, I won't let the evil elf hurt you anymore. You are lucky you have such a caring, dedicated sister to guard you. I snark, making him let out another annoyed groan. Soon we reach the tower, and standing in front are my apprentices and Davos talking about something in hushed voices. Yo, kids! I barge into the conversation without a care. Davos doesn't react, but both of the students flinch. Hey boss, the Dunmer waves lazily. What happened in there? His eyes shift to the twins. And what is with the extra baggage? Brienne narrows her eyes. This baggage is going to shove. Keep it in your pants, Brienne. I interrupt, and she blushes at the implication. These are my colleagues from the college. They will be joining you lot while you march with the army toward Heraldstead. Marco seems completely lost at hearing this, while Minthara's eyes narrow. And what will you be doing in the meantime? Oh, just trying not to die to a horde of Forsworn while I await your valiant rescue. I deadpan. That shuts her up. Right, I clap my hands. Introductions. I point to the twins Bor and Brienne Flameheart, then to my students. Meet my apprentices Marco and Mephala. And then to Davos and my. I believe the appropriate term is dog's body, Sarjo, Davos says with a well-practiced butler-ish inflection he perfected recently. Right, my dog's body, Davos. Bor shakes his head. I know you were way ahead of us, but apprentices already. I shrug at, good enough to murder dozens, good enough to teach others. He blinks. That's fair. I turn back to my apprentices. You two go and report to one of the centurions to get you a spot. I raise a hand. Don't worry about them letting you tag along, just tell them I sent you. My eyes narrow threateningly. Oh, and if I don't see you with the army, I will be doubling the anatomy lessons. They both give me a crisp military salute on instinct. Yes sir. And get moving. I cackle as they leave. Ah, bullying apprentices really is the best. Brienne lets out a very unladylike snort and gives me an odd look. You know, Revine, I think you may just have a problem or a dozen. I give her an incredulous look. You are realizing this only now? To which she shakes her head in amusement. Finally, I look at Davos. You will rush ahead of them and hire all the freelancers from the nearby villages you can and have them harass the Forsworn. Have the king pay you back when you are done. He bows lightly at once and leaves. I signal for the proper mages to follow me upstairs. As we walk up the winding stairwell, Bor asks that elf another vassal you acquired. The accusation in his tone obvious to all. Not that it is any of your business, I drawl, but yes, and I actually earned his loyalty this time. Right. He doesn't seem to believe me, but at least agrees with the not his business part. We reach the top of the tower, with Cibil and I being completely fine while the twins are standing on shaky legs and breathing heavily. Weak. I say mockingly. Fuck you, Revine. Bor forces out, his sister only has the strength to nod along. As they finally manage to get up, I point to two of the remaining rooms. You will be staying here until the army marches out. Please don't be idiots and try entering the other rooms. They quickly thank me and start unpacking. I enter my room and look at the glorious death machine eager to bring forth destruction. I tap the chassis soon. I hear my doors close and two cold pale hands embrace me from behind. Do try not to die, Revine. Cibil says after a moment. Trying to get one last sip in it. I tease. She holds back an annoyed groan. Dear gods, whatever do I see in you? The most handsome mare Mundus did ever see. I snark as I turn around and hug her back. Don't worry, a bunch of cavemen won't be able to kill me. Then I tilt my head. Well, unless they swarm me with briar hearts or witches, but at that point I would be having other issues. You know just the thing to say to reassure me. She rolls her eyes. I smirk. Then better get running. She remains silent for a while and lets out a long breath as she lets me go. You are right, of course, I will do my best to get there as soon as possible. A hint of mischief flares in her eyes as she gives me a light kiss for luck and waltzes out of the room. I can barely keep the smile from my face as I rush out of my balcony and jump off the tower. Not a moment later, the shadow under one of the windows grabs me and I start a shadow walking marathon westwards. General POV. At the mouth of a canyon, in a fertile valley marking the western border of proper civilization in Skyrim, stood proudly the small fortified town of Herald, its thick palisades and rugged towers watching over the great fields that spread outward for centuries. Unfortunately, the proud sight was marred by large camps and bonfires spreading out just out of range of the defences, and bands of men dressed in rugged hide and bone throwing themselves at the haggard defenders with a zeal and fury that would surprise even the most ardent Talos worshipper. Upon the walls, a tall blonde Nord built like a bear and clad in steel plate kicked another barbarian in the chest, launching him off the wall with a crack. Push these milk drinkers back! He roared. His soldiers responded with roars of their own as they redoubled their attacks. Say what you will about the attackers' zeal, but even the fact that some of them were equipped with steel blades didn't stand for long in front of armored, trained, and most importantly very angry Nord warriors. The attackers died by the dozens while only taking out a couple of guards themselves, the archers sitting comfortably on the towers shooting at the unarmored reachmen with cruel abandon. Contrary to what one might expect after such a crushing victory, Herald Fairhair, the Thane of Heraldstead, was not at all pleased as he pointed at the wounded and barked at his men. Get those idiots looked at. He sighed. Barely one day of attacking and the bastards are already starting to tire us out. One of his veterans gathered his courage. We just need to hold out as long as possible. The runners we sent should have met with the scouts the king sent. Herald guffaws. That brat finally seems to have grown some hair at. His soldiers chuckle awkwardly. He rolls his eyes. Oh, don't you all star? Lord. An archer yells from one of the towers. What? He growled at the interruption. Another wave incoming, they are sending archers as well. Of bloody course. He pats a tired-looking warrior on the shoulder. Up and at them, lads, they won't give us rest anytime soon, so we might as well make them pay for the privilege. A chorus of ice follows and they take their positions once more. The forsworn step over their dead without a care, carrying even more rickety ladders with them now that they were protected by their own archers. This in turn forced the Nordic archers to return fire, leaving the troops on the wall without support. The first reachman pulled himself over the spiked palisade only to get bashed in the head by an howling Nord, sending him toppling down and taking two of his comrades with him. Such a scene repeated on multiple other spots, but the maddened forsworn cared little for their casualties and simply kept on climbing up, soon pushing the Nords back and gaining a foothold, forcing the defenders into a chaotic melee. The siege went on for what felt like hours. The Nords would butcher the attackers only for another group to follow up behind them, not giving them a minute of respite. Thankfully, Herald was a war veteran and was not an idiot when it came to siege tactics, so he had reserves constantly rotating to preserve morale. Unfortunately, his forces were far less numerous than those of his enemy and he was forced to conscript any able-bodied man or woman to defend the town. Even his own bloody daughter couldn't be left out, as that would dishonor them both. He did make sure she was comfortably safe in one of the towers, clumsily bringing arrows to his bowmen and conscripted hunters. As another wave fell to his axe, Herald breathed heavily. He took no breaks so as to keep his men's spirits high, and it was taking a heavy toll on him. Unconsciously he leaned on the walls while trying to catch his breath. Just in time for a rogue spiked arrow to find its way straight into his neck. There was a beat of silence, and everyone was about to panic, but then the shadow below the Thane twisted and all Herald could see was a ebony-clad hand grasp the arrow and without a care yank it out of his neck, he tried to rage at the would-be assassin only to let out a wet gurgle. But to his surprise the hand grasped his neck and a golden light exploded out of it, healing his wounds in an instant and bringing him to full strength. He looked at the figure that just saved his life and was stunned by a visage usually described in stories to frighten children. A deep voice came from the masked figure. "Congratulations, you are being rescued. You have managed to escape the depths of Sidna Mine. Hope rises in your chest as you crawl through the tunnel you have painstakingly dug over the past 4 months of hard labor. You break through the thin wall and stick your head out, only to realize that you have merely entered another section of the mine. A guard grabs you and smiles, whispering the sweet words you have come to expect by now. Back to work, prisoner." Chapter 118, Chapter Licks, The Siege Begins. Revine's POV. "Congratulations, you are being rescued," I say dryly, my mask hiding the annoyed grimace I carried for almost being too late. The tall Nord simply gapes at me while carefully touching the spot on his neck I just healed. "Right, introduce." I pause and raise a hand in a grasping motion to stop another barrage of arrows heading our way and then flick my hand toward the attackers. A thunderous clap resounds everywhere as a massive fork of chain lightning explodes about a dozen forsworn bowmen rude. I snark. Herald finally gathers himself and gives me an appraising look. "You flame tongue." I chuckle. "It seems my reputation precedes me. An honor to meet you, Thane Fairhair." I bow lightly. He grunts and offers his hand. "The honor is mine, wizard. Thank you for saving my ass." I return the gesture, and as I am about to begin asking for a general report, a tired archer yells from one of the towers, "Another attack incoming." I look down to see the forsworn rushing toward us in a maddened charge. "How many did you lot kill already?" Herald sighs. "Well over 300, but their numbers seem endless." I look over the camp and with my enhanced eyesight notice a constant trickle coming in from the other end of the valley. It seems their numbers are far greater than we expected. "You think Torridge's men will be enough?" I cup my chin in thought. "Possibly, better to make sure just in case." I snap my fingers and Scorch appears in a flash of flames, startling many of the Nords. "What do you want, Pops?" "Go and tell Torridge we will need a lot more men than earlier expected, have him recruit the gangs or something, might as well make use of the ingrates." He bobs his head rapidly. "Throw degenerates at other degenerates, got it?" And launches himself into the air toward the east. Herald gives me an odd look and shakes his head. "I am not even going to ask." "Wise?" I quip and turn back to the forsworn. "Your lads are tired from all the fighting, right?" "If you wanted to understate it, yes." He grumbles. I smirk behind my mask. "Would you like to see how I earned my name?" He snorts tiredly. "Be my guest." I walk to the edge of the wall, stray arrows being flung downwards before they can reach me. I take a deep breath and focus on my crown, pulling at its latent power. 3 words enter my mind: fire, inferno and sun. I focus on their deeper meanings that I have been meditating on for the past months, and a welling of power emerges from my very soul. I breathe in YOL and forcefully still the power in my throat. As I breathe out I add Tor, and the ember in my throat becomes a raging inferno. Finally, as it leaves my mouth I let out a roar that turns into a shriek. A wave of fire far greater than anything I ever managed near instantly covers most of the field, completely incinerating all of the corpses along its original targets. The poor fools do not even have the time to scream. My soul throbs under the sudden strain, but the crown does its job and I still feel well enough to stand. I turn back to the Nords, who are all looking at me with silent awe, that is until one of them starts banging his shield and the others soon join them. The chant of Flame Tongue resounds through the entire town. Herald raises an arm. "That is enough, lads, take a breath before the milk drinkers come at us again." His men follow his order and he turns to me, a mix of respect and disbelief in his eyes. "I have heard the stories of what the tongues could do, but this really is something else." My heart beats at a maddened pace as I finally manage to calm my breathing. "Trust me, it is far harder than it looks." I point at my crown. "Without this, that would have easily killed me." He guffaws. "If it were easy, everyone would do it." "True." I give him a sideways glance. "There is already one among your people that can." He narrows his eyes, already testing my loyalties. It is after all my job. I shrug. That is fair. He waves it off like it wasn't a big deal. I can tell you right now that even though Ulfric is strong and, as you say, a tongue, he dishonored himself when he abandoned the Greybeards. No true Nord would follow him. Yet many do. I say as I look over the somewhat panicked Forsworn shifting around their campsite. He makes a grimace. Fools, opportunists, and glory hounds all. I hold back a grimace as I see a hagraven berate a tall reachman at the center of their camp. While I would love to continue throwing shade at the unapologetic cunt that is Stormcloak, we do have other business to take care of. He nods seriously. What do you want to know? Numbers, supplies, possible avenues of attack. Hold nothing back. He gestures for me to follow him to one of the towers and speaks as we walk. We are 100 warriors strong with another 400 conscripts. I know what Nord Shield brethren can do, but what should I expect of the fresh ones? He waves his hand in a so-so gesture. Many of them know to swing an axe or draw a bow, but most don't have armor beyond padding or leather, and about 100 are young lads and lasses. I have running supplies. Better than expected if I am being honest. As the words leave my mouth I frown, though still less than ideal. Are we at least safe from the east and north? I ask, referring to the high cliffs rising above the town. We are. He nods. The first thing I made sure of was for some goat herders and hunters to make any possible passage on those sides a living hell for any fool that dared enter. Excellent. Thank all the divines this man isn't an incompetent fool. What of our supplies? More than enough to last us a month at this pace. He looks away. If that damned brat Torridge didn't warn us about the cave-dwelling milk drinkers, we would have been already running out of arrows. You are very welcome, you ass. He is a good king, if a bit young for the position. Is what I say. Speaking of, he turns back to me as we finally reach the tower. When can we expect reinforcements? Cibil Stentor should be here in a day, followed by mercenaries I ordered my retainer to hire in 2, and finally the army in 4 or 5. I quickly list off. I am glad you at least were able to reach us so quickly, he says as we climb the thick wooden tower. Not curious how I did it? A scoff. I know better than to question wizards and their tricks. We finally reach the top of the tower just in time to see a young Nord woman slip on a bundle of arrows and catch her fall with her hands while letting out a tired gasp. I hear Herald grumble something to himself while looking away. Naturally, I hold no such mercy. Lady Elisif, a pleasure to finally meet in person. She looks at me and flinches, toppling herself over the arrows she was carrying. Dear gods, what does Torridge see in her? Well, besides the almost perfect skin and hair. She shakily gets up. I don't believe I know you, sir. She looks at her father, who is still busy looking anywhere but at her. I snap my finger and my mask disappears. Instantly there is recognition in her eyes. Master Revine. She curtsies. I apologize for not meeting with you earlier. Thank you for coming to our aid. I wave her off as I keep saying it is my job, and you obviously had more interesting things to look at while you were in solitude. She looks away with a blush. Herald finally turns back to us and blinks upon seeing me. Well, I'll be damned, I expected you to be some grouchy ancient Telvanni. I scoff. Oh please, the mushroom dwellers have nothing on me or mine. I look down on my robes. At least they have good taste. He guffaws and looks to his daughter. Eli, go bring us something to eat. The Reach bastards seem to have been scared off for the night. She nods and scampers away. Is she always so? I try and ask. Herald snorts, clumsy and absent-minded. I wouldn't want to insult your family. He waves me off. Don't mind it, she is just tired from running up and down all day. Then lets out a tired sigh himself. I've coddled her too much, it seems. We approach the edge of the roofed tower and look over the enemy camp. The sun is starting to set and torches are being erected across the plains, almost reminding me of a city at night with the number of flickering lights. We fight so our children do not have to, I say wistfully. He grunts in acknowledgement that we do. His eyes turn to mine, though I wonder why someone as young as you would be saying something like that. I shrug. Just something my father used to say. After a prolonged silence, Herald lets out a long breath while he cleans his hands roughly. That is enough of that, let's get to work. He leads me to a nearby table with a map spread upon it and we get to planning. We discuss troop rotations, positioning, unit composition, and even the most minor details of where arrows should go. After some discussion, I ended up asking him what the firmest position on the walls was. A bit confused, he led me to the gatehouse. It had 2 short stone towers that were open at the top, perfect for what I wanted. As I walk up onto the northern one I look back. You don't mind if I scribble something into the stone? He tilts his head. This another one of your magics? Yup, I smile, and you are going to love it. Have at it then. He waves me off. Any help is welcomed. I turn back to the stone and summon my staff, and with a practiced hand start carving out a set of runes. Well, I say runes, but they are combined with a long string of text in my old language that I added in as a secret code for this specific spell. A good 10 minutes later a wide circle of lightly glowing arcane runes and Cyrillic characters stands before me. I gather my magicka and pour it out, feeling for a distant connection. After a while I feel a ping in my mind, and with all my mental might pull. The next instant there stands a large 8-legged orichalcum platform with an equally metallic ballista sitting atop it. What in Zenithar's name? I hear Herald mutter. I turn around and spread my arms. I present to you. Gatecrasher. He looks over it and his surprise slowly shifts into glee as he starts chuckling cruelly. He turns to me and smirks. You know what, brat, I think I like you. Chapter 119, Chapter LX, Prelude to Slaughter. No more attacks came that day. Apparently getting your forces unmetaphorically roasted to fine ash in a single second tends to kick even the brains of barbarians into gear. Not that I minded that one bit, of course. They were giving more time for our help to arrive, and even if they were likely going to be far more forceful in their attacks, that too was to our advantage. After all, it is far easier to slaughter men by the hundreds if they throw themselves at a prepared position than chasing them down to their caves and mountain passes. I was currently busying myself inscribing runes into the ground with my staff while a bored herald followed me around. Don't you think you should be resting, Thane? I ask as I finish another nasty surprise. But he waves dismissively. I am made of sterner stuff than most, a couple of days awake won't trouble me. And he was probably not wrong. On my travels I have already met many who were well above the usual human limits. Unfortunately, when I asked about the methods, the answer was usually just train your ass off. I guess all that magic in the air does wonders. Still, I start scratching out another rune. You should make sure you are at your best. Nagging at me like an old woman ain't going to change my mind, brat. He smiles cheekily. I sigh. As you wish. I still don't understand why you have to be down here when you know damn well I can appear atop the wall in the blink of an eye. He looks to the enemy camp and exhales. I mean, no offense, kid, but I don't trust magic, so just let me be obstinate and follow you while you do your work. As long as you aren't going to be a twat about it, you can think what you like. I shrug. How are the steaks coming along? Should have 100 ready by tomorrow. He turns back to me. Why would you use simple steaks for your little monster up there anyway? I give him a blank look. I am not using my highly expensive, and more importantly highly enchanted bolts on a bunch of unwashed barbarians. He blinks a couple of times and bursts into laughter so pathetic they aren't even worth proper ammunition at. He wipes a tear that is bloody brilliant. I also fail at keeping a smile from forming. Too bad their hag ravens tend to keep to the back. I'd love to blow them to pieces. He winces. I wish I didn't ask what they were. A toothy vicious grin spreads on my face. Don't worry, when I am done there won't be a single one left. Something in my manic look must have spooked him as he suppresses a shiver. You seem to hate them quite a bit. As he realizes I am not about to explain, he shrugs. Not my business anyway. You want to kill them? Be my guest, I'll even throw in an axe myself. Now you are speaking my language. I wake up the next morning after only 2 hours of sleep to the sound of a young woman's voice. Not perfect, but I can run for weeks on this amount of sleep at this point. Blinking my eyes open, I see Elisif holding a bowl of steaming stew. Good morning, Master Revine, I brought you something to eat. I take the wooden bowl and spoon with a grateful nod. There is no need for any of that master business, it is tiresome at court and it is tiresome here. She smiles mischievously as you say court mage. I roll my eyes. Did you come here just to bring breakfast or did you need something else? She looks away with a blush. I, wanted to ask. What Torridge is up to? I ask with a shit-eating grin. An embarrassed whine leaves her throat as she barely manages a nod. Shaking my head and suppressing a burst of laughter I say, dear gods, the two of you are practically made for each other with how awkward you are. The red reaches her ears at this point. Deciding to be merciful for once, I finally answer the question. The recent events have left him under pressure. Thankfully he is a brave young man and has enough backbone to keep going. She looks to the ground sadly. I do have to say, whenever he gets a message from a certain young woman he does tend to be much more cheerful. And just as the blush disappeared it returns full force as she stammers a thanks and runs off. I hear a heavy sigh nearby and without turning I say, ah, young love. Herald's exasperated voice comes from the same direction. You know I would agree, but seeing as you are even younger I'd just end up feeling bloody awkward. Don't worry about it. I wave him off. How are the men? As well as can be, he grunts as he stands nearby, and gazes at the enemy camp. 24 fell yesterday, and many more would have died from the wounds without your help. I do need meat shields after all, I say with false arrogance. He snorts. You say that, but after the showing yesterday I wouldn't be surprised if some of the mad fuckers actually volunteered for the job. Nords. I shake my head. We stand there in companionable silence, Herald watching for any movement with furrowed brow and myself enjoying the morning wines. After a while I hear Herald grunt and pick up his axe and open my eyes to see the enemy camp in a frenzied mess as a new group of reachmen gather for another attack, my sharp sight allowing me to spy multiple warriors far taller and bulkier than their fellows. Aim for the tall ones, I send a mental command and the sound of moving machinery soon follows. They are getting serious it seems. I say as I see a hag raven screech something at a very tall man wearing chainmail and an antlered helmet and quickly hide herself after she is done. Herald grunts in acknowledgement and goes to prepare his men. Time for yet another bloodbath. General POV. The defenders were readied within minutes. Yesterday's fiery baptism and their utter slaughter of the attackers soared their morale, and even the young ones carried supplies and fixed defenses with great gusto. At the other end of the field a cacophony of frenzied cries of Madanach echoed from the tightly packed forsworn spatula lines, and just as the previous day they charged without a hint of self-preservation, hoping that their Daedric patrons would protect them from their hated enemy. They were prepared this time. Proper shields were given to the infantry while the archers were told to focus on the towers. Even the mighty Briarhearts were included in this assault to take down the enemy witch that killed so many of their own. The earth shook as they charged, their confidence endless now that they were joined by the blessed warriors of the Mother of Decay. That confidence was crushed utterly when a dark green spherical construct emerged atop the gatehouse and a loud metallic twang resounded in the ears of every warrior present. There was silence for a short moment before an explosion of force sent a ripple through the forsworn lines, pushing many into their fellows. When the dust cleared, a horrific sight awaited. A Briarheart and about a dozen warriors split in two and a simple wooden stake stood stabbed deep into the ground. The reachmen were stunned, as afeared as they were when the witch burned their brothers to ash. None knew what to do, but then a sound sent a shiver down their spines, the sound of a powerful metallic string being slowly pulled back. Revine's POV. I fail to hold back a gleeful, and slightly deranged, laugh when their entire formation stills. I see them panic. Then I see the commanders bringing them back to order. That won't do. Reload. Gatecrasher coldly obeys, and I see the fear in my enemy's eyes. They charge once again, but the damage to their momentum was already done, and the Nords wasted no time in abusing their disorganization by raining as many arrows as they could at them. Herald, being the testosterone machine that he was, contented himself with throwing spears across the field and impaling a good dozen of them on his own. They were just about to reach the wall, their laddermen protected by the bodies of their comrades. They started raising their ladders, and I saw the Briarheart that led them glare at me and point his sword my way, challenging me. Without a hint of mercy I slowly rose my right hand, and snapped my fingers. A massive fiery explosion followed as over 24 runes of fire detonated below the formation, killing hundreds of the idiots in mere moments. The lucky ones retreated not long after, some of them so terrified I noticed their hair go grey in real time. As Herald came to my position I could see the madman looking disappointed. Really, Thane? Pouting like a child. I snark as I once again command Gatecrasher to fire at the retreating barbarians. Really, seeing them flail around and fall like bowling pins was so satisfying I was definitely going to burn it into my memory. He rolls his eyes. They got me all buttered up just to blue ball me by dying too quickly. He groans. I fail to hold back a snort. Fair enough. What about you, Flame Tongue? He turns to me with a smirk. Not hungry for battle yourself? I tilt my head. I won't say I don't want a proper challenge, but I know damn well they won't be sending their witches forward. Why ever not? He looks at me baffled. I sigh. They are their spiritual leaders, priests essentially. I explain I would have to do something to anger them if we wanted them to attack, but that would end up risking your town. Fu can do it, lad. He says immediately. What? I blink. I said do it. His eyes gleam with grim determination. We both know that the more damage we do here the easier it will be to rout them permanently, so go ahead and make them kill themselves on my walls. I stare at him for a moment before bursting into laughter. Oh, I am so glad I ripped that arrow out of you, Herald. You are one fun madman. He claps my back, almost making me stumble as I turn back to the camp and once again see the Hagraven berating the commander. This time I summon a long, beautifully crafted ballista bolt made of orichalcum and gleaming with potent runes. Gently, delicately, I place the bolt into the mechanism and with great cruel glee I send the command, aim for the hag. Chapter 120, Chapter LXI, Impotent Rage. General POV, Forsworn Camp. The tall Reachman Warkif withered under his mother's, no, his priestess glare. Why is the damned witch not dead yet? She screeched as only one so blessed can. Mo, he tried, but a growl interrupted him. Great one, he corrected pleadingly. The metal machine is too powerful, and counting the witch we stand no chance of breaching their defenses. He knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. Please send some of your students with us, my brothers are not yet strong enough to fight against such might. He could taste the derision in the Hagraven's wheezing growl. Too weak, are you? Is this what the men of our kingdom have become? Weaklings. He dug his head deeper into the ground. Please, you know of the strength that they can wield. He pleaded. No. The Blessed One denied him. I will not risk the priesthood because you are too afraid. They must be ready for when the false king arrives. He held back a growl of frustration, but couldn't stop the question on his lips as he looked up. Is the reward of the golden elves so tempting that our brothers must die? As expected, a heavy slap followed as he was launched onto the ground by the much smaller Hagraven fool. You dare doubt us? Your guides to the gods? Never. He stammered as he picked himself up. I just wish a glimpse of your enlightenment. His mother suddenly stilled and with widened eyes looked at the enemy fort. Not even a moment later she summoned 3 great earthen walls and a green shield of magic in front of her. At that same time the accursed sound of the metal killer resounded once again. It was as if time itself slowed as the Warkif watched a great bolt, made of the same metal as the machine that fired it, pierce through the walls one by one. His heart hammered in outrage as the tip reached the wall of magic, and cracked it like a thin sheet of ice. The next instant his mother lay impaled into the ground, wheezing in pain and clawing at the weapon. He knew she would live. The blessed were far tougher than mere mortals after all. That was until the bolt started glowing with cursed red writings. Following his honed instincts he threw himself as far away as possible and looked up just in time to see an explosion of crimson lightning consume his mother, leaving not a single feather. A deathly silence spread through the camp as everyone looked aghast at what happened, and then the devastated wails of the young Warkif pierced everyone's ears as the tall Reachman attempted to find anything left of his mother. His sorrow turned to fury as he failed to find even ashes. Taking a deep breath he stood up and marched deeper into the camp. His sisters would not deny him his vengeance even if he had to blaspheme against the Great Mother to get it. Revine's POV. Aeon Gate Rasher Test 2 is complete. I hooped like a child on a sugar high. Bloody hells lad, the Thane gaping at the sight of the explosion barked, that was incredible. I raised my nose. I knew the moment I finished crafting that particular bolt it would go on to do great things. A guffaw is his response. You speak as if it were your child. And what a glorious child it was. I smile wistfully. A beat of pleasant silence later I see a commotion begin to rise at the enemy camp. It seems they are responding as expected. Have your men prepare for a tougher battle, they will pull no punches in what follows. No need to tell me twice, lad. He nods and walks off. And not a minute later I am proven right as a force far larger than they sent previously begins the charge without any preamble. I look them over and sense a glare from behind the line. The big one seems rather pissed. I didn't kill his lover, did I? The first attack was a lighter one, the more green forces once again throwing themselves at us in a frenzied charge, and with expected results. Some managed to get up onto the walls, but the well-rested Nords ripped them apart so quickly one might think they were made of water and not flesh. As I feared, this time the attack didn't stop. There was no retreating, no stop to the fighting. The enemy reinforcements were constant and relentless. It seems they no longer cared for casualties, and that suited my plans perfectly. Soon Briarhearts started climbing above the walls, practically jumping over the sharpened tips that served as the fence, and with fire in one hand and steel in the other they started proving themselves a great nuisance. The usual Nordic warrior could hold one off on his own, but most of my force wasn't made up of warriors and a good dozen had already fallen when I decided that enough was enough and ended the fools with concentrated lightning to the back of the head. An enraged yell made me look to the gatehouse, only to see an idiot throwing himself at my animonculus in some misguided attempt to destroy it. One mental command later and Gatecrasher jerked itself out of the way with incredible speed and simply stepped onto the now prone Briarheart, killing him with its sheer weight. The attack went on for hours. I was even forced to conserve magicka at one point as it was far more useful for healing than killing the barbarians I could simply cut apart. So that is what I did, repeatedly, and for hours on end. I lost count of how many I bisected after about 30 and how many fools impaled themselves on my staff thinking I was a weakling just because I was a mage. Even Gatecrasher was forced to stop firing on account of depleted ammo. I still wasn't going to waste bolts on these twats even if it cost me sweat and blood. As I cleared yet another group of the increasingly tougher opponents my third eye warned me of incoming danger. I stepped to the side just in time to evade an ice spear and turn around to see that the Nords around me were dead, and I had been isolated by a group of what looked to be 3 witches and the big-ass Briarheart. I tilt my crowned head to the side and ask, I was wondering when you cowards would show your faces. So many of your own thrown away and yet you learn so little. The Briarheart growls as his hand tightens around his elven axe, no doubt gifted by my Aldmiri friends. You will pay for your blasphemy. I pause for a moment. You mean the hag? A cruel smile worms its way onto my face. Do not worry, my blasphemy is only at its infancy. I clear my throat before the dumbfounded witches. Obviously confused at my nonchalance, I do hereby solemnly swear that no filthy worshipper of Namara will leave this place alive, and if I have my way. My drawl becomes an enraged yell. Her temples will burn along just her disgusting followers. My voice booms with hints of Thursday as I cast a wind cloak and launch myself at one of the witches. General POV. As the black-robed witch launches itself at them, the sisterhood work in tandem to twist the wood in his way, forcing him to dodge to the side. The Warkif doesn't hesitate and starts pursuing him in melee, forcing him to both parry his attacks and dodge the spells. Unfortunately for the sisterhood, the damned witch seems to know exactly when an attack is going to land, moving almost lazily to evade their powerful magic. How droll. His imposing voice resonates with boredom. I was expecting competence, but all I got was a group of mere adepts as he twists out of the way of yet another axe swing and kicks the Warkif in the leg. He shrugs. I guess I shouldn't have killed the filthy hag then, might have actually been a challenge. The 3 sisters share an enraged look and nod, taking out potions and quickly downing them, and which practiced ease they start launching all 3 elements of destruction while surrounding him. Suddenly getting serious, the witch starts erecting wards far stronger than what their mother ever achieved, blocking most of the spells and evading the rest. A hint of worry seems to appear in the witch's mind as he starts carefully evading as much as he can and sending spells back, though thankfully for the sisters their wards are enough to, if not outright save them, at least give them the time to evade and continue with their assault. The skirmish seems to be dragging on suspiciously long, and their suspicions are confirmed as a group of 5 armored Nords burst through their rear guard and start rushing at them. The Warkif reacts quickly, and after commanding his sisters to focus on the witch, he charges at the warriors, fighting them all at once. For almost 10 minutes the exchange continues, a ward here, a spell there, a sudden spear thrown, but the sisters seem to share a mind and the witch sees also not one manages to hurt the other, and yet the witch had battled throughout the day and his magicka was waning, forcing him to once again conserve his strength. Just as Rivine is about to choose drastic measures from what was turning from an entertaining exchange to pure tedium, the Warkif returns, covered in blood, and attempts to help his sisters by casting frostbite with both hands to at least slow their enemy down. And then, as if orchestrated on purpose, the witch stills at a specific spot and allows the frostbite to hit him head-on, only for his robes to shimmer and seemingly absorb the magic. The masked face turned to the warlord and the witch bobbed his head. "Why, thank you for that," and with twist and a loud hiss of Tiad he launched a firebolt straight at one of the sisters' faces. The spell moved fast, far faster than ever before, and there was no time for her to react. Her head burst in flames as she screamed in her final moments of agony. As the Forsworn were stunned by the development, the witch quickly summoned a blue potion and downed it in a gulp. They could hear his derisive sneer as he mock-bowed. "Shall we continue this dance? Raiaik." The Briarheart threw himself at the filthy witch with all his might, but once again he merely shifted out of the way while spearing his other sister, who was stunned from the sudden loss of connection. She too died in fiery agony. No longer paying any attention to the massive yet useless warrior, the witch approached his last sister with slow and deliberate steps. She pushed herself against the wall of a tower in fear, trying desperately to summon up her magic yet failing miserably. The warlord was desperate, his grief only rivaled by his desire to save the last of his family. Once again he charged, and once again the witch stilled. He hoped his enemy finally made a mistake, a misstep, as his axe sang to the bastard's neck. Only to hear a faint whisper "Feme," and find his axe buried in his sister's chest. Chapter 121, Chapter LXII, Shadow Binding. Rivine's POV. The feeling of fading into a ghost-like existence is an odd one. I am here yet I am not here, it almost feels like the TI. A mournful cry interrupts my inner monologue as the shout's power dissipates. Ah yes, the caveman. I look at him tenderly holding the spellcaster I made him kill and come to the realization that all of them look somewhat similar. "So you barbarians practice kinslaying now?" I ask mockingly. His tearful eyes bore into mine as he glares at me hatefully. "You." He growls, but I give him no time to stand up as I use the blunt end of my staff to break all of his limbs in a flurry of blows he is too sluggish to dodge. After taking a quick look at the battle and making sure that I was not needed, I grab the Briarheart and drag him to the edge of the wall, giving him a perfect view of the slaughter. "Tell me, barbarian, does this look like it was worth it to you?" My curiosity genuine. He shakes in my grip. "Just kill me already." "Oh, I will, have no fear." I comfort him. "I just wish to know the thoughts going through your mind right now. Is this worth it?" He looks down and whispers, "No, it is not." "Then why?" "What do you mean why?" He asks as if the question is outlandish. "Why commit mass suicide in this way? For what purpose would you attack these lands?" "Mass suicide, you say?" His voice turns mocking. "Do you truly think this is all our force?" "Of course not," I snored. "I know damn well that even the thousands still crawling in your camp is nowhere near your true number. I just wish to know why continue willfully following dark gods and living like animals. I saw you could have made peace when Modanok went wild in the Reach, you could have ensured land for your own people if you only abandoned the barbarity gripping your culture. So I ask, why?" He shakes his head derisively. "I am not smart or wise like the priests, I only know we have our pride and won't be slaves to the Nords. Priests of cannibalism and monstrosity are the farthest from wisdom, I assure you. I quip and absent-mindedly throw a lightning bolt at a reachman attempting to backstab the Thane, so it is simple pride in the end? You choose blind ignorance and pride over the prosperity of your own children. I don't know what you want to achieve by asking me these questions, which the Briarheart scoffs. We are enemies and we will kill each other, that is all. If I was in your position I would sacrifice you to the Great Mother, so go ahead and kill me, it won't change a thing. I ask the questions in an attempt to give myself a reason not to bring death to your people, I say slowly, and summon my dagger. Thank you for not giving me one. And stab him in the throat. With a wet gurgle, the life leaves him, and with a snap of my fingers, the 4 corpses disappear. I take a deep breath, feeling the magicka rushing through me once more, and charge back into the fray. It takes us another hour to break the assault's momentum. Even with the death of their leadership, the Forsworn still continued with their maddened charge, or maybe it was because of it. No matter, the fools were fleeing and it was time to tally today's losses. Just as I am about to go and find Herald, I hear a whistling sound coming from above and see Scorch launch himself into the biggest pile of retreating Forsworn. For some reason I swear I hear him cackle, "There is no god but Oriel," before he blows up. Sigh, I really should stop telling him stories of my old world. As I walk atop the walls I absent-mindedly heal the less wounded and toss regeneration potions to those that lost limbs. It might seem wasteful, but I was playing around too much in this fight and money is no object to me. I find Herald panting while taking greedy gulps of water from his water skin. The battle went well, I see. I greet him. But he takes in a gulp of air. Damn pansies can't even die like proper men. How many did we kill today? How should I know? He shrugs. I was too busy breaking skulls and earning glory to count them. Fair enough, I snort and unsummon my crown. Personally I think it was just under 1,000. 2,000 you say? He grins. I roll my eyes. Might as well make it a nice round 3 for the bards. Tisk, tisk. Tisk, I hear a familiar voice from behind me and see Herald flinch in fright. To think you would lie so openly about your accomplishments, Revine. Where is your honor? I hear Cibil's mocking voice and turn to her with a smile, quickly hugging her. You missed all the fun, SYB. SYB. She squawks in surprise. I wave it off as Cibil feels like a mouthful. She looks stuck between blustering and bashful, but before she can respond Herald greets her cautiously while giving me an odd look. Ah. Lady Stentor, glad you could join us. Herald. Her smile is all teeth as she greets him with false cheer. We haven't seen you in the capital for years. He shifts uncomfortably. There has got to be a story behind this, I whisper to her, and she smirks while mouthing later. Where is little Eli? She chirps. Herald seems to want her nowhere near his daughter, but the threatening glow of her crimson eyes soon convinces him otherwise, and he tiredly points at one of the towers. As she leaves us I hear Herald mutter, "That woman is bloody terrifying. Isn't she just?" I ask happily. He blinks, gives me a look, blinks again, and sighs. "Yeah, I really don't want to know." He waves for me to follow him. "Let us grab some mead, a good drink after a battle is the best." You won't find me complaining, I smirk and follow. Just before the hour of midnight I make my way to an abandoned corner of the town, the houses tall enough to hide what I am about to do. With practiced ease I inscribe 4 interconnected ritual circles and fill them with the appropriate gems and soul gems. After making sure everything was in order I summon the 4 corpses and place the Briarheart in the middle, while surrounding him with the witches. This was a risky choice for my first shadow servant, but seeing as they were all connected in some way I thought it worthwhile to try and bind them all together. As the hour reaches exactly midnight I start channeling the ritual, my own shadow stretching out like a black mist and covering all the corpses while the gems surrounding them glow in an ominous purple. I feel the connection to the world's memory of these individuals. I see glimpses of a boy growing up in a loving family, only for his mother to take his sisters as students and force him into a ritual, yet allowing him to keep his mind. No matter the cruelty of their mother, their bond was unbreakable and their trust as firm as a mountain. I see armies gather, the young man defeating other champions for the honor of leading the vanguard, and I see him staring at the field of butchered corpses, his eyes filled with despair. Finally, I see a knife plunge into his throat as I stand above him ominously. The vision ends and I blink rapidly. The corpses are gone, but the connection is still there. I search inwardly and see. Summoning bonds. Scorch. Plus shade. Shackled reach, 4 souls bound into one memory, their strength in perfect unison. A warrior and a mage of formidable power. The weight of their combined strength demands more from their master, upkeep slots needed, too. I let out a low whistle, pretty damn good for a first binding. Even if they take more than expected, I did get 4 of them in one package, so I won't complain. Now, what did that edgy kid from Korea used to say? Ah, yes. I smirk and command a rise. Davos POV. I leave another village followed by a dozen more rowdy Nords itching to bash some Reachman heads. Already I managed to gather 200 of them with the promise of good pay, and a good fight, which for some reason was more important to most of the madmen. I swear, sometimes I wonder who is worse. Orcs or Nords? There is one final destination remaining, a tavern serving as a resting point between this place and my destination. Hopefully I will find some more men to throw at my lord's enemies. We reach the inn just as the sun is setting and the Nords I hired start setting up tents, knowing damn well the inn couldn't house them all. That naturally didn't mean their leaders would be sleeping under the stars with them, so they follow me inside. The inn is large, but mostly empty as the invasion had scared off any non-fighters. Just as I am about to greet the owner, I spy a familiar group sitting in one corner. 10 Dunmer wearing familiar gear sitting and whispering amongst themselves. I signal the mercenary captains to relax and go to greet my former guildsmen. As I approach, all eyes fall onto me and another emerges from the shadows. What in oblivion are they doing here? I barely hold back a gape as I see the boss staring at me. Good evening, boss. I say awkwardly. They all chuckle and the boss tilts their head. I was unaware I was still your boss, Davos. Well, you see, I try lamely, but a raised hand interrupts me. You have been given a higher calling, Davos. Do not shame our patron by pretending it is otherwise. You honor our entire guild by being blessed. Now I am not one for sentimentality, but their words stir my heart and I am forced to hold back a tear. It wasn't really for anything I did. Your lord is blessed indeed, the boss allows, but you have still shown enough honor and skill to be chosen, do not forget that. I guess you are right. I take a free seat. So, how are things in the quarter? One of my fellows slams his tankard onto the table. Ulfric is stirring shit up again, Dave. Of course he is. What was it this time? He spits onto the ground, much to the boss' chagrin. Bloody bastard raided the corner club and had the place ransacked due to suspicions of Thalmor infiltrators, he says with air quotes. He will get his due, don't worry, I blurt out. All eyes are on me again. Oh. The boss gives me a curious look. And how would you know that? I look away. Forget I said that. Why are you all here? I feel their piercing gaze on me as they shrug. We were sent here by our patron. Did she give a reason? I ask, but already know the answer. Don't play coy with me, Davos. I have known you since you were 10. I feel the boss roll their eyes. Her chosen is present and she likes to provide for those that entertain her, as you know. It can't be that simple, I say firmly. Not with her. Boss tilts their head. Oh yeah, there was something about spiting that shriveled cunt Namara as well. I groan. God's damned fucking Daedra. An amused laugh resounds in the back of my head and I simply grab one of the ale tankards on the table and down it in one prolonged gulp. Fuck it, if you can't beat them, join them. Chapter 122, Chapter 8, The True Enemy Arrives. General POV. The day following Revine's slaying of the Reachman chieftain and his cabal of witches passed with surprisingly little movement from their enemy. Small assaults were attempted by the most stubborn among them, but they were repelled with disdainful ease by the well-practiced defenders. Or not all that surprising when you think about it. Revine lazily refutes Herald's assumption. I know you offed their leader, but after witnessing their insanity I am still surprised. Herald half agrees. Their lot was always bloody mad. I am honestly surprised they let up. Cibil, who was up to that moment chatting with Elisif, rolls her eyes. He killed their priests, you know the actual source of their courage. She explains as if talking to a toddler. Without their faith being pushed by the blessed ones, they don't have the courage to strike again. She smirks. Some might have even lost faith at this point. Herald grumbles to himself but nods in acceptance. They fall into steady silence as everyone focuses on planning out their next move, the silence only interrupted by gatecrasher impaling any reachman unfortunate enough to be stationed as a lookout. Seeing heads get popped by oversized stakes looked like it would never get old. The same went for the lookouts, Revine thought morbidly. We could raid their camp. Herald ventures excitedly as if the idea just popped into his mind. Revine immediately, and firmly, shakes his head. No, the one I interrogated briefly mentioned with utter certainty that more were on the way and could arrive at any moment. Better that we remain cautious and not get caught off guard, as we are still vastly outnumbered. Boo-ring, the grown-ass bear of a man pouts like a child. Elisif deadpans and smacks her father. People are dying, you idiot. He blinks a couple of times. Wah. His daughter's tired and enraged glare stops any further protestation. Good. She smiles threateningly, sending a surprised shiver down her father's spine. The court mage obviously knows what he is talking about, so please be a good thing and actually listen. Herald glares at Cibil, who merely smiles and waves at him. I could terrorize them from here though, Revine mumbles. Herald sighs. I know, but magic is such an unsatisfying way to win. Both mages give him mocking looks of pity and he wisely shuts his mouth. Oi, Scorch, Revine calls out, and a fiery bird appears atop one of the battlements. Yes, Pops. The glorious hawk tilts its head. Go and give a warm parting gift to whatever leadership is left. Revine's smirk is all teeth as he gives the command. I shall spread my fiery goodness all over them, understood? He bobs his head and flies off. Your bird gives me the creeps. Flame tongue. Herald shivers lightly as his eyes follow the spear of fire behind Scorch. It is said that a familiar is the reflection of their master's soul, Cibil informs the two nobles while smirking at Revine teasingly. They are technically tiny parts of our souls. Revine agrees with a nod, not caring one bit about the implications of his own lack of sanity, and turns to Cibil, speaking off. You never told me if you had one. She shakes her head and points at her fangs while the other two are not looking. No, I never found a use for one. So vampires lose their familiars then? Some kind of tribute to their Daedra, or does it go deeper than that? In any case, another reason for me not to turn into a bloodsucker. Scorch might be an asshole, but he is my asshole. Such a shame. The elf drawls. They are incredibly useful if you spend the time to make them strong. As if to prove his statement, an explosion of golden flames erupts from one of the larger tents in the enemy camp, consuming everything in a wide area. He smirks as he sees Herald gape at the rising smoke. See, incredibly useful. He shakes his head. They did use those blasted things in the war, I've just never seen one be able to do that. Well, that is because you never faced a truly powerful mage, Revine explains, and Herald raises an eyebrow in response. If you did, you would be long dead. The elf adds helpfully. How can you be so sure? He grumbles. I could take the bastards. Revine scoffs. Warriors that can take on powerful mages are exceedingly rare, either through sheer talent or enchanted equipment. He gives Herald an apologetic smile. Unfortunately, Thane, I am afraid you do not find yourself counted among those warriors. The Nord mutters expletives to himself, but after seeing what the elf could do, he could not really pretend he was wrong. 10 minutes later, a fiery bird leaves the walls once again. And again. And again. Revine slurps some potent mead through a straw he found somewhere as he sits on the wall, his feet dangling freely, listening cheerfully to Scorch's gleeful descriptions of the surprised barbarians before they blew up. Herald scowls. This doesn't feel honorable. Oh. Revine turns to him with a smirk. Would you prefer to see your people die? Fuck off, Flame Tongue. Herald waves in frustration. You know damn well what I am talking about. Ah yes, the poor, civilized, honest, God-fearing Reachman. I am so unfair to the thousands of generous visitors awaiting your hospitality. The mockery in the elf's voice was evident to even the rocks. Keep in mind, however, that I am only able to do this due to their own lack of defenses. Such tactics are rarely viable. Before Herald could respond, Rivine shifted his eyes to the eastern entrance of the valley. It seems my agent was successful. Rivine's POV. After greeting the mercenaries and explaining in no uncertain terms that any who broke discipline or decided they were here for anything but what I was paying them for would be used as alteration experiments, naturally all done under the full effect of my dread aura, I made my way to the group of Dunmer that decided to skulk under one of the towers. I also noted, after a passing glacé, that Davos seemed far more relaxed than before. Could it be he missed his friends, or did he finally break after meeting them? My eyes meet with those of the mysterious boss and I nod in greeting. I admit, I am surprised she sent you all the way here. The boss shrugs without a care, completely relaxed under my calculating gaze. We do exist for a purpose, you know. What use are we if we limit ourselves to Windhelm? Fair enough, I agree easily. No point in questioning them too much. Knowing who their patron is just means that any questions I asked would annoy me to no end. Better to make use of their skill set instead. Now, how good are you lot when it comes to infiltration? I ask with a cruel grin. A scoff of disdain is all the response I needed. The following morning we once more find ourselves atop the walls, gazing at the enemy camp that seemed even more quiet than yesterday. Think they are preparing to surprise us? Herald asks, almost pleadingly. I shake my head. Nah, there will be no attack today. Why would you think that? He narrows his eyes. Oh, they have far greater problems than us. I state, my posture completely relaxed. General POV, last night. A group of 12 shrouded figures enters the Forsworn base without a sound. The moment they reach a certain point, they disperse without any input and begin their grim work. Food is poisoned, drink befouled, chieftains' throats are slit, all in short order and without a single sound or without a single one being found out. Yet most dangerous of all are the oddly shaped circles they carved in the ground, all hidden, and all awaiting their master's command. The figures leave as they arrived, neither their allies or their foes knowing of their deeds. Back to Rivine. I do believe they might all have come up with an unfortunate case of indigestion. I smirk at Herald. He scoffs and goes back to organizing his men. You will lose all the favor you earned with him if you keep doing that, Cibil warns from nearby, her voice neither chiding nor mocking, merely stating a fact that man is far too set in his ways. He might tolerate your magic because it keeps him alive, but if he suspects you are taking his chance for Sovngarde away, he will cut all ties. I roll my eyes and soundlessly sneak up behind her, giving her a hug and eliciting a yelp. How very caring of you, Syb, I whisper, and she shivers lightly, but you know damn well I care not a tiny bit about the ignorance of Nords. My job is to kill the Reachman, and I will do that job no matter the good Thane's opinion. She looks away to hide a blush. I know that, I just thought you might want to know. I chuckle. Don't worry about him, now since we have an entire D. The sound of a war horn interrupts my attempt at a good time. Letting out an exasperated sigh, I focus on the other entrance to the valley, and see thousands of Forsworn filtering out of it, their iron and steel armor gleaming in the sun, and the auras of their leaders clearly announcing that even I would have to be careful if I wanted to survive. At the back of the column of well over 8,000 Reachmen I also note golems made of flesh and what look to be zombified sacrifices. I tighten the hug for a second and whisper, don't die, before letting Cibil go and heading to find Herald and the captains. Soon we are once again all standing atop the battlements of the gatehouse, with everyone looking far less confident than before. What can we even do against these kinds of numbers? One of the captains asks warily. I shrug. We need only survive for 2 more days, after that your work is done. Even 2 days against that is too much. Another presses. I guess it was time. Most of you know me by reputation, yes? I ask suddenly, pulling everyone's focus to me. A tall brown-haired man nods. You've become something of a folk legend round these parts. He looks back to the camp, though I don't know if that will be enough. A couple more sound their own agreements. So you have heard rumors of my abilities, yes? More nods. Then I would like to demonstrate quite thoroughly why I think we do still stand a chance. I smirk and look to the enemy camp. Many have already entered, interrogating the surviving leadership of the vanguard and the witches among them attempting to purify the tainted supplies with their paltry magic. I await in silence for more to gather, watching their movements with complete focus while at the same time connecting my mind to the runes I had my agents place last night. Soon the true leaders start entering, but one of the witches notices a rune and starts yelling something at the hags and chiefs already inside. Unfortunate, but expected. I raise a hand and turn back to my men. This is why, my dear warriors, the only person to fear here, is me. And snap my fingers. Chapter 123, Chapter LXIV, Stalling. The metallic clang of ebony against ebony resounds in a volume far louder than one might expect as my fingers connect. A massive wave of magicka rips its way out of my body, almost all of it in fact, and surges toward the runes bearing my mark, combining with the petty soul gems I had placed there. I do not need to turn around to feel the terror of those among the enemy who know what is coming. The fools should thank me, after all, they need only fear for but a moment. The following instant all 100 runes in the enemy camp activate and ravenous red lightning near instantly consumes everything around it, like the very jaws of oblivion, with a sound that reminds me of a deep roar, leaving only a couple of untouched tents standing. Through my spreading magicka, I feel the hundreds if not thousands of lives leave this plane of existence so vividly I would have believed them to be right next to me without context. This time I do not stagger, nor do I flinch at the sudden loss of energy, I simply lower my right hand behind my back and look at the gathered defenders confidently. So. I smirk. Does anyone else have any opinions on our chances? The looks they give me are a mix of fear and awe, and hunger when it comes to Cibil, but that is neither here nor there. As no one deigns to speak, I nod in satisfaction. Good, now this has only bought us time and we need to be ready for when they stop running around like freshly decapitated poultry. A round of uncomfortable chuckles spreads through the ranks. I look to Herald, who still seems stunned, and wave with only light mockery in my eyes. He flinches and looks around in a light panic before calming down and giving me a resigned look. Very well, what would you have us do? I can hear the bitterness in his voice, but he at least seems ready to cooperate. Much of the same really. I tilt my head in thought, though we can rotate a bit more often now that our numbers are up. Both the mercenaries and soldiers will be fighting at the same time. I don't want anyone to think they are being used as meat shields for the other group. Herald and the captains seem satisfied at this, and I go on. Gatecrasher will focus on any mages or powerful warriors they send forward, so they should at least be reluctant to invest too much into any one attack. What's Gatecrasher, boss? One of the newcomers asks. I point atop one of the roofed towers where Gatecrasher had climbed using its powerful limbs and was now covering the entire field in all its majestic glory. That I smirk. His resulting expression is a mix of fear and amusement. You lot can deal with the minor details. I might have an idea on military command, but I won't be butting in on how you lead your men as long as you are competent. Most of the mercs seem very happy to hear this. That is all I've had in mind. The Dunmer will be with me as I have fought with them before, and the rest can go wherever you all decide is best. I turn to the future Queen Lady Elisif, a word in private if you please. She looks startled for a moment but follows, even as her father lets out a grunt of annoyance. Cibil looks just about ready to make a snide comment, but I preempt that. You can come as well, Cibil. She pouts at the lost opportunity but still follows along. We make our way into a tower and shoo everyone away while my Dunmer agents go ahead and guard the doors. Elisif shifts around uncomfortably at the sudden silence, but I don't give her too much opportunity to overthink things. Before I get to the point of this conversation, I need to make sure, you and Torridge are in love, yes? Her entire face goes red as Cibil giggles at her and she nods quickly. Excellent. Now, taking into account that the only obstacle to your union was your father's obstinance, which will be rendered irrelevant once Torridge comes to save his ass, he will most likely propose then and there. I barely keep myself from bursting into laughter as the poor young woman almost falls unconscious due to my words. So my tone turns serious. I need you to give him this as the wedding present. I summon the bracer I enchanted and offer it to her. She blinks rapidly and seems completely lost. Why? To save his life. I feel a hand swat my shoulder. Revine, stop playing with the girl and be more specific. Cibil scolds me while keeping her own amusement at the situation hidden. I roll my eyes very well, ruin my fun. Elisif suddenly glares at me and I finally fail to hold back a laugh, which just makes the glaring worse. You are aware of Ulfric's ambitions, yes. Torridge did talk about it. She admits. You are also aware of him being a tongue, like myself. A touch of fear appears in her eyes. Why yes. I wave the bracer about. I have enchanted this thing to block up to 3 of the more basic shouts. It should give him the time to kill Ulfric, or at least call him out on his lack of honor whenever he challenges him for the crown. Elisif takes the bracer with shaky hands and looks at me almost pleadingly. You are certain he will be challenged? I nod gravely. I would almost dare call it a prophecy at this point. The shakiness stops and the young woman centers herself, her eyes shifting from fearful to determined as she straightens up. Very well, I will make sure he wears it. Good, I smile. That is all I needed to tell you. I tilt my head now that I think about it. Please don't get killed, that would be awfully inconvenient after I went through all this trouble. She seemed ready to excuse herself, but my words completely stunned her. She gives me a glare and storms off while huffing something about impolite mages. I turn to Cibil. Now that that is all said and done, would you like to help me with a little project? She raises a curious eyebrow. Oh. Indeed, I dare say it is going to be enlightening. It took the Forsworn half a day to bring themselves together and prepare their next assault. Even with all the disgusting damage we inflicted, there were still close to 7,000 of them now that the reinforcements arrived. Their first attempt was to send an elite force with a bunch of cannon fodder in an attempt to overwhelm us and finish this quickly. Unfortunately for them, I was not so considerate and ordered Gatecrasher to go all out. Now that it was no longer forced to use improvised ammunition, a small section below the bow of the ballista opened up as an entire clip of enchanted bolts started getting launched at the enemy force at a ridiculous rate of fire. 5 bolts and a good 3 dozen disintegrated briar hearts later, the Reachmen wisely decided to pull back and reconsider their options. They tried many different and inventive ways to preserve their forces after that. They attempted to build their own artillery, but somehow forgot their camp was still well inside my range. They tried digging, against 2 mages capable of geomancy. I do not feel the need to explain how well that went for them. They even sent their precious meat puppets to try and soak up the damage, and they actually did, to everyone's surprise. What they didn't manage to endure, however, was the complete unrelenting force shout I hit them with moments later. By the time they stopped making attempts, we managed to make them waste an entire day on patently idiotic behavior due to the fear my earlier actions caused. As I always say, the most important thing in the field of psychology is presentation. Are you finally done with your monologuing? I hear Cibil quip from behind me. I am certain I haven't the faintest clue what you are on about. I smirk and go to join her for an evening meal. The morning of the following day started like any other during my stay here. We checked all the units and their numbers, scanned the entire fort against any hidden breaches or infiltrations, and had breakfast. As I was enjoying some rather well-made rabbit stew, I heard the sound of rapid footsteps and turned to see one of Herald's housecarls. He ran up to Cibil and I and took a couple of deep breaths. Let me guess, I preempt his report. They are going all in. He gives me a surprised look but then nods to himself and I hear a faint mutter of as expected. Yes sir, looks as if they arrayed the entire force all at once. Foolish of them, I say mockingly and turn to Cibil. Shall we? Her cruel grin is all the answer I need. General POV, with the Legion. The High King of Skyrim rode his horse at a walking pace, his face contorted in worry and anxiousness, his present officers and advisers' words being of no use against his ever-present fear for his friends and his love. He rode down the ranks of legionaries marching in perfect unison and the far less organized mob of ex-gangers and slum folk, toward a group of 4 mounted individuals. They looked to be talking animatedly about something. As he approached, he could finally discern the voice of the male twin, and the bloody madman just dropped onto the rider without a care and speared both him and the shriss below him. The red-haired rider sighs. That does sound like something he would do. While her elven companion merely rolls his eyes. The female twin notices Torridge and elbows her brother. Your Majesty, To what do we owe the honor? Torridge looks at a loss for words for a moment, unsure if he should even ask what he wanted, but the memory of a careless Dunmer reminds him of just how little mages cared for noble etiquette. I worry he forces the words out. I know of Revine's and Cibil's strength, but I still fear the possibility of them failing. The redhead gives him a teasing look. Afraid your damsel might be in distress, King Torridge. Her disrespect was evident to everyone present, but the king knew where she was from and chose not to take her bait. Yes, I fear both for my friends and for my love. You shouldn't, the male twin quips. If I know anything about that bloody madman, it is that he will come up with the most ridiculous shit, just so he can come out the victor. His sister swats his shoulder. Boar, you are talking to the king. She hisses. Torridge raises a placating hand. No matter, I am already used to it. Told you Revine would break all of their minds. Boar smirks. No offense meant, your majesty. Torridge deadpans at him and he chuckles. I was just retelling one of said episodes of abject insanity to Revine's apprentices here, maybe listening will lighten your heart. He offers with a smile and the king accepts. They spend the rest of the morning sharing stories of battles fought and victories achieved. Just as Torridge was about to go and check if they were getting close to their destination, Legate Rick rode up to their group and saluted. Your majesty, you might want to see this. She looks at the mages. You as well. They follow her with a mix of worry and excitement. As they bypass the final group of legionaries preparing for battle, they finally exit the pass into the valley of Herald Stead. The sight that meets them is a surreal one. Thousands of dead forsworn lay strewn across the battlefield as their brethren rushed over their corpses to attack the roaring Nords standing atop the walls. Atop one of the towers stood what looked to be a Dwemer machine launching explosive bolts at a flesh golem. Torridge blinked rapidly in hopes that his eyes were lying to him. Soon he found another reason to blink, as atop another tower stood a massive mage light spell, so bright that he thought for a moment the sun had descended. Yep, Boar nods to himself. Definitely looks like Revine was here. Torridge couldn't help but agree. Chapter 124, Chapter LXV, Rampage. Revine's POV. Moments after the housecarl brought us the news, Cibil and I found ourselves atop the wall, looking over the new and much better equipped force of Reachmen standing across the field, their usual bone and hide covering iron and steel, obviously not originally fitted for their use. Bloody Thalmor can't even do that right. Even now that they were joined by a dozen witches and 2 hags hiding behind flesh golems, I could see the fear in their eyes, my earlier work having shaken the zealous mob so thoroughly that even their priesthood couldn't lift their spirits. I look to Herald and say with certainty, we only need to hold this assault back long enough for the king to arrive and victory is ours. He nods seriously and stands atop one of the stone battlements, drawing all eyes to him. Warriors of Skyrim. He quickly gives a thankful nod to the present Dunmer as an afterthought. These cowards think they can come here, invade our lands, and sacrifice our brethren to their heathen gods. I feel a wave of hatred simmer from among the crowd. They think that we will lie down and die just because they finally got their hands on actual weapons for once. The Thane guffaws and the feeling of amusement and derision spreads through the ranks. Well, look at them now. He points an open hand to the enemy army shaking in their boots, only the threat of their disgusting masters keeping them here. The Thane grins. I say we put them out of their misery, and while they languish in the halls of the Daedra, we will feast in Sovngarde. A roar of approval echoes from atop the walls, just as the forsworn army starts marching forward. How nice of them to give us time for a speech, I quip and look at Cibil. My dear madam, I grin as I bow. Would you care to enlighten them of their folly? She visibly cringes and gives me a glare that was disgusting. I say nothing, but my grin remains. She shakes her head, an amused smile tugging at her lips, and heads for one of the towers. As the enemy gets closer, they send out archers to provide covering fire. They get in position and ready themselves, but just as they are about to start loosing their arrows, a wave of magicka spreads from atop one of the fort's towers and a massive mage light, fueled by dozens of soul gems, appears and blinds the entire enemy force while leaving most of ours untouched. The Nordic archers whoop merrily as they start picking off the blinded Reachmen, not ones to be outdone. The Dunmer pull out crossbows and start mowing the barbarians down, their armor being of no use against the draw weight of the elven weapons. The enemy witches try and target the tower, but Cibil stops any of those attempts by casting wards from her comfortable spot under its roof, all the while she leisurely sipped wine, not even deigning to stand and further infuriating the Namirans. Soon enough the ladders were placed against the walls once again, and the all too familiar grinding melee inevitably ensued, the Nord warriors behaving as if this was a routine and bashing their enemies down while the mercenaries focused more on killing as many as possible. I focused on taking down any of the more dangerous targets, constantly shifting my position to where it looked like our lines were weakening. As I cleaved yet another briarheart, I heard a low rumble that sent a shiver down my spine. That is a lot of magicka. I signaled the Dunmer to follow me and quickly descended into the town while gathering all of the reserves. They were confused at what I was doing, but the urgency of my commands made them follow me to a specific spot below the wall. Just as I arrived, the high concentration of magicka I was feeling detonated and an entire section of the wall blew up, sending up a cloud of chipped wood and dust, all while making space for 5 men to pass shoulder to shoulder. A hag raven guarded by a pair of armored flesh golems stood in front of the freshly opened passage, a wicked grin on her face, and mockery in her eyes. One quick look at my men told me they wouldn't get in formation in time, so it fell on me to buy that precious time. I locked my eyes with the hags, channeling a burst of magicka through them to make her flinch, and took a deep breath. The mockery in her eyes turned to fear as the shout left my mouth. Fuusro da. A wave of force exploded in front of me, turning everything it reached into a fine red mush. Later on, I would find out from Scorch's memories that on the outside it looked more like I shouted out blood and guts instead of pure force, much to my disgust and amusement. A shield wall formed behind me and we met the maddened Forsworn head-on. Things become a blur, and I begin to fight cautiously, conserving my strength for the long slog that awaited. Whenever they gathered in larger numbers I would throw a fireball to remove them, if they were overwhelming the Nords I would cast a blizzard to hinder them, all the while empowering myself and cutting apart anyone foolish enough to approach me. It felt like hours passed as I stood atop the breach, potion bottles littered across the corpses surrounding me, and tired warriors pushing each other against the reachman to stop any from entering the town. I did not even have the time to take a breath as another group came in. Cleave a briarheart in two, force more magicka to flow through me. Dodge a lightning bolt by shadow walking, channel even more magicka and blow up the offending witch. Thoughts become a blur as instincts kick in. Dodge a spear, cut its wielder in the legs, roll to the side, and let the ice shard impale another Forsworn. Absent-mindedly overcharge a fireball into another group. Scorch sends me the image of approaching legionaries. This meant I no longer had to hold back, didn't it? I think with a bloodthirsty grin. Without a care in the world, I draw even more magicka from my rings and down the enhanced potion of destruction I had copied dozens of at this point. Once again I feel like I am burning alive, but once again it is a good burn. With a deep breath and a snarl, I cut apart another pair of fools while rushing out the walls. They all look at me with surprise, I give them no chance to react, heads are blown off with firebolts, and a mutter I do not hear leaves my mouth as a tall antlered figure made of shadow and accented with purple glowing lines emerges from my own shadow and starts butchering the Forsworn with axe and spell. I sense magicka to my right, which is still firing at the tower. Cibil standing up now, looks ragged, target found. I shadow walk through the confused barbarians and appear behind one of the witches, not giving her a moment as I slit her throat with my dagger. Another is impaled before they even notice me, but this time I am not playing around. Tired leaves my mouth as I decapitate another and disappear in the crowd. A furious screech and I see the final hag pointing at me, 2 massive golems of flesh running at me. I grin and rush them with reckless abandon, both try and grab me but I am too small, one soon loses its left leg, while the other is turned into a pincushion by enchanted ballista bolts. I run atop the falling golem as it crushes a dozen of the barbarians and jump at the hag intending to impale her. A spike of earth emerges from the ground and I am forced to drag myself away with telekinesis. She tries to freeze me, but once again my speed makes her pitiful magic useless. I respond with chain lightning, not targeting her but her guardians. Thinking I have missed, she doesn't raise a ward in time to stop the arcing red lightning from destroying her foot and part of her leg. She screams at me and starts throwing fireballs in her fury. A simple cast of resist elements combined with my regalia makes normal magical fire feel like a nice breeze, and I rush straight through the conflagration without slowing down. No it, for I will not consider something with this disgusting of an aura to be a person, only has a moment to look surprised as I gut it with my blade staff. I twist to the side and a spear of ice impales the hag, causing the spear's caster to scream out. I turn to the source of the sound, causing those who surrounded me in an attempt to save their precious priestess to flinch away in fear as they are met with my dreadful visage. Completely covered in blood, it flowing off me like a river, as my robes and crown do their utmost to channel that appearance into pure fear. As I focus on my next target, another witch, I hear her whimper in terror, but there is no mercy waiting for any of them today, not from me. Once again I begin butchering them, my compassion long since dried out upon feeling the residue of their rituals and coming face to face with the results. My hands become a whirl as I swing my staff and cast spells all at immense speeds, whispering the Thursday to slow time or evade when too many attacks were launched at me. Arrows start to fall around me as the defenders attempt to support me. I ignore a reachman running at me and impale another witch. The arrow I saw coming hits him in the eye. Soon I am standing atop a pile of corpses, no one daring to approach me any longer, and as the haze of combat leaves me, so does my maddened state. I slump against my staff, and the final witch standing yells at her pawns to kill me now that I was tired, but I do not show any worry and remove my mask, merely giving her a pitying smile. She seems confused for a moment, until twin blizzards of impressive size and power shred through the ranks surrounding her, and a fully armored Torage decapitates her without even looking while rushing to my position. G'day Torage, I croak, the constant shouting still having done some damage even with my crown. Before he responds I look over the field and nod in satisfaction, while sneakily dismissing my bound shade, hoping no one saw me summon it. Barely 2,000 reachmen were at all likely to flee, and those were mostly weaklings. The rest were slowly getting surrounded by a mix of the defenders sallying out and the legionaries mowing them down like a well-enchanted blender. The king gives me a long and tired look. Revine, he sighs and wipes the sweat from his brow. Was it truly necessary for you to rush out like this? I grin a tired grin. No. He groans. Then why for the love of all the gods did you feel the need to do it? Seemed fun. I shrug and a familiar laugh erupts from behind the face-palming young king. Told you he was completely insane. My fellow college mages and my apprentices ride up to our position. Yeah, bore. Laugh it up. I smirk and add teasingly, at least I actually did something other than ride around for days. He grumbles and I descended the pile of burnt corpses, pretending that it was just snow crunching under me now that I wasn't going on a rampage, while everyone gave me some very mixed looks. Teacher. Yes, Marco. Did you? Did I? I smirk at him and he shifts uncomfortably. He points all over the place while his face takes on a green tint. Oh them. I grin. Yup. You seem tired. Court Mage Ingvar Firebeard also joins us. Maybe you should regale us of what happened here while we all take a rest. I don't see why not. I start walking to the town and wave for them to follow, completely ignoring the screams of pain and terror coming from the Forsworn. Might as well have a nice feast after all this mess. Chapter 125, Chapter LXVI, Reprieve. The celebratory feast was prepared in record speed, the deeply ingrained Nordic need to get drunk after a good battle being far more potent than any exhaustion the defenders might have felt. Barrels of mead and ale were rolled out from the Thane's own stock, and the abundance of supplies prepared for the siege was now being cooked up by the merry residents. I had just finished reporting the entire thing with Herald to the new arrivals and went to relieve myself when a young Nord approached me. I recognized him as one of the lads tasked with sharpening the stakes for Gatecrasher during the siege and greeted him with a polite nod. He seemed uncomfortable with whatever he was about to say, and I was not about to waste time waiting for him to gather himself. What do you need? I asked, not tersely but still urging him to hurry up. He stills and lets out a fearful breath. He slaps himself and nods in determination. I saw what you did to those Reachmen, and I was wondering, if you were willing to teach me magic. I smiled at his initiative, but my hands were already full. I already have 2 apprentices, and I took them on for far better reasons than them merely asking me. He sighs as his eyes radiate disappointment. He looks ready to turn and leave, but I interrupt. You could always join the college if you were so eager to learn. He lets out a self-deprecating chuckle. Thank you for the recommendation, sir, but I could never afford even to travel there. I scratch my chin. And why the sudden urge to learn? Are you kidding? He almost looks at me like I am an idiot. If this is where the lands are going, I am going to need to do far more than merely sharpen stakes, sir. Tell you what I say as I pull out the notes I made on accessing Magicka. If you manage to do what is written here before we leave, I will see what I can do about getting you a scholarship, let's call it. There goes my good deed for the year. His eyes blaze in excitement as he grabs the folded notes and gives me an earnest bow. I won't disappoint you, sir. See that you don't. And before he can rush back to wherever he is no doubt going to spend the entire night in meditation, I ask, what is your name, kid? He stills and looks aghast. Sorry about that, name's Onmund. Onmund et? Small world. Good luck to you, Onmund. I walk back to the large table where most of the upper crust were seated, my apprentices being seated nearby with the housecarls and my colleagues from the college, sharing stories about the siege. I note the distinct lack of King and Elisif as I take a seat next to a bored Cibil not enjoying the celebrations. Syb. I ask as I grab a bottle of mead. She rolls her eyes as if there was anything to enjoy, just a bunch of sweaty Nords screaming their guts out while the corpses outside are still drying. So morbid, madam, I tease, even though I agreed about the corpses not being dealt with. At least the new legionary recruits were finally being useful and piling them up while we partied. Poor sods, let them have their little party. We will be marching after the cave dwellers as soon as tomorrow. Why were you so insistent about hunting them down? Before I can interject, she adds with amusement, besides the obvious. I have just a wee bit of a grudge against Namara. I shrug, not at all caring about saying the name out loud, and I promised the foul thing that whenever I found a temple of hers I would burn it to the ground. This is merely fulfilling that promise. She tilts her head and shrugs uncaringly. Well, it isn't like someone needs a reason to destroy those disgusting things. A bit hypocritical coming from one of Ole Molly's. I raise an eyebrow. She shivers in disgust. I don't worship that thing. I raise my hands placatingly. All right, I was just teasing. Well, kindly do not tease about that, she grits out, while unconsciously crushing her goblet. As I am about to apologize, I notice something out of the corner of my eye. Change of topic, go. Look over there, I say in a hushed tone. She follows where I am pointing, and lo and behold, under one of the towers there stood Torridge and Elisif exchanging necklaces. Cibil coos at how cute they are. Apparently, Cibil was a friend of Elisif's mother before she died and was something of an aunt figure to the future queen. Oi Herald, I elbow the Thane who was dozing off nearby. He grumbles as I wake him up and immediately focuses on the scene as if following some supernatural instinct. Imma kill him, he states with finality as he pulls out his axe. I roll my eyes. You will do no such thing. He turns back to me and angrily starts, and how are going to stow just in time to see me grinding a soul gem on the blade of my staff, moving it in such a way that it produced sparks as if I was sharpening it. You were saying? I ask with a shit-eating grin. He knew damn well he couldn't go against me after my display today, not to mention that he did owe Torridge for saving his ass. So as any self-respecting Nord, he grumbled, I am too sober for this, and downed an entire bottle of Black Briar. Minutes later he could be seen dancing with the warriors and trying, emphasis on the trying, to join them in a rowdy song. Noticing the opportunity, Marco excused himself from his group and stood at the center of the feast. Everyone quieted down as they saw him prepare his lute, and the complete madman started singing a song he improvised on the spot about our battle. What surprised me most was the sudden feeling of elation and pride that assaulted me, and everyone around me, if their reactions were any indication. Perhaps the brat was actually good for something. Why didn't you tell me your student was actually competent? Cibil muses as she visibly enjoys the performance. No enthralling my students Cibil, I narrow my eyes in exasperation. Not even a little. She gives me puppy eyes, and let me tell you vampiric puppy eyes were a terrifying weapon. I shoo her away with my hand. Go get your own. She pouts. You don't give me anything nice. There is an idea. I grasp at my heart. Is my time and affection truly so worthless? She rolls her eyes. Fine, I guess you can keep him. We share a chuckle and go back to listening to the performance. All the mages present spent the following morning burning the massive piles of Reachman corpses. After they were thoroughly looted, of course, the don't look the dead only really mattered when it came to dead Nords apparently. I had to actually kick Marco into continuing when he kept constantly vomiting at the sight. At least he didn't whine this time. Mephala on the other hand had no problems burning the corpses. Naturally that couldn't be all, so I had to constantly monitor the overenthusiastic demigod in case she decided to practice her fire breath. I had to cover it up multiple times by appearing next to her when she did it, but by some divine intervention no one suspected a thing. The glare I sent her after the third time promised all manner of pain, but she had apparently gotten used to my threats, so I turned the threats into promises, and now she was stuck reading the second volume of the Tome of Anatomy with a look of pure suffering. Being the gracious employer that I was, I offered most of my share of the loot, close to a good half of the whole thing, to the mercenaries I hired, and as I expect they all chose to remain with our punitive force until we were done with the Forsworn. Rick grumbled about mercenaries being undisciplined, but she knew damn well we needed all the help we could get. Preliminary scouting done by Scorch and the Dunmer had shown that even heavily diminished the Forsworn would be a threat, now with the added annoyance of fortifications on their end. Speaking of my brothers in faith, I questioned them on the true reasoning of their presence here, and as I had guessed, Mephala wanted me to fuck over yet another Didra in her name. The ease with which she used my presence for her own ends annoyed something deep inside me, but I wasn't an idiot. Our relationship was completely based on give and take, and if she wanted to direct her worshippers into making my life easier, I would not protest like a petulant child. I disliked literally all of the Didra. They were like the Chaos Gods, just not nearly as destructive. This didn't mean, however, that I was above accepting the assistance of some of them. The fact that being blessed, and apparently chosen, first time I've heard of it, by Mephala, would give me a very big reputation boost with most Dunmer was a nice bonus. So I swallowed my pride and made a plan to desecrate the temple the Forsworn had built atop Hag's End, an old Nordic ruin that had been overtaken by the Reachmen about a decade ago and made into something of a town/base of operations, the proper way. A short ritual, that included the slaying of the resident priest, and the shrine would be for all intents and purposes conquered by Mephala, giving her a big win in whatever celestial game the Didra were playing among themselves. On a much brighter note, Torridge decided to announce to everyone present that he and Elisif, who was madly blushing the entire time, had decided to marry, and without even consulting Herald he declared the wedding would be held a week after we returned from our expedition. Cibil and I had a great time counting the different expressions of rage and fury shifting on the Thane's face as he listened to the speech. The man looked ready to smash Torridge's head off, but a nice heavy dose of telekinesis and a wink from yours truly made him shut up and remain seated. 2 days after the king arrived, we set out once again, lines of legionaries, both veteran and fresh, now followed by mercenaries and Herald's own men, marched toward the west, and toward our final confrontation with the Reachmen. Just as we were about to leave, a very happy-looking Onmund rushed up to me and showed me a small flickering flame in his palm. I left him with a signed note and instructions to wait for me in solitude. As we rode, I decided to finally check up on my progress. A part of me always wanted to look at it every day, but something about seeing big numbers go up always made me wait patiently. And boy was I satisfied. STR, 15 equals 16. Dex, 16.5 equals 17. Mag, 370 equals 400. The way my stats were growing confused me. I didn't spend any time training physically, yet my strength and dexterity kept growing, and my reserves grew exponentially even without rituals. The first hypothesis I could come up with was that the races of the world reacted to combat differently than my previous one, maybe we all evolved in such a way that we grew when challenged in a more literal sense? The second, however, rang far truer than the first, taking into account the fact that runes worked to some extent on belief. It was not too much of a long shot to then apply that to the growth of strength. After all, if I proved to the world itself that I was stronger, would the magic in the air not work to make that a fact, much like it made runes actually have concrete meaning? Food for thought. Destruction expert, plus rune casting. Conjuration adept, plus umbromancy, strangle, bound shade. Adept tongue, fire breath, YOL, tor, shul, unrelenting force, fuss, ro, da, whirlwind sprint, wood, slow time, TIID, become ethereal, FEIM. I closed the notification with a satisfied smile. Things were progressing well. My eyes narrow as I start seeing darkened magicka attempting to latch onto our supplies. It appeared the Namirans were welcoming us.
Thanks for listening.